Chapter 217. Speaking of movable type printing, Li Yi thought of the person who provided the character base. How is Zhong Xiaojing Minister Zhong? Li Yi shook his head and continued eating. At this time, Zhong Xiaojing, who Li Yi suddenly thought of, was writing in the Hongwen Library with an empty stomach. Li Yi said that he would put Zhong Xiaojing in the Chongwen Library. Li Longji thought that the Hongwen Library sounded better. Zhong Xiaojing had already written 2,000 commonly used characters according to the Yu Piao and was continuing to write. I also need large, small, medium and cannot exceed the grid. His Majesty will probably remove me from the Minister of Revenue soon. Zhong Xiaojing's heart was like a mirror. After the new year, the Minister of Revenue would be gone. Now he could not care about the Minister of Revenue's affairs and let the Assistant Minister handle it. The root of the problem was that Yao Chong wanted to demote him, and he reached out to the Chang and, "Damn Pei Yaoqing, why did he have to be on the 10,000 people list? How shameless. What should I do? Will I be chased out of the capital?" Zhong Xiaojing, who was writing, suddenly felt confused. He sighed and rolled up the paper he had just written and threw it into the wastebasket. He took a deep breath and continued to write. Your Majesty. Your Majesty. Zhong Xiaojing was writing when a voice came from outside. He quickly stopped writing, stood up and rubbed his wrist as he slowly walked to the door. When the door opened, he was startled. When he saw the person in front of him, he quickly greeted, "Your Majesty actually came in person. You haven't eaten yet, right?" "Coincidentally, I haven't eaten either, so I brought some food. Why don't we find a place to eat?" Li Longji said to Zhong Xiaojing in a gentle voice. After he finished speaking, he turned and went to the room next door where there was nothing else. Zhong Xiaojing did not understand the situation and followed behind in fear. A eunuch pulled out a chair for Li Longji and Li Longji sat down first. Zhong Xiaojing sat halfway and looked up at Li Longji. He wanted to ask something but did not know where to start. Another eunuch brought up 2 mats. On top of the mats were alcohol stoves. Each person had a small stove. Once the fire was lit, the already hot stove inside slowly began to gurgle. "It's big." I deliberately went to ask for some chili sauce. "It's most delicious when dipped in it." Li Longji introduced the chili sauce. Li did not give him much. Someone else brought bowls and bundles of warm wine. Li Longji continued, "It's 60% white wine with ginseng, wolfberry and a few other herbs. It's good for your health in winter." As he spoke, he waved his hand and everyone left, leaving only 2 people behind. "It's big, let's drink first." Li Longji personally poured wine into their cups. Zhong Xiaojing hurriedly held the wine cup with both hands. When he finished pouring, his hands were trembling. "That's great. After the new year, the Ministry of Revenue will be working too hard. You should change to something more leisurely." Li Longji raised his wine cup and took a sip. Your Majesty, are you going to drive me out of Chang'an?" Zhong Xiaojing was afraid. When an emperor treated you like this, it meant that something was wrong. He also took a sip. Cough, cough, cough. Hiss, the wine was too strong and it had been scalding. After taking a sip, he felt as if there was a lump of cotton stuck in his throat. "If you don't leave Chang'an and I don't see you for many days, I'll miss you. I have an important matter that I want you to handle." Li Longji waved his hand and changed the way he addressed Zhong Xiaojing. "What kind of task?" Zhong Xiaojing was slightly relieved when he heard that he would not be driven out. Then he asked what he wanted him to do. "The Vice President of the Tang Dynasty's Calligraphy Publicity and Research Cooperative Association." Li Longji said a very long name. Zhong Xiaojing tried hard to think, but in the end he did not remember that there was such an official position in the Tang Dynasty. "Eat," Li Longji said and picked up some food from the casserole. Zhong Xiaojing took a bite and found that it tasted good, especially when dipped in chili sauce. He took a small sip of wine and felt comfortable. "Your Majesty, what's the rank of the Vice President of the Association?" Zhong Xiaojing asked the key question. "Secondary second rank." Li Longji gave the answer. Zhong Xiaojing was stunned. Higher than his Minister of Revenue? The Minister of Revenue was primary 3rd rank, and Crown Prince Zhanshi's primary 3rd rank was still there. This meant that he was receiving 2 salaries. But what was the association for? Before he could continue asking, Li Longji began to introduce, "The Calligraphy Association does not have a president for the time being. It's in charge of the Tang Dynasty's writing methods, recording the styles of the Tang Dynasty's calligraphy, and showing the beauty of our Chinese characters." Li Longji mentioned the Tang Dynasty, which made Zhong Xiaojing excited. "What a good position. I'm not in charge of the Ministry of Revenue, but there are still many things I can manage. What about the details?" Zhong Xiaojing asked again. He did not know how to manage. I have a booklet here. Minister Zhong, read it after you eat. There are many things to do, and you have a high position with heavy responsibilities. Minister Zhong, you can't be too busy. Li Longji took out a booklet from his sleeve. Inside were the things that Li Yi had written for the Calligraphy Association. It was indeed very busy, but it was far from the Ministry of Revenue's real power. Moreover, as the vice president, Zhong Xiaojing could only get a little benefit from it. The only benefit he could enjoy was his reputation. At the same time, he could bring people to study calligraphy all day. It was quite an interesting job. Zhong Xiaojing carefully took it and put it aside. When he drank and ate, his whole spirit changed. Li Longji was also happy. He did not have to deal with this person who had helped him fight, and he found a suitable job. He had an explanation to Yao Chong, and it would disappoint the people who had helped him. The two of them only drank a bunch of wine. Zhong Xiaojing, who had never drunk wine with such a high alcohol content, was slightly embarrassed, but Li Longji was used to it. After Li Longji left and the things were taken away, Zhong Xiaojing sat in the room and opened the booklet to read it. Holding a calligraphy competition of various years? Giving out prizes? The imperial court will give out 500 taels a year? How is this enough? How many people in the Tang dynasty will use 500,000 taels? The Calligraphy Association will only get 500,000 taels a year? Oh, it is written below. You can find other people to donate. People who like calligraphy can hold calligraphy parties for people who need it. The other party will be the sponsor. If someone asks for calligraphy, they can write good calligraphy. Good, you can sell your calligraphy to make money. I am the vice president and my calligraphy is worth a lot. Zhong Xiaojing was relieved when he saw how to make money. He decided to do this. However, he could not sell too much. It would not be worth much if he sold too much. Li Longji, who had left, wanted to laugh. He had guessed that Zhong Xiaojing would prepare to sell his calligraphy. However, it did not matter. Zhong Xiaojing had sold a lot on a daily basis. As long as he did not embezzle the money of the people, it was fine. As for other people who wanted to curry favor with Zhong Xiaojing and donate to the Calligraphy Association, it was easy to handle. There is also the Literature Association, Painting Association, Craftsman Association, and so on. Any officials who are disobedient and cannot be dealt with directly will be put in the association as the vice president. Li Longji muttered to himself. He had found a good way. However, if he put them in the association, they could still stretch their hands too far. He could not be blamed for being ruthless. Not long after, Yao Chong knew that Her Majesty had gone to have a meal with Zhong Xiaojing. He also knew about the Calligraphy Association. Zhong Xiaojing wanted to change places and be promoted from grade 3 to secondary grade 2. Li. Yao Chong said these two words and shook his head. Good, what a good strategy to appease people. To appease Her Majesty, to follow my heart, to dispel Zhong Xiaojing's resentment, and to exchange for the stability of the Ministry of Revenue. Perhaps Her Majesty thought of it, Zhang Shua said. Yao Chong looked at him and nodded. Yes, Her Majesty thought of it. Chapter 218. Galloping for thousands of miles like a torch, the wind and clouds were changing constantly. The package was heavy. It was a winged cavalry express. Go, go, don't let it drift. In the dining hall at night. Brother E, take out the prize. We'll rest in the morning tomorrow and give out the prize after the competition in the afternoon. Is the baby asleep? Li Qingqi didn't intend to eat the staple food. He boiled some wine and talked to Li Yi. He wanted to drink with Li Yi, but Li Yi refused. She's breastfeeding. It's too difficult to take care of a sick baby. Fortunately, there are many capable people in Zhuangzi. Li Yi sighed when he talked about the baby. He admired single mothers the most for giving birth and taking care of their children. Ordinary babies were already tired to death when two people took turns to take care of them. If they were sick, oh my God. He didn't dare to think about it. They were facing such a situation now. Fortunately, there were women in Zhuangzi. They often chatted and talked about how to take care of their children. Once they knew that there was an 8-month-old baby who was sick, they selected good people to take turns to take care of him. The eunuchs and palace maids learned from them. However, the baby only recognized Li Yi. He would smile when he saw Li Yi and cry when he didn't. When Li Yi played the violin and sang for him, he would sing with him. Only when he was drinking milk would he temporarily forget Li Yi. When he was sleepy after eating, he would wait for Li Yi. If he couldn't wait, he would close his eyes and sleep. When he opened his eyes again, he was energetic and wanted to play. Li Yi must be there. During the spring festival, someone might come to Zhuangzi to buy vegetables. My supply is very strict. Only yours is more relaxed. Li Qingqi reminded Li Yi. It was almost the first lunar month. Who didn't want to have a good meal? Where to buy? Of course it was Zhuangzi. I'll sell. I'll set the price high, including Zhang's village. Li didn't want to be enemies with them. The vegetables in Zhuangzi were supplied to earthly paradise and eaten by themselves. There were many people. However, it was also the time for the growth of vegetables, especially cucumbers. There were more and more of them. On the 27th day of the 12th lunar month, early in the morning, the weather was good and sunny. Sure enough, what Li Qingqi said happened. The group of people who came to buy soy sauce were discussing with Song Da about buying vegetables. Soy sauce was a failure every day. Now the price had been set. 2,000 per caddy. Those who want to buy can discuss it with each other. It couldn't be less than 2,000. Song Da wouldn't agree if it was less than that. If there was a situation where negotiations could not go well, and someone raised the price, they had to snatch it. When it came to vegetables, they worked together again. After selling the soy sauce, they made their demands. There were also people from rich families who didn't participate in the soy sauce sale. They wanted to force Zhuangzi to give in. You can buy vegetables. We will sell them. Don't worry, everyone. The price is fixed. We will try our best to weigh them. Song Da agreed. There's also soap and glycerin. Someone asked for more. I won't sell this vegetable to him. Does anyone have any objections? Song Da naturally eliminated that person. No one said anything. Were they going to snatch it if they had any objections? Zhuangzi was armed with a crossbow and heavy armor. Ordinary bows and light armor could be equipped by people, but strong bows and leather armor with a certain amount of metal on them were restricted. Zhuangzi also had cavalry. Who could stop the cavalry charge? The person who spoke was dumbfounded. I'm charging in front, but you don't even say anything? Steward Song, I'm just joking. The person admitted defeat. I'm not joking. I'm not selling to you. You can get some from others. Song Da refused, but he helped to come up with an idea. The person looked at the people around him and took a few steps back. He wanted to find someone to pay for it and ask for help. Someone did want to help, but then Li appeared. The 4 palace maids and 4 eunuchs beside him were terrifying. It's limited. I'm too kind as a steward, Li said and shook his head. The person who wanted to help that person just now made up his mind. He didn't care anymore. After he finished buying and left, he would pay more. At the same time in Jianghu, Shannon province, 500 cavalrymen appeared in the house of subjugation under the morning sun. They wore red clothes and red cloaks. They didn't wear black clothes. When the people of the house of subjugation saw these cavalrymen, they didn't know what they were here for. They also went home and took out their weapons. If they wanted to bully people, they wouldn't agree. We're here to deliver something for Li Yi in Zhuangzi by the Ba River in Chang'an. Where are the white households? Li Yi and Li Dongzhu were worried that you wouldn't have a good new year, so they asked us to deliver some food and utensils. The battalion commander didn't want any conflict. He sat on his horse and shouted loudly. The other winged knights also shouted. When they heard this, the people of the house of subjugation put away their weapons. Those who lived nearby went to call for help. Those who lived far away could only let the winged knights continue to run. Those who lived nearby came out with their wives and children. My name is Wang Yimin. I know that the imperial court summoned us. What did you bring for me? A man with a large scar on the left side of his mouth came over to speak. Yes, Wang Yimin. We are the Winged Knights Express Delivery. We deliver things quickly. Currently we are only delivering for Li Yi and Li Dongzhu. Come and get the package. The battalion commander took out a list of names. This person was on it. Someone from the Yulin flying cavalry dismounted from his horse and took a package from the back of another unridden horse. A large package that needed to be hugged was carried to Wang Yimin. Wang Yimin, what did you bring? Everyone looked. You said that you want to sell your house. Let's discuss and gather the money to buy it. It's connected to the land. An old man next to him said to Wang Yimin. Wang Yimin put the package on the ground and untied the string on it. The battalion commander also dismounted and stood at the side to introduce. This is wool-knitted clothing. There are 4 sets. The children wear it too big. The farmer said that it's okay if it's a bit bigger, but they're afraid that it won't fit if it's too small. They knitted it needle by needle. This is braised meat. It's about 30 caddies. Our horses are exhausted. Fortunately, the weather is cold and the meat is salty, so it won't spoil. That package is rock candy. Keep a piece in your mouth. I can guarantee that if you don't move much, you can definitely last a day. The other 2 packages are pork floss. They are noodles fried with vegetables and oil. There's bean powder in the noodles. Eat a handful and you can last half a day at most. There are also some painkillers. If you feel uncomfortable, take one. You are not allowed to drink. Dongzhu said that you must reach Zhuangzi alive. Don't give up. If you're sick, as long as you're still breathing, Dongzhu will be able to save you. Hearing the battalion commander's words, the surrounding people all came forward to take a look. There's such a Dongzhu? Who's going when it's just decided? They sent the Imperial Guard's cavalry to deliver things? I thought Brother Emin was going there to suffer. Looks like it's not the case. It's a big piece of meat. So rich. Sugar. You can tell the color of the noodles is good just by looking at it. Emin, go. Go there and live a good life. Everyone, I don't want the house or the land. I also don't want the things at home. My family of 5 will keep some for the journey. I'll give the rest to you. Wang Yimin made his decision. He knew that when he had a good life, the money was useless. It was better to give it to people who needed it more. When the winged knights finished their tour, it was noon. 100 military families gathered together. Their choice was the same as Wang Yimin's. They gave everything and didn't want a single cent. They didn't plan to spend the new year in Jichong residence before leaving. They set off immediately. The battalion commander hesitated. He looked at his subordinates and went to discuss. It was decided that everyone would leave together. The winged knights would spend the new year on the road. The horses would be given to the adults and the children would be held in their arms. They would let the horses rest every 50 li. The group set off on their return journey. Chapter 219. There were 100 households and 620 people of all sizes. The adults threw their weapons to the other people in the Jichong residence. Other than the children who were less than 10 years old who had sweaters, the others were also given sweaters. The younger children were carried in their arms and moved very slowly. They were a burden to the winged knights. Otherwise, the winged knights could rush back before the new year and have 3 horses each. However, they were not willing to wait any longer. One wanted to live a good life while the other wanted to have a bad new year. How were they going to split the good things at home? They were all from the Jichong residence and were fighting together. They might as well just leave and not look at the others. Will we be bullied when we get there? A 13 or 14-year-old boy rode a horse and tied his sister to his chest. He asked a winged knight loudly. Half of his sister's face was exposed and her eyes looked around curiously. No one will bully you. They are all waiting for you. There are too few people who can fight in Zhuangzi. The villagers are worried that they will be robbed, the winged cavalry said with a smile. How much does it cost to go to school? My father said that he will give me a fistful of money to send me to the county school after the new year. The boy asked again. Previously, he did not receive any news that he was going to move. Since there was no war, he was prepared to send him to school. It doesn't cost a single cent. When we get there, we will make new clothes. You can have milk and eggs in the morning and eat whatever you want in the afternoon and evening. There will be meat for every meal. Oh, the weather is cold now, so there will be vegetables for every meal. Does the Dongzhu beat people? The Dongzhu does not beat children. However, if you are not good at your studies, the Dongzhu will teach your parents a way to beat children. Don't worry, it will only hurt. My sister is a girl. Can I teach her when I am good at school? We agreed in the autumn that I will go to school next year and come back to teach her. The girl is about 5 years old, right? We will go to school together. You don't have to teach her. Do you have a lot of money for writing materials? It's free. The Dongzhu will give it to you. Isn't the Dongzhu stupid? He will give you everything. Yes, Dongzhu is stupid and Li is stupid. Xiao Gang, I heard what you said. I'll tell Li Dongzhu later and ask him to bring you out to play, one of the winged cavalry warriors said threateningly. Don't, Brother Lin. I didn't say anything. Little Gang shivered. Tell that to Dongzhu. Brother Lin, let me wash your clothes for you. Do you think I can be bought? Twice. Deal. Thus, it was harmonious again. The young man and the soldiers beside him looked at each other. What had happened? Dongzhu was just fooling around. Why was he so scared? The other soldiers in the group also asked about the situation in Zhuangzi. The winged knight spoke the truth. The soldiers couldn't believe it. After arriving in Zhuangzi, they were directly given heavy armor and crossbows, as well as military horses. Did the imperial court not care? The villagers lived in the buildings and didn't need to light fires. Sometimes they had to open the windows to not be stuffy. Too hot. During meals they went to a place called the canteen. There were dozens of dishes and there was never a lack of meat. In winter they could eat cucumbers, celery and eggplants as they wished. The children would dress up and go to school. When they were sick, the Dongzhu would personally treat them. As long as they were still breathing, everything was fine. Every month they would be given a monthly allowance, but they couldn't spend it. There was nowhere to spend it, so they could only save it. They worked for 8 hours a day. The rest of the time they rested or learned how to read and calculate. Clothes, shoes, and furniture for home use were all given to them without any consideration. There was a big bathroom that they could bathe in every day. It wasn't cold at all. One by one, the military households were scared when they heard this. It was impossible. If not for the winged knights, they would have already planned to go back. They were afraid of being cheated. These people wanted to trick them into selling them. Battalion Commander Fan, tell me the truth. Do we have a way to survive if we go? Wang Yimin urged his horse to the side of Battalion Commander Fan's horse and stared into his eyes. I heard some things. You don't believe it, right? Fan asked with a smile. Who would dare to believe it? It's clearly a lie. He's just a Dongzhu. How can he make money to support us? Wang Yimin explained with his own understanding. Money? Money, this thing, how do I put it? Fan chuckled. He continued, it's hard for you to make money. Li Dongzhu, he deliberately doesn't make a lot of money because he finds it troublesome. But if you go, there will be a lot more women and children who can work. Li Dongzhu will probably come up with new things to make money. Dongzhu has a business deal? Wang Yimin thought. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to make so much money from farming. Have you heard of soy sauce? 3,000 a caddy of soy sauce. 3,000 here? Chang and 2,000, who earned the 1,000 in the middle. Battalion Commander Fan, have you eaten it before? There was a period of time when I ate it every day. Then, don't mention it in front of me. Don't ever mention it. Battalion Commander Fan, who had a psychological shadow, didn't want to recall it. At the same time, he was somewhat proud that he had survived that time. Is it delicious? Wang Yimin had never eaten soy sauce before. Don't think of it as 3,000 a caddy. It's worthless. It doesn't matter if you eat it or not. Then why are others still buying it? Someone specially wrote poems and spread it in Pyongkong Square. Fan knew the reason. Everyone praised it together. Li even limited the quantity. So you're saying that we, the military's Dongzhu, are rich? Wang Yimin got the key information. Yes, it's us. Li Dongzhu is also our winged knight's Dongzhu. As long as he doesn't want to rebel, we are willing to help him. Fan smiled as he spoke. He recalled the days in Zhuangzi. It seemed that the hellish training wasn't that scary. He shouldn't think about it. Have you finished buying? Li Yi, who was on Zhuangzi, returned to the vegetable stall and asked. Vegetables were afraid of freezing, so they had to be traded in an insulated environment. The people who came over also brought winter clothes and other tools. When they returned, they had to send them to other people's residences. Finished? Shopkeeper Liang nodded to Li Yi. Do you still want soy sauce? 1,000 a caddy. 10,000 caddies. Who wants it? Li Yi suddenly became generous and reduced the price by half. Moreover, the supply was suddenly increased to 10,000 caddies. The usual 50 days supply was released all at once. The people who had previously discussed with others about buying soy sauce. Li Dongzhu, you can't, we just finished buying. The people who bought soy sauce were about to cry. Those who bought soy sauce before will get a free bottle of glycerin. Li Yi said. Li Dongzhu, we support you. The people who bought soy sauce smiled in the blink of an eye. Li Dongzhu, let's do it again. Let's sell it again. The people who didn't buy today made requests. At this time, glycerin was the same as Li Yi's lipstick. People with status would be inferior if they didn't put some glycerin on their lips when they went out. Using other oils was different. It was fine for a short period of time, but after 2 to 4 hours, everyone would be able to tell. Unless they continued to secretly apply other oils. Raw soybean oil had a fishy smell, cooked soybean oil was dry, and the absorption rate of the lips was poor. Sesame oil had a taste, and at the same time, it would coagulate on the lips. Only glycerin was the most natural. The crowd went to discuss again. Who wanted how much soy sauce? It was almost the new year. Some people couldn't bear to eat it on normal days, but they still had to try it. Unless their economic conditions were too poor, then there was no choice. 1 caddy was 16 taels. 1 tael could be sold for 100. After the discussion, the distribution was done. The soy sauce was taken away first. If they didn't bring enough money, they would send it back later. After they left, Li Yi asked the shopkeeper, have you prepared 10,000 caddies of soy sauce for the palace? It's been packed long ago. 1 caddy of small jars, 10,000 of them. It's used to reward the officials. Songda replied. At this time he didn't feel bad about the soy sauce anymore. He would give it especially to the palace. How long had it been? So far, no one with a big background had come to cause trouble. Wasn't this the result of giving things away? Soy sauce wasn't worth much, so he made another 200 large jars. During the competition this afternoon, I told Big Brother that General Gao wouldn't be coming, so I could only ask Big Brother for help. Li Yi decided to make others happy this year. At the same time, he would make more money. The farmers should be giving out bonuses. Even if they took the money, they had nowhere to spend it. Chapter 220. Amidst the harmony, the people who bought things left. Li Yi was called to the intensive care unit. The little guy woke up early in the morning, drank milk and went to the toilet. He woke up now and wanted to find someone to play with. No one else would do. He wanted to find that one. If not, he would cry. As soon as Li Yi entered, the little guy in Tao Hong's arms opened his little arms and stared at Li Yi with his big eyes. What he meant was, "What are you waiting for? Carry me." Li Yi carried him and the baby giggled. "You haven't recovered from your pneumonia. Aren't you afraid of infecting us?" Li Yi said to the child. "Ah." The little guy's body moved. He raised his lotus-like arms and pointed outside the door. "Ah. What's his temperature?" Li Yi asked. 38. Chui Lu replied. "Okay, let's go out and breathe some fresh air. It's not good to always give him oxygen. He'll become dependent on oxygen." Li Yi thought about it and agreed to take the child outside. The main reason was that there weren't many lights in the room. It was a little dark and the sun was more comfortable than the lights. After putting on his clothes again, Li Yi put on a mask and carried the little guy out. Bao Bao came out and didn't stop. He pointed at a snowman and shouted, "I'll come when the snow falls." Round head and white body. Not afraid of the spring breeze blowing away, turning into a clear spring. Li Yi pointed at the snowman with his empty hand and said a rhyme. He knew that the child didn't understand the meaning, but he knew more about the acceptance of the rhythm of the voice. If the charm of Chinese literature was said to be pictographic, then no matter which dynasty the pronunciation was in, it could resonate with people. Just like music, when the Chinese language was read, it could cross national boundaries and races. The little guy had a hard time imitating the rhythm of the accent, so Li Yi used a flat voice to open the rhythm of the accent. The little baby didn't know how much effort the person holding him had put in for a snowman. When he heard Li Yi's words, his little arms and legs moved vigorously as if to show his agreement. Li Yi held him in his arms, surrounded by palace maids and eunuchs. The child enjoyed an absolutely luxurious lineup. When they reached the ice rink, the little girl opened her eyes wide and turned to look at Li Yi. She pointed at the ice and said, "Ah ah." Children slide on the amusement car, play chase and catch people. The sun is gradually rising, the clouds are no longer gathering, and the ice heart reflects its brilliance. Li Yi said the opening rhyme jingle again. This was the one that was closest to the child. "Ah." Sure enough, the baby followed suit. Suddenly he shouted, "Slippery, slippery." Li Yi kissed the child's cheek and said, "Yes, Si is in skating, Hua is in radiance and Hua is in China." "Smooth, smooth in." The little fellow repeated. Perhaps he felt that his pronunciation was very accurate, so he was satisfied and made an end sound. "Get me a big ice cart," Li Yi ordered. He wanted to take the child to play. He was not sure if the baby needed to be on the ice, so he wanted to give it a try. Someone brought a big ice cart. At this time, Qing Song took off her outer palace attire, then took off her cashmere vest, put it on the ice cart and put it back on the palace attire. She had just taken off her palace attire, but after seeing it, she put it back on. Huang Bai and Ziyu did not react at all. The two of them looked at each other and suddenly felt a lot of pressure. How much did she know Dongzhu? Wasn't it too tacit? The key was that the two of them did not wear the cashmere vest next to them. It was hot in the room, so they did not wear the vest outside. The other clothes were enough to keep them warm. It turned out that the two seniors wore the vests so that they could take them off at any time for Dongzhu to sit on. They looked at Tao Hong and Chui Lu again. Tao Hong ignored them, but Chui Lu stared and whispered, "Why are you looking at me? We represent the scene. Can the palace maids take off their clothes casually? Not even their outerwear. Then why are you still wearing that vest?" Ziyu muttered. "In case there's a need, Dongzhu can kneel on the ground when needed." "Look more, think more and speak less," Chui Lu warned. Li ignored them. He untied his belt and sat cross-legged on the ice cart. He tied the child's belt to himself and picked up the stake to start skating. Breaking through the heavy snow, we sit on the sleigh, gallop across the fields, we laugh and sing. Ding ding dang ding ding dang, the bell rings ding dang. Li Yi sang and skated with the rhythm. The little guy continued to stare with his eyes wide open, his eyes full of infinite brilliance. Babies did not have acrophobia or fear of speed. If they were thrown up, they would not be afraid. They would giggle when they were caught. It was the same if they were fast. Adults would be nervous when they played the moon boat, but babies would be happy when they were rocked high in the cradle. Although the little guy's body was small, he did not have the slightest sense of fear. Instead, he stuck out his tongue and giggled. At this moment, he did not seem to be sick. He was no different from other babies. After Li Yi skated for half an hour, he got off the ice cart and picked up the little guy. The little guy was still smiling and excitedly said that it was too fun. Take his temperature, Li Yi said. Brown Rock's hand was already on the zipper of the box. When he heard this, he pulled it open and took out a very precious electronic thermometer. He pressed it against the child's forehead and waited for the data to stabilize. He reported, 37.7 degrees. This is caused by the excitement factor. It is said that the stronger a person's desire to live, the higher the probability of survival. Babies like this world and are not willing to leave so easily. They are very hardworking. Adults are the same. Since they are not willing to give up, they will fight with everything they have. Complaining will not solve the problem and no one will pity them. Li Yi looked at the 4 new palace maids and eunuchs as he said this. Understood, Dongzhu. The 4 of them said at the same time. A group of children ran in from outside. They had received simple treatment and eaten rice yesterday. Brother Dongzhu, my mother boiled eggs and asked me to bring them to you. Dongzhu, mother made 4 pairs of insoles. I don't know what size you wear, so I gave them to you. You can measure them yourself. Tune sprouts pickled in salt. We still have some at home. Bring them to Dongzhu. The children said one by one as they handed over their things. Go and call Steward Song over. Keep these things well. Li Yi said as he carried the baby. Cui Lu reacted the fastest. She turned and ran, her hands holding the hem of her dress as she ran. Li Yi's heart was carefree. He did not care about these things. What he cared about was the other party's return. The things sent by the children were all good things from each family. Songda came over and looked at the things. He understood what it meant and said, Dongzhu, I will arrange for a return gift. Okay. Li Yi nodded. Songda turned and left. He asked people to pack salt and bacon. These were what the children needed the most at home, not cucumbers and watermelons. After the children sent the things over, they ran to drink soup. It was obvious that they had not eaten in the morning. They ate 2 meals a day. They did not have time to eat breakfast. Li Yi glanced at the farmer who was selling shabu-shabu skewers. The farmer took out the tea eggs and gestured to Li Yi. He put it on and put it inside, waiting for the children to eat. They understood each other so well. They were so familiar with each other. They had such tacit understanding. The 4 new palace maids and eunuchs were stunned. Was this how Dongzhu communicated with others? Just a glance was enough? No wonder the selection had to pick the clever ones. The average ones would not be able to keep up with the pace. They had to work hard. They could not be eliminated because of poor coordination. Who had pus and blood coming out of their teeth yesterday? Come here, let me see. It's still crowded today. Li Yi said as he carried the child. Ah! The little guy shouted, then turned to look at Li Yi. Li Yi kissed him, indicating that he was right. Although he did not understand. The baby who was kissed was satisfied and laughed. Chapter 221. At noon, the children who came over were indeed served with twice-cooked pork and rice. Li Yi changed the baby's diaper and asked someone to feed him milk. He played a cello and sang Auld Lang Syne, before coaxing the baby to sleep. Then Pei Yaoqing came to ask about politics. Li Dongzhu, the preparations for the Lunar New Year have been completed. How are we going to celebrate the Lantern Festival? Pei Yaoqing sincerely asked for advice. Knowing that he would be promoted next year, he wanted to be on his last shift and set an example for those who came after him. Isn't the Lantern Festival a lantern festival? In the past there was no curfew. Just do as usual. Li Yi picked up the cold noodles with his chopsticks. Cold noodles were not good food. The barley used to feed the horses was actually the raw material for making cold noodles. If he bought too much, the horses would not be able to finish it. Li Yi simply asked someone to make it into rice. Pei Yaoqing looked at Li Yi who was sipping the hot soup and asked, Can it be more lively? There's a game for fun. Throw small arrows into an open jar. It's more elegant. What I'm doing is called hoop throwing. Li Yi did not refuse. It was not easy to celebrate the 15th day of the first lunar month. Everyone would be happy if he gave them a few more fun activities. He told them the rules of hoop throwing and the tricks to make money. As for guessing the lanterns, there was no need for him. They already knew how to do it. Is there anything else? Pei Yaoqing was not satisfied. What was the use of one activity? There were so many people. Selling Kongming lanterns. With a small candle, the lantern will fly. Li Yi gave another fun thing. There were people who played with Kongming lanterns. In fact, there were people who played with kites. However, people did not retract their kites. When the kites flew very high and very far, they would break. Can you also play with lanterns in the river? Pei Yaoqing asked casually. Li did not need to say this. Li Qingqi said, how do you play in winter? Put it on ice? Do you want to play as an official or as a citizen? Li Yi asked straightforwardly. What's the difference? Pei Yaoqing asked. You are too greedy. How can you ask this question? Didn't you ask both of them? Li Qingqi helped his younger brother. Pei Yaoqing smiled and nodded. That's right. Li Yi lowered his head and drank a mouthful of cold noodle soup. He smacked his lips twice. It didn't taste good, not as good as cold soup. After muttering to himself irresolutely for a moment, he said, other than going to the lively places to watch the Lantern Festival, the various squares can organize activities. They need a lot of money to hire people to perform. Li Dongzhu, are you talking about the people who are obedient and disobedient? Pei Yaoqing asked. The other thing is public security. I heard that every year, there are lost children and people who get into trouble because of the crowding. Li Yi thought of the child theft and the stampede. This was especially true for Vermilion Bird Avenue. The streets were wide and there were many people. Whenever there was a commotion or a situation, it would be crowded and something would happen. Pei Yaoqing revealed a troubled expression. The situation that Li Yi mentioned had happened last year, and it was not only last year but also every year. However, it was difficult to change. Peiming residents cannot mobilize the Imperial Army, but Peiming residents can organize a joint defense. Li Yi said a new term. Joint defense? Pei Yaoqing repeated. Spread out the performance teams and try not to crowd in the same place. Inform the people in the various squares in advance. Organize the helpers and wear the same symbol. Constantly control the distance between each person in each position. Divide the streets into different areas. A few people will be in charge of a small area. If anyone wants to crowd, immediately warn them. I think it's better to distinguish by the placement of the ice sculptures and ice lanterns. It's bright and can be seen clearly. Li Yi explained the joint defense situation. The most powerful joint defense was the community joint defense. In the Tang dynasty there was a curfew. Every square had someone in charge. In fact, there was a lack of manpower because there was a curfew. Whenever there was a big scene, it was bound to be chaotic. At this time, it was best to mobilize the ordinary people. Giving them an armband would make them feel good. After eating a few mouthfuls of cold noodles, Li Yi added, tell all the shops not to announce the promotion loudly, and not to throw things to attract people to fight over. Pei Yaoqing listened and thought, after the meal, go back and arrange it. Tell them in advance. Therefore he ate very quickly. Li Yi was only halfway through his bowl of cold noodles when Pei Yaoqing finished eating and left. He said that he was afraid that it would be too late and that he wanted to try it during the new year. Li Qingqi ate quickly. When he was 60% full, he went to arrange for the ice skating final in the afternoon. Li Yi continued to chew his cold noodles. He lowered his head and thought, cold noodles are good food in Tubo, especially for the army. He thought of the army's food problem. Cold noodles could be made with highland barley. They were cooked and then dried in the sun or in the shade. When it was eaten, it would soften very quickly in hot water. Could also be eaten hard. In addition, when it was cold, it was like tofu skin. Remember what I say. Li Yi said to the palace maids and eunuchs. The 8 people had just finished eating. They also tasted the new food, cold noodles, and slurped it into their stomachs. Then they drank the soup. Li Yi began to talk about the methods of making dry noodles, barley, cold noodles, meat floss, compressed biscuits, and other food. As for naans, which were hu pancakes and guokue, he didn't need to say anything. Now, soldiers only knew fried noodles and guokue. The more types there are, the greater the logistical pressure. However, the combat effectiveness of the soldiers at the front line can be guaranteed, especially the dried vegetable powder, such as chopped green onions. Li Yi said as he thought, and the palace maids and eunuchs noted it down. They knew about chopped green onions. Zhuangzi made a lot of chopped green onions in the autumn. They were dried in the shade and sprinkled in the soup. Soon the onions would soak in the soup. As Li Yi said, it was inconvenient to transport too many things. Otherwise there would be no need to make vinegar cloth. Wouldn't it be better to just send salt and vinegar directly? The original baggage was recruited as a civilian worker and then protected by the non-commissioned officer. Civilian workers are usually not professional enough, so a special logistical support team needs to be set up. The people with poor combat ability will be formed into groups to study how to quickly build bridges, pave roads, repair pontoons, and other things that craftsmen should do. I call this team the engineers. They are usually responsible for repairing roads and bridges in various places of the Tang dynasty. During wartime they will provide powerful support to the front-line troops. Li Yi continued. He wanted to list the soldiers separately. He couldn't always let the temporarily recruited farmers and craftsmen participate. Once they were attacked they would scatter. In the evening, Li Qingqi gave out prizes to all the participants of the competition. He gave out toilet water, sanitary napkins, glycerin, soap and soap. Even if he was in the last place he would still receive something. Everyone was very happy. Originally, there was no mention of consolation prizes for the people behind. At the same time, Li Yi asked the palace maids and eunuchs to write something and put it in front of Li Longji. He flipped through it. The soldiers of the Zhiqiang family are soldiers during wartime and farmers during leisure time. Frequently increasing and reducing the number of soldiers is indeed a delay. If we form a special engineer team to collect business tax. Li Longji had an idea in his mind as he spoke. He could separate the farmers and reduce the burden of rent transfer. They would all be transferred but they would be paid. While they were practicing their skills they could also help the Tang dynasty to repair roads and build carriages and so on. He could use this to promote the merchants' trade and collect taxes. Tax collection was the key. Professional personnel were the key. Brother Yi has a grudge against the merchants. Li Longji said with a smile. Uncle is a big merchant himself. If we want to collect taxes we should start with him. Empress Wang also smiled. Chapter 222. Quick, set up the tables. There are many people today. Don't rush to burn the charcoal. Don't use coal. Place the 6 tables further away. On the 30th day of the 12th lunar month, Songda woke up early and began to direct the workers to work. The workshops were all closed. Everyone was going to spend the night outside. Those who were afraid of not being able to endure would go to sleep after lunch. There were many people today. According to the heavenly stems and earthly branches, today was the year of Imao, the month of Wuyin, and the day of Kuwei. Other than the villagers of the Zhang clan and the migrant workers were going to participate in the New Year's vigil, including the people of the imperial plantation. Xinyan from Pyongkang Square led the team out. They would not be going back tonight. She gave everyone 6 tables to perform at the same time. Quick, quick, quick. People from the palace are here. A person in charge of the periphery ran over. They say there is a bookmaker. The people who came are from Ziwei province. There are many people. Why are people from the palace here? When Li Yi heard the news, his head was full of questions. They are from the court. We are from the palace, Tao Hong said with a smile. Cui Lu added, since it is a bookmaker there should be benefits. As they spoke the 8 people began to tidy up their clothes. The officials from Ziwei province had something good to give Dongzhu. They helped to control the situation. Li Yi went out to welcome them. As expected, a large group of people came over. The person at the front walked in front of Li Yi. I am Xiao Song from the Imperial Secretariat. Li Yi was stunned. Xiao Fu. Li Dongzhu knows me? When Xiao Song heard Li Yi say his name he was stunned. I have heard of you. Li Yi smiled. He knew of Xiao Song. He was once a prime minister. According to historical records, his most powerful move was to sow discord between the Tubo dynasty's general, Huitadra Konglo, to death. This person was quite handsome, but he was still lacking compared to Ren Baqian. This was Li Yi's evaluation. Xiao Song was also sizing up Li Yi. The young man was calm, but the 4 palace maids and 4 eunuchs were accompanying him. The scene was too big. We came from Ziwei province. We have books, Xiao Song said as he took a box and pulled out a scroll from it. Unfolding it he read, under my tutelage Lady Li's name is Yi. She is naturally intelligent, eager to learn, and proficient in all kinds of crafts. She is beneficial to the people of the country and her actions. She invites a physician from the imperial court. On the 30th day of the 12th month of the 2nd year of Kaiyuan. A set of contents was read out. There was the name, the reason, who wrote it, who sent it, the date, confidentiality regulations and most importantly, the position of the official. He invited a doctor from the imperial court, secondary class 5th rank. Li Yi pretended to be solemn as he received it. With a wave of his head, the villagers began to invite everyone in to rest. At the same time they also prepared gifts. After all, it wouldn't be good to let them come here for nothing. Li Yi spoke to the 3 officials from Ziwei province who had accompanied him. Everyone in the group that had come to make the announcement was observing as they walked. Dr. Li, I've set up a lot of tables. Do you want to eat outside? Xiao Song asked with a smile. We still need to keep watch together. I said that everyone should stay in their rooms but they didn't agree. They said that it wasn't lively enough. I had to go to Pyongkong Square to invite everyone to liven things up. Li Yi told them about Zhuangzi's situation. The room was warm but it wasn't dry. Everyone wanted to freeze outside. It's cold at night. Is there any protection? Xiao Song asked with concern. He still had to go back and tell Her Majesty about what he had seen and heard today. He had seen it, but for the first time he was in time for the imperial court meeting. Reporting back to Xiao Song Ren. Later, every table will be covered with 4 feet of cloth. Inside there will be hot pot, barbecue meat and charcoal. When the time comes, the temperature of the entire area will rise and it won't be that cold. There's a fire passage in the bungalow next to it. Whoever gets cold can go in to warm up and come out to watch the program. Li Yi explained how to deal with the cold. Xiao Song noted it down. It turned out that they could use cloth to block the wind. Someone at the side said, "Dr. Li, will the people who came later and the people from Zhang family's village also be together?" Together, including the imperial plantation above. Supervisor Wang said that he had to spend money to buy fireworks. It's better to bring people to Zhuangzi to eat and watch the fireworks at night. Li Yi had an official today, so he was in a good mood. Everyone was pleasing to the eye. This was 5th rank. Secondary 5th rank was still a 5th rank official. He could participate in the imperial court meeting on the 1st and 15th day of the month. If it was a small place, even the county magistrate's rank was not as high as his. Of course, he didn't have much authority to invite a doctor to the imperial court. He didn't make any actual arrangements. He could only receive his salary every month or they would send it to him. If he wanted to write a memorial, he didn't know who to find to hand it to and who to hand it to. Li Longji was a stingy person. For example, if you hand over the management of the Ba River to me, I can help manage it. A 9th rank official with real power is enough. I don't think it's small. Li Yi cursed in his heart. Although he would take the initiative to clean up the Ba River in Zhuangzi after the new year, he didn't have an official position. In theory, he needed to ask for instructions from his superiors. Xiao Song didn't know that Li Yi was secretly complaining about Li Longji. He asked about another matter. I heard that wherever Zhuangzi is, fireworks and firecrackers must be accompanied by people from Zhuangzi before they can be set off. Yes. Li Yi nodded. Yes, if someone set them off, they would leave behind a pile of firecrackers to blow up the imperial palace. He would be implicated. The city will be sealed tonight. Will the people from Zhuangzi be sealed inside? Xiao Song asked again. It will be handed over to Chang'an's magistrate, Pei Mingfu. Tonight, the city of Chang'an will be very lively, especially the imperial palace. Li Yi explained the situation. The villagers couldn't be locked up in the city at night. The bailiffs would go or arrange for trustworthy people to go. When the time came, the fees for setting off the fireworks would be handed over to them. Xiao Song noted this down and reported it to the emperor. He estimated that he would need to send more people to keep an eye on things. While they were talking, the gifts were prepared in the manner. Each person received a package. The others received the same gifts as the people who came, but were received separately by Li Yi. Each package had a small booklet in it with the weight of each item written on it. Song De personally brought people to deliver the gifts to the others. He said, "They are all cucumbers, watermelons and braised vegetables. They are not worth much. Other than that, there are a few copper coins." When the people who came along heard this, they pretended not to care, but they were happy inside. They knew that they would be able to get something good this time. They couldn't give the other officials much money even if they wanted to. Li Yi and Zhuangzi were different. The packages were so big. When they went back, there are carriages in the manor that will accompany you on your return journey. Song De added, "Don't worry, we will send them back. We know that you can't carry them." After Li Yi and Xiao Song exchanged a few more words, Xiao Song got up and said goodbye. He was in a hurry to go back. Today was New Year's Eve, so it should be a holiday. He specially came here to report to the emperor and then go home. Li Yi walked them all the way to the outside of the manor. Zhuangzi's ox cart was set out. It was loaded with things for a group of people who couldn't help but look expectant. These people could leave the ox cart at the yamen in Chang, and then send someone to bring it back the next day. The group gradually disappeared from sight. The villagers didn't know who shouted first, but the others followed and cheered. Dongzhu is an official, a 5th rank official. Secondary 5th rank. Secondary 5th rank is still 5th rank. In the future, Dongzhu will be an even higher official. He won't need to take the imperial examination to be an official. Li looked back and shook his head. They didn't know the difference between a scattered official and real power. This official, They could submit a petition to pay Yaoqing and then complain? They could sue whoever they didn't like? Li Yi thought of a way, who said that a scattered official was useless. Just as he was thinking, the sound of horses galloping could be heard. 4 cavalrymen wearing red clothes and red cloaks rushed over. Before they got close they started shouting, "Dongzhu 20 miles, we are back. There are still 20 miles left. We can't hold on any longer. The horses are tired." "Songda," Li Yi shouted. "I know. Men, bring Zhuangzi's carriage over." Songda turned and ran. Chapter 223. "Get off the horses and don't move," the old soldier shouted at the 4 winged knights. As expected, the 4 men jumped off the horses. The 4 horses fell down with their masters and lay there panting. "Come with me." Li Yi looked back at Pine Tree and ran in that direction. Pine Tree pulled the suitcase and ran behind him. Brown Rock also rushed up. Huangbai and Ziyu were at a loss, but they still ran with them. The 4 winged knights had already taken out their multi-purpose special army knives. Li Yi ran and shouted, "I'll do it. I have a needle." The 4 men stopped, rubbed their hands and looked anxiously at the horses lying on the ground. Not long after, Li Yi ran over. Pine Tree and Brown Rock carried the suitcase. As soon as they stopped, Pine Tree skillfully opened the suitcase. Li Yi took out a box of puncture needles and knelt in front of the horses. He touched the horses' stomachs and rubbed them with an alcohol swab. Blood gushed out. He pierced 3 places and changed horses. When the 4 horses were done, Li Yi returned to the big suitcase and squatted down to look for something. Then he busied himself. He gave them cardiotonic medicine, sodium bicarbonate, and intravenous injection of compound sodium chloride. Then he put on the 4 drip. The villager behind him ran over with a bucket and splashed the water on the horses' heads. The horses opened their mouths and tried their best to drink. In less than half an hour, the 4 horses stood up one after another. The 4 drip was not high enough, so someone held it with a stick. There's no need to bleed the horses' hooves. Bleeding in winter will slow their recovery. Looking at the condition of the 4 horses, Li Yi sighed. The 4 winged knights each drank a bag of glucose injections. The horses' stomachs were still bleeding, but the people familiar with them ignored them. They would stop bleeding on their own. On the other side, Song De formed Zhuangzi's team. Wang Xing sent the carriages from the imperial plantation, and the Zhang family village also sent people. The villager loaded the carriages with grass, cooked bean powder, and pepper. There were also large buckets of cold water, boiling water in a pot, rock sugar, and other things. "The ambulance is here," Li instructed. His ambulance was brought over and he got on. His car took the lead, and the convoy of more than 100 vehicles headed in the direction that the winged knights had pointed out. "I originally wanted to go there after the new year and take my time on the road, but I met Yu Huida's convoy that was rushing back with empty cars. They had a lot of livestock when they joined forces." In the car, the winged knights recounted their experiences. On the way back, they bumped into Yu Huide, who was also on his way back, and found out that they were the people that Li Yi and Zhuangzi needed. They borrowed a car, and after some discussion they decided to speed up. In the end, when they passed by a relay station and were about to replenish their fodder, the relay station's leader said that there was a fire the day before yesterday. A lot of the fodder was burned and only a little was left. Regardless of whether what he said was true or not, the fact was that there was no forage. In the absence of fodder, they had to hurry. When they were 20 miles south of Chang, and they finally couldn't take it anymore. 4 people came over to report. "We didn't look for the other winged knights. We know that it's better to look for Li Dongzhu than them." The winged knights explained why they came directly to Zhuangzi. They believed that this was the place where the rescue team could be dispatched the fastest. "Is everyone okay?" Li Yi's expression was still calm, and he didn't seem to be panicking. "They ate enough. No one got frostbite," the winged knights replied. "Everything will be fine." Li Yi's gaze was resolute. The veteran outside was giving orders. The convoy split up. The good cars move forward quickly. The other cars stay behind. Send the grass over first. Village guard scouts, each person on 3 horses. Report back. The other guards patrol the surroundings. Spread out 5 miles. The guards in Zhuangzi who could ride horses followed their leader's orders and spread out. They were delivering things to people 20 miles away, but they gave off the feeling that they were transporting baggage from a war zone. The villagers and the guards felt that it was normal. Yes, when the Zhuangzi moved out, it was like marching an army. At this time, 20 miles away, beside a village called Ershui, a group of people and horses gathered. The villagers were boiling hot water. The winged knights' men were beside the well, and they were constantly drawing water. Many villagers ran out to watch the commotion. There were so many good horses and people. Were they from the imperial court? These people said that they were waiting for rescue. Where did the rescue come from? Look at those horses. They are so hungry that they have no strength left. One dead horse will cost a lot of money. The villagers who were watching the commotion felt sorry for the horses. They couldn't afford to raise all those tall and big horses for free. The Muramasa is back. Ask him. Someone saw that the Muramasa had returned. Without waiting for them to ask, the Muramasa directly said, "Let's wait. Li Yi's people from Zhuangzi will come. I thought that a few horses would die. Since they are looking for Li Yi, there shouldn't be a problem." Li Dongzhu's people? The 4 people who just rushed out went to the Li family Zhuangzi? I thought they were going to return to the city to look for them. The Muramasa then said, Li Yi's Zhuangzi will have many experts in the future. There are 100 military households, a total of 620 people. From the looks of it, the head of each household has fought and survived. Where did these people come from? Why would Li Dongzhu use soldiers who have fought in wars? Li Dongzhu already has injured soldiers, crossbows and cavalry. Why doesn't the imperial court care about them? Someone had discovered the secret. How could Li Yi's Zhuangzi be ignored? The Muramasa shook his head. Those are the winged knights. They went to help Li Yi pick up the people. Li Yi's products are good and we are using them. The imperial court is protecting him. The villagers nodded and admitted that they had received Li Yi's help. Next year they would be able to farm. It would not be as tiring as before. The people from Zhichang's house who were resting outside the village felt uncertain. If it weren't for the fact that they could tell he was rich just by looking at his clothes, they would have lost all confidence in Li Dongzhu. Commander Fan Fan, those 4 horses won't die, right? Wang Yimin asked Fan Fan. They will not die if they reach their destination alive. Fan Fan had unlimited confidence in Li Yi. Li Dongzhu will be able to reach before nightfall? It's over 20 miles and they still have to prepare and deliver the goods. Without a few hours, it will be impossible. Another soldier said. The 4 of them will reach their destination. Within half an hour, Zhuangzi's troops will arrive. A winged knight gave an approximate time. Impossible. Another soldier said loudly. He was very certain of this. You don't believe me? Why don't we make a bet? The 4 of them went out 20 miles but the roads are good. They will arrive in at most half an hour. Now it's been a little more than half an hour. In another half an hour, Zhuangzi's men will be here. Fan Fan said as he counted with his fingers. All right, let's bet. This soldier wanted to gamble. Before he could finish, the sound of horse hooves could be heard. Someone stood up to look. There were more than 10 horses on the road to the north. The horses' hooves flew, bringing with them a dense rhythm. In a few breaths, they had closed a large distance. For people, one person seemed to be riding 3 horses. The person on the horse was dressed in black and had a red cloak. After a few breaths, the group closed in. We are scouts from the Li family village. Did anyone die? Did any horses die? One person shouted as he approached. No, not a single person died. Not a single horse died. Fan Fan replied loudly. Split into 2 groups. Go back and change horses. The person who shouted just now shouted again. 2 of the 4 people in the group immediately jumped from one horse to another. With a pull of the reins, the 6 horses galloped back. The remaining 2 people dismounted and ran over to take a closer look. One looked at the people, the other looked at the horses, ignoring the others. The soldier who was about to bet was extremely shocked and muttered, So fast? 1 person, 3 horses, a scout? How is it? Fan Fan did not forget about the bet. Although the other party would not bet again, he was still in a good mood. This soldier did not say anything. The other soldiers were also silent. However, their eyes seemed to be brighter than usual, filled with anticipation. Chapter 224. A quarter of an hour later, the scouts ran over again and the 2 scouts left. This time, in less than a quarter of an hour, a carriage appeared on the main road. A 4-wheeled carriage with 2 horses jolted slightly as it rushed over. When the carriage approached, 2 people jumped down and opened the carriage. Bundles of alfalfa and grass appeared in front of everyone. Hurry up and feed the grass. Come and carry it. The people who jumped down called out. Only then did everyone react and went forward to carry it. There was a commotion among the horses standing there. They turned their heads and saw that there was food. Drink water, everyone drink water. The carriage behind came up and carried out a large bucket of water. The water inside was still steaming. The big pot of water in Airshui village was still boiling. The bowls were stacked together. They took one down and scooped a spoonful of oil. They opened a small paper bag and poured the contents of the paper bag into the bowl and poured hot water over it. The soldiers took it and gave it to their children first. The child blew on it and took a sip. He smiled and said, "It's delicious. Mother, you drink." As he spoke, the child handed the bowl to his mother. The two of them modestly declined. Wang Yimin gave a few bundles of grass to the horses and stood there watching. Fan Fan stood beside him. "How is it? Your Dongzhu and Zhuangzi logistics are still acceptable, right?" Wang Yimin swallowed and only said one word. "Strong." He was shocked. From the time the winged knights went out to ask for help to the time the Zhuangzi baggage arrived, more than an hour had passed. A round trip of more than 40 li, 600 li for the urgent report, and 50 li for the horses to rest. The route from the urgent report was not necessarily good. The road here was flat. But why did the Zhuangzi even bring grass and hot water? Were they in a state of combat readiness at all times? They responded immediately when they received the news. Then they loaded the things and set off immediately. The scouts were running back and forth. Was this a Zhuangzi from the Tang dynasty? Wang Yimin swept his gaze over the other military brothers who came with him from the Zhichong residence. He shook his head and said, "When we join in, Dongzhu's Zhuangzi's battle prowess is simply unimaginable. That's why you were called here. Li Dongzhu's Zhuangzi must be absolutely safe. If there's any danger, you can die, but nothing can happen to Li Dongzhu." Fan Fan was not polite at all as he said these cruel words. "As long as you can take good care of my family, I will die without regrets," Wang Yimin said softly. The other soldiers were drinking the freshly made lard, seaweed, and scallion soup. Some of them had tears in their eyes. He had never tasted such a delicious soup before. It was even more fragrant than the meat soup and fish soup he usually drank. Because this soup was delivered by Dongzhu at an incredible speed, the villager who filled the soup with the ingredients and scooped out the hot water did not show the slightest arrogance or disdain. Instead, he acted like an old friend who had known each other for a long time. Previously, he had asked people to send many gifts for the new year. In the end, he and the others did not want to see the other brothers of the House of Subjugation sad, so they came first. When they met a large caravan, they actually immediately helped when they heard that it was Li Dongzhu who asked for them. When they arrived at Ershui village, they also listened to Li Dongzhu's words, and their attitude became so good. What kind of person was Dongzhu? Everyone drank the soup and thought, "Dongzhu's ambulance is here. Whoever is not feeling well, quickly stand over here. Dongzhu will take a look at you. Our Dongzhu is a godly doctor. As long as you're breathing, you'll live." Another four-wheeled carriage came over. The villager who delivered the soup called out loudly. Everyone looked over. This carriage looked bigger and was pulled by 4 horses. The wheels of the carriage were different from other carriages and looked more beautiful. There was a red cross on the front and side of the carriage. Around the carriage there were also several different colored candles. They flashed here and there. When the carriage approached, the door opened and 8 palace maids and eunuchs dressed in palace attire jumped out. The winged knights and Yu Huaida's men were used to this and looked on calmly. The soldiers were dumbfounded. Why were there people from the palace? Then a young man jumped out. The young man looked delicate and pretty, but what was he wearing? He was wearing red official robes and on his left calf there was a silver fish pouch. "Congratulations Dongzhu, haha." Fan Fan laughed and went forward to congratulate him. Li Dongzhu actually became a 5th-ranked official? Yu Huaid also clasped his fists and expressed his surprise. "Many thanks." Li returned the gesture and shouted, "Who is not feeling well? Come over here and let me take a look." The soldiers, "My family's Dongzhu has just been appointed an official by the imperial court. He didn't have time to change out of his official robes. When he heard that you were here, he rushed over." The villager explained why Dongzhu was wearing his official robes. It was all because of them. Li Yi continued shouting, "If you're injured, your arm is cut, your finger is crushed, your stomach hurts, do you have any?" The soldiers looked at each other and shook their heads. "If you don't have any, then take a rest and drink some hot soup. It's New Year's Eve today. When you go back, take a bath, change your clothes and go to bed. When you wake up at night, you can watch some programs." Li Yi saw that no one was replying and shouted again. He then placed his hands behind his back and went to look at the horses. The horses were eating with all their might. When they tasted some pepper, they even closed their eyes in comfort. After you eat, rest for half an hour. When we return to Zhuangzi, I will bathe you." Li Yi stood beside a large horse and stretched out his hand. In the palm of his hand was a handful of pepper. The horse looked at him and tilted its head to look at the pepper. It snorted and stuck out its tongue to lick the pepper. Li Yi's hand did not move until all the pepper had been eaten. He then patted the horse's head, and the horse cooperated by rubbing its head against him. "Dongzhu knows horses?" Wang Yimin looked at him and was shocked. He was afraid that Li Yi would touch the horse. When feeding a horse, one had to open the palm of one's hand. The horse knew how to eat by itself. If one held something to feed it, the horse would bite one's hand. Fan Fan thought for a moment and said, "So far there is nothing that Dong Zhu doesn't know." Wang Yimin, Manager Yu, did you buy fireworks for the new year? Li Yi looked at the horse and walked to Yu Huaid, who was also drinking soup, and asked, "I helped the joint team sell a batch of goods. I think we can buy some for the new year." Yu Huaida's mouth left the bowl and said, "Come to my Zhuangzi first. I have some vegetables for you guys to bring back." Li Yi did not say any words of thanks. They were partners. Now that it was the new year, he did not have the opportunity to buy vegetables. He could bring them back to eat. That's great. Yu Huai did not stand on ceremony. After the new year, his joint team would set off to trade for things. When the time came, everyone would make money together. The villagers took out all kinds of gifts to give to the people of Erzuhui village. They were all neighbors and would help if they needed help. The following vehicles arrived, and the horses that had rested after eating and drinking were taken away. The winged knights and the soldiers boarded the vehicles, and the group of people returned. The soldiers chatted and laughed. They had countless guesses about the Zhuangzi that they were going to live in, but they were no longer worried. This Dongzhu was too good. He did not look scary at all. The girl among the soldiers glanced at Li Yi's ambulance from time to time. She seemed to think of something and lowered her head with a red face. On the way, a group of winged knights came and asked about the situation. They turned their horses and left to report. After waiting for half an hour, they arrived at the Baishui Bridge at noon. They were once again shocked. It was different from what they had imagined. It was not the layout of a village. There were actually many buildings across the river. Many people whose faces could not be seen were busy. Large patches of water were exposed on the surface of the river that should have been frozen. The water wheel seemed to be spinning with ice. They crossed the bridge and went directly to the bathing pool. The soldiers suddenly felt inferior. Heavens, the clothes of the other people in Zhuangzi were so good? The children's faces were all red? Why was this Zhuangzi different from any other village or state capital that they had encountered? Chapter 225. Hello everyone. Welcome. Dongzhu said that you are all good fighters. You will have to protect us in the future. A group of children who were playing ran over to the side of the road to watch. Some older children shouted at the soldiers while the others waved their hands. The soldiers' children smiled. They wanted to play with their new companions, but when they looked at their clothes and hands, they slowly lowered their heads. Their clothes were not as good as those of their companions, and their hands were dirty. Would they be despised if they went over? My hands are dirty. A soldier's child generously stretched out his hand for the other children to see. It's okay. We were dirty before. Go take a bath, change your clothes, and then apply some ointment. Zhuangzi's child explained how to operate. It was not like they had not experienced hardship before, so they could understand the thoughts of their new companions. Then wait for us. The generous child no longer felt inferior and shouted seriously. When they reached the bathtub, the villagers separated the men and women and brought them to take a bath. The winged knights, Yu Huaid, and the others were also together. After such a long journey, a hot bath could relieve their fatigue. While they were bathing, the villagers who went in with them measured their bodies and told them the size of their clothes and shoes. They did not want the previous ones and sent them to the paper-making workshop. They taught them how to use bath towels, soap, and toothpaste. After a full 2 hours, these people changed into new clothes and came out. They were all refreshed and felt like they had changed into new people. The houses have been prepared for everyone. After dinner we will go and see the houses. The furniture and bedding are all complete. Dongzhu said to carry bags to live in. As for the bags you brought, except for the things you miss, throw away everything else. First, take the medicine to fight the worms in your stomach, then eat. The villagers introduced the houses to the people in their respective groups. The soldiers occasionally smelled the ointment on their hands and looked at everything curiously. They had countless questions to ask but did not know how to ask. When they arrived at the canteen, the soldiers felt the temperature in the canteen. It was very comfortable. It was neither hot nor cold. They could even take off their clothes. This is where we will eat in the future. Don't cook at home. It's a waste of time. You can eat whatever you want in the canteen. You can come anytime. Take your medicine. The guides said as they gave out a new type of candy. Is this medicine? Is there any more? I want to eat more. A child ate the candy and smacked his lips. He felt that it tasted pretty good. You can only eat again tomorrow. If there are worms in your stomach, they will be beaten down. Dinner is about to start. Now let's eat a small bowl of noodles to fill our stomachs and go home to rest. The farmer smiled and patted the child's head, explaining the situation. It was already New Year's Eve and the child could not eat too much for this meal. There were 6 types of braised food on the side. I still want to eat more. The child who had never eaten the braised meat noodles felt that it was gone after a few mouthfuls. He was even hungrier. There's meat to eat tonight. Let's go and look at the houses. The villagers stopped them. Don't eat any more. If you continue eating, what will happen at night? A house is a building, one for each family, a tall water tower, running water, and methane gas lamps. Needless to say, there were beds, tables, chairs, wardrobes, and small tables. Brand new bedding was spread on the bed, and there was a fragrance coming from it. When the military households were choosing their houses, they were all in a daze. Even though he had already made his choice, he didn't dare to touch the bedding on the bed. He felt that his hands were dirty. What? A woman covered her face and squatted there, crying out loud. She cried and said, I never thought that there would be such a house. When I got married, I already felt that it was not bad. Now, God, am I dreaming? Don't cry, don't cry. In the future, even if I have to risk my life, I will do what Dongzhu asked me to do well. The woman's husband reached out and pulled his wife up. He had the strength to do so. His other hand was clenched into a fist as he spoke. The farmer who brought them over to introduce them did not have the slightest intention of looking down on them. This was because they had also experienced it. The same woman advised, Why are you crying? In the future you have to do your job well. Only then can you not let Dongzhu down. We are looking forward to your arrival. Zhuangzi has a lot of people, a lot of money, and a lot of secrets. We are counting on you to guard Zhuangzi. After some comforting, the woman finally stopped crying. She pushed open the 2-story window and looked outside. The cold wind blew in. She was curious, Where is the stove in the house? Do you want more firewood? There is no stove or heater. This window has 2 layers and is completely closed. There is a layer of tarpaulin outside to block the light. However, the wind cannot enter. Usually, it has to be opened occasionally. The farmer then explained what the heater was and how to open and close the window. After he finished speaking, he left the military households to familiarize themselves with their home and rest. The farmer then left. The military households could not rest at all. They were in a state of excitement. The children had their own rooms. The girls had big sewn dolls. The boys had toys made of wood and wire, burr puzzles, 9 linked rings, and so on. The floor-to-ceiling curtains were all made of satin. The amount of satin was enough to buy a house in the original place. Outside, Li Yi and the winged knights, Yu Huaid and the others sent them off. Yu Huaid and a group of people pulled carts of vegetables and left. The winged knights did not say anything. They led the horse back. They were reluctant to ride it. It was only a distance of about 10 miles. After sending them off, Li Yi went back to rest and gave the baby acupuncture. The little fellow's body temperature had been controlled between 36.6 to 37.8 degrees Celsius. He had stopped coughing. It seems that you will be fine before the 5th day of the new year. Good luck. Li Yi said to the little fellow. The baby was in the arms of the woman. He shouted at Li Yi. He did not cry when he was stabbed in the head. Li Yi's hands were steady. He inserted the needle in one go. There were many places on the baby's head that could be inserted. Otherwise he would have buried the needle. However, he was afraid that the baby's head would move and touch the buried needle. Li Yi lay down beside the baby and fell asleep. The little fellow looked at him for a while. He yawned and closed his eyes. He fell asleep faster than Li Yi. Outside they took turns to rest and work. On the 30th day of the 12th month of the 2nd year of the Kaiyuan era, which was also the 12th day of the 2nd month of the Gregorian calendar, the sky still turned dark early. This was still the case with the 2nd month. The military households were happy. The farmers were also very happy. Some of them saw that the people in the military households were strong and iron-blooded. The scars on their bodies left behind by battles gave them a sense of security. 100 people who could fight. With a crossbow and heavy armor, as well as a good horse, who would dare to provoke their Zhuangzi in the future. When the sky turned dark, large red lanterns were hung up one by one. The farmers, the villagers of the Zhang family village, the migrant workers, and the people of the imperial plantation all gathered here. The people who had rested found a place to sit down and waited for the Pyongkong square's everyone to perform. The girls of the Pyongkong square had rested enough. They got up to take a bath and put on makeup. Elder sister Chang, and must be even more lively. The Ming residence is acting according to Li Lang's arrangements. Many sisters are going out to sing and dance. The maid said to Xi and Yen. This year's New Year was different from previous years. Chang, and specially organized activities. Xan Yen looked at the glass mirror and raised her eyelashes. When she heard this, she smiled. Do they have the cosmetic box that Li Lang gave them? Look at how beautiful this eyelash brush is. Their ice lanterns are comparable to Zhuangzi's ice lanterns. This lipstick even has a glow. Li Lang said it was called Pearl Light and was specially prepared for us. This cosmetic box is amazing. With Li Lang looking after you, do you still think it's not enough? Chapter 226. The pearls that Xan Yen spoke of were made from mica. Mica was a medicinal ingredient that was recorded in Shin Nong's Materia Medica. At the same time, some natural freshwater pearl powder was also added. It was formed from the secretions of some mussels. During the summer and autumn, many shellfish were fished out from the Ba River. The pearls that appeared in their shells were used by Li Yi to make medicine and cosmetics. Freshwater pearls could be eaten, but if the mica was not fine enough, it would not be digested and would remain in the stomach. At this time it was necessary to eat some coarse fiber to bring out. Li Yi had grinding equipment, but he would not make the diamond into something and smear it on other people's mouths. After eating, the powder would stay in the stomach and would not be easily eliminated. Eating too much would cause stomach ulcers, followed by gastrointestinal bleeding, and then, of course, gastrointestinal bleeding was not a big problem for him. Even if he could not completely rely on medicine, he could use a laparoscopic surgery to treat it. As long as the patient was willing to go all out, he would dare to do it. If he did not treat it, he would die. If he treated it, he might live. Was there a need to choose? The Pyongkong squares everyone did not know what was going on inside. They only knew that Li Lang's cosmetic box was good. There was a glass mirror inside. This thing was not something that the maids with low status did not dare to accept. But the maids had a very small mirror in a small wooden box. They secretly hid it and did not dare to let others see it. Li Yi only decided to compensate the other party, so he took out a new cosmetic product. He did not use his lifespan to exchange for it. When he carried out the little guy who did not sleep and insisted on playing with him, "Greetings, owner!" someone shouted at the top of his lungs. Then nearly 10,000 people stood up at the same time and bowed together. Dongzhu is safe and sound. The little guy shrank in Li Yi's arms. His big eyes were filled with infinite shock. Li Yi was also stunned. Damn, what are you doing? Are you a gangster? Without waiting for him to speak, those people finished shouting and sat down with a bang. It was as if the situation just now had nothing to do with him. Li Yi, who wanted to say something, could only swallow his words. He felt like he had suffered internal injuries. He looked around and wanted to ask himself if he wanted to give a speech. If he needed to, he would get the loudspeaker. Dongzhu, everyone is paying their respects to you. Dongzhu, why did you change your clothes? Songde appeared just in time. The official uniform is uncomfortable, so I'm willing to wear a white coat, Li Yi said. He really did wear a white coat when he came out. He had just fed the baby medicine and checked his body. What else could he wear other than a white coat? Of course, he still looked very handsome in a white coat. He always thought so. What was the most handsome doctor's outfit? Of course, it was a white coat with a stethoscope. The soldiers on the battlefield and the doctors in the operating theater did not care about their appearances. They were all so charming. But you are now calling for a doctor. Songde still hoped that Dongzhu would wear his official robes. You can call me doctor. Li Yi found that this civil official was not bad. When he wrote, it was the same as when he wrote his official robes. Dongzhu, please go ahead. Songde did not want to talk too much. Otherwise, Dongzhu would ask, are you Dongzhu or am I Dongzhu? The newly arrived soldiers who did not have a good rest but did not want to rest looked at Li Yi and asked the people around them. This outfit is not as good as the official uniform, right? The villager shook his head. No, this outfit is the best. How can a fifth-rank official be compared to the identity of a godly doctor? When Dongzhu wears this outfit, even the king of hell has to retreat. The villager, Zhang family village, imperial plantation, and the migrant workers were used to Li Yi wearing a white coat. Whenever someone felt unwell and looked for Dongzhu, Dongzhu would change into this outfit and say, there is no problem, I will be fine in 2 days. Li Yi carried the child and sat down. This was the best stage out of the 6. Xan Yen and the other everyone were going to perform. 4 palace maids and 4 eunuchs sat on the left and right. The atmosphere was as strong as it could get. Feeling the crowded atmosphere, the baby, who had been unwilling to sleep, closed his eyes and fell asleep softly. A woman beside him reached out her hand and handed Li Yi over. The little baby's mouth moved a little before he regained his composure. At this time, the light from the lanterns and ice lanterns reflected off each other. There were even stars twinkling in the sky. The moon, there was no moon in the 30s. A charcoal stove was placed in and everyone began to eat and drink. Xianyan was the first to take the stage. She started with a song, laughing at the red dust. The other 5 stages also had the same performance. After the song ended, Xianyan suddenly looked at Li Yi and said, "Li Lang, may I be presumptuous, but may I invite Li Lang to take the stage?" A group of people looked at Li Yi. The palace maid Tao Hong was angry. Just as she was about to stand up, Li Yi raised his hand and Tao Hong sat back down. From her point of view, the so-called everyone was not allowed. Her family's Dongzhu was not someone who could be invited to take the stage just because they wanted to. Li Yi stood up and walked up the steps. When he reached the last step, he suddenly stretched out his left hand and his body leaned to the side. He swung his legs and did a somersault. The villagers stared with their eyes wide open. Wow! Dongzhu was so powerful. "Thank you for the invitation, thank you," Li Yi said loudly. He did not bring a loudspeaker. God knows how he managed to get an impromptu performance. However, he could not afford to have stage fright. Those selling medical equipment had to be prepared at all times. When it was time to go on stage, he had to go on stage, Li Yi said with a smile. At the same time, he recalled the basic dance moves he learned when he was young and how to perform a song. "Xianyan, you are making things difficult for me." However, Xianyan is a beautiful woman. Being made things difficult for a beautiful woman, everyone should know that, right? Li Yi said loudly. The people around him laughed. This was the first time they saw Dongzhu being so funny. I wonder what kind of beauty Li Lang is referring to? Xianyan smiled charmingly. Shameless, Li Yi replied. Ha ha ha, the people below laughed even louder. Li Yi did not wait for Xianyan to speak again and said, "Last year when I came here there were no such people. We just had a simple meal during the new year. At that time everyone was very tired." When the people who came first heard Li Yi's words, their eyes were filled with tears. Including the 42 students. Back then it was indeed incomparable to now. They lived in shacks and lit oil lamps. After that, they had to work and build a methane pool. Who would have thought that in just a year, Zhuangzi would turn the world upside down? This year is different. Everyone's lives have improved. As for next year, it will depend on how much effort everyone puts in. Life is like this. If you don't give it your all, you will never know how far you can go. Time can change. The sea can change into mulberry fields. In one's life, one has to leave something behind, right? Some people leave behind unparalleled achievements, some leave behind poems and songs. Honestly speaking, I, Dongzhu, am not interested in these two. As Li Yi spoke, many people gathered around him. Right, Dongzhu has saved countless people. Dongzhu has even killed and buried many people. That's right. Our Dongzhu is not interested. What achievements? What poems? Our Dongzhu can do it with ease. Dongzhu, what do you want? We will give it to you. The villagers all started shouting. They were proud that their Dongzhu had already achieved what many people wanted in their lifetime. I only want a smile. The smile of a man who has experienced the vicissitudes of life, the smile of a woman who is at ease, the smile of a child who is innocent. So today I will give everyone a song, a smile of the vast sea. If the previous Xiao Hongshan wrote about the feelings of a woman, then this song is about the heroism of a man. As he spoke, Li Yi walked to the side of a 50-string zither. As there was no zither, he could only play this. Chapter 227. Li Yi was not familiar with the zither. Who would play it for no reason? Li Yi knew how to play the zither, especially the flowing water. The flowing water played by the zither was changed by later generations and was called the 72 rolling Buddha flowing water. The zither's strings were also pentatonic. According to the piano, the black keys were played by hand, and each stroke was a pentatonic. It was exactly the gong shang jiao huiyu duo lami so la. He once learned the zither to show off, but later he felt it was not fun and threw it away. In music, music theory was the foundation, and other performances were skilled. Li Yi was familiar with the zither. He could not always be familiar with it, so he found an excuse to delay time. So he said loudly, "Out of the world comes my generation. Once I enter the Jianghu, time passes quickly. Hegemony talks and laughs, but life is like a drunkard. Holding the sword, riding the horse, and waving the phantom rein, bones fly like birds. Dust is like a tide, people are like water, only a few people in the Jianghu return." He said it very slowly, and his hands were finding the feeling of the past. In fact, how could Li Yi find the feeling? Even if he reached the peak of his time in the eyes of everyone, he was still a beginner. The kind that would be beaten up if he played. But it did not matter as long as he was thick-skinned. Who cares if I am skilled or not? If you have the ability, you can compete with me in appendicitis surgery. When I rescued horses, I knew how to expel acid. Do you understand? There were specializations in the field. Li Yi comforted himself and increased his confidence. Then he sang, song ocean laughter Tao to shore waves float sink follow waves record today heaven laugh fun world tide. At first everyone of Nankou watched Li Yi play the zither and thought it was interesting. But when Li Yi said the poem, their expressions changed. When Li Yi played the classic pentatonic, vast ocean laughter, their bodies swayed slightly narrowed their eyes and became serious. Heroic love is still left in the evening common life, laughs no more loneliness heroic love still exists foolishly laughs. He sang it with all his heart. This song was simply the pinnacle of Chinese pentatonic mode. It used the simplest notes to reach the most shocking realm through the rhythm. Just like using the simplest words to describe the most complicated emotions, the highest level of words was to make people forget the words. The highest level of music was to immerse people in it. You could feel that every note was in your heart. Even those who had never studied music theory would have a melody in their mind. After he finished singing, Li Yi changed to a huqin. He played the huqin but he could not play it well. He did not wear a buckle and his fingers hurt. However, the person next to him took advantage of the situation. When Li Yi started singing for the second time, Xan Yen and the rest danced and played the accompaniment. One time they only needed one time and they were able to perform to such a degree. Just like the song Farewell, this was their foundation. Song Ocean Laughs, Li Yi sang again. The flute at the end entered the song a beat later. The flute sound matched the rhythm of the voice. The group of dancers could actually perform the same posture at this moment. Their ability to understand music was simply superb. One time they only needed one time and everyone was able to perform. Pyongkong Square's Nanchu girls were just that casual. The best dancers' movements changed. She directly turned around and led the dance with a different posture. The villagers and other people were dumbfounded. They knew that they did not communicate with each other before. In the end, these beauties were able to perform with such tacit understanding. Nanchu. At this moment he finally understood how amazing the people in the most ostentatious place in the entire Tang dynasty were. Jiangshan. Li Yi sang. Jianghan. Laughs the girls sang in unison. Yenyu, Yao Li Yi sang again. The girls knew music very well and took turns to sing one beat later. Li Yi's heart was trembling at this moment. This group of girls was too damn awesome. They crushed the people of his generation. As expected, they had been taught by Jianghu since young. They were existences who had killed their way out of countless girls. It was no wonder that each and every prince treated them with respect. They were so strong that they were unreasonable. When Li Yi finished singing La La La, the dancers flicked their sleeves at the same time and froze. Li Yi felt that it was worth it. The things he gave out when he invited them were worth it. With this standard, if it was him, he would not be able to invite them even with 10 million yuan. The people below the stage were mesmerized. There was actually such a nice song and such a beautiful dance. The villagers took a few deep breaths to express that they could calm down. Dongzhu was just that amazing. The new soldiers did not know what to do. Heavens, Dongzhu could even do this? Wang Yimin was vexed. He realized that it was hard to reconcile the Dongzhu who was feeding the horses with the Dongzhu now. Could it be that the godly doctor who did not know how to sing on the spot was not a good fifth-rank official, Dongzhu? The girls who were in charge of the music and dance were sweating. They were too engrossed in the performance just now. Xan Yen looked at Li Yi with a bitter expression and bit her lower lip. Li Lang's song seems to be similar to Xiao Hongchen's song. It's just that he is so unfamiliar with it. Many people below the stage were mesmerized by her expression. Was she acting coquettishly? Li Yi did not have stage fright and sighed. AI, the past is unbearable to look back on. This say, how is this say? Do you want me to teach Li Lang a lesson? Xan Yen pouted. No, definitely not. Say. The zither has 50 strings without cause, each string represents a year. Zhuang Shengxiao dreams of butterflies, gazing at the emperor's love with a cuckoo. The bright moon in the sea has tears, the warm jade in the blue field produces smoke. This feeling can become a memory, but at that time I was already at a loss. Li Yi casually copied out Li Shangyin's zither. This was a 7-line poem. The first line was in rhyme and the first line was in rhythm. After he finished copying. He clasped his hands behind his back and walked down with a look of being at a loss. When the girls on the stage heard Li Yi recite the poem, they were not in the mood to perform. Li Lang is the worst. He always says things that cheat people of their tears. I won't come again next time. A maid complained as she wiped her eyes. After a few breaths, Xan Yen glanced at Li Yi, who seemed to be running down the stage to hide. Alright sisters, at least Li Lang is on the stage this time. If he's a bad person, then so be it. At least he gave us some good things, especially the sanitary pads. How considerate. Whose heart did he stick to? Let's catch him tonight. A girl was still not resigned. Night Watch 30. Come next song. Xan Yen was also very helpless. She called her sisters to recover and continue the performance. Sister Yen, I will go and tell this song and 2 poems to the other 5 stations. Li Lang is the most hateful. A girl said as she ran down the stage to advertise and tell the other stations how to perform. The villager below whispered to the new soldiers. Did you see that? This is our Dongzhu. If you don't have money, don't think about the North Song Lady. If you have money but no talent, go to the Central Song Lady. If you have money and talent, you seek to know yourself but you are not fated to give your love. Then how many lovers does Dongzhu have? Someone was curious. Not a single one. Dongzhu is still young and is not willing to provoke him. Otherwise. The villager began to whisper. Chapter 228. Sanlang, look. Uncle took advantage of our absence and secretly copied other people's poems. There's also a song, A Laugh in the Vast Sea. Empress Wang took the information and acted like a spoiled child to Li Longji. The news came from outside the city walls, and the city gates were already closed. The manor also knew that there were people in Zhuangzi, and they were the Chenyo guards from the palace, but they didn't care. In fact, when the Chenyo guards were hungry, they would even go to the cafeteria to eat without paying a single cent. The villagers were already used to it. Look, Zhuangzi was like this and we Dongzhu were also like this. As long as you don't make a move, we won't make a move. Today was the 30th day. The Chenyo guards tied their horses to the side and found a place to sit down, eat, and watch the program. He even fed Zhuangzi's horses with the best ingredients. Then once he got some news, he would go out and ride 3 horses. The person who was watching was direct, while the person who was being watched didn't care. Both sides were actually very harmonious. The villager had no choice. Previously he did not understand the situation. Later on, he found out that it was the 1,000 bull guards who were directly connected to the palace. He could not fight or kill them. Then he saw that the people of the Chenyo guard were working very hard. Sometimes when it wasn't time to eat, he would give them hot soup to drink and take care of the horses. What else could he do? Arrest him? Zhuangzi had the ability to do so. He had the ability to capture them, but he lacked the ability to deal with them later on. The people of the Chenyo guard were sensible and never made any extra requests. They just wanted to have a meal and asked the people in Zhuangzi for food to feed the horses. Above them was the imperial plantation, but they didn't go there to ask for anything. Therefore, when the Chenyo guards watched the show, a few of them would leave from time to time. After a while, they would return and occupy the table to eat hot pot and barbecue. Fortunately, he didn't drink alcohol. When he was offered alcohol, he would reject it. When he ate, he felt that he was only half full. He liked to drink soup. Just like that, the news reached the palace. Empress Wang had slept for a long time. She was waiting for the fireworks to be released in the evening so that she could bring her son to watch it together. Now that he was unhappy, he actually didn't participate in such a fun thing. Ha ha ha. Li Longji laughed. Sanlang, look at your uncle. With a laugh from the vast sea, the tide surges on both shores. There was also something about how the heroes of the world are born from our generation, and how time passes as soon as you enter Jianghu. Later on, there were actually tears in the ocean, moon and pearls. It's outrageous, isn't it? Empress Wang was still troubled by this matter. If she didn't go over, her uncle should stay put. This tactical response is indeed fast. As long as the road is clear, Zhuangzi will move out as fast as the emergency report. It's a rapid response strike force. Li Longji was looking at another matter. As for poetry, singing and dancing, even though he had created the pear garden, he would not give too much power to those who were outstanding in those areas. In his eyes, 4 of the winged knights who were in relatively good condition had rushed out from 20 miles away to report the situation to him. As soon as he arrived and shouted, Zhuangzi immediately took action. After Li Yi finished dealing with the horses, Zhuangzi's team set off. They were loaded with materials, hot water, cold water, food, and most importantly, an ambulance. The faster the horses ran, the faster the reinforcements came. At the same time, there was no lack of scouts coming and going. Yorong. Li Longji suddenly called out Empress Wang's name. He continued, last year in the 10th month, Brother Yi came to Zhuangzi to inherit the business. This year on the 30th, including the leap month, in 15 months, Zhuangzi's rescue teams moved out like the wind. Today there are another 100 soldiers who have fought with the enemy. What do you think will happen to Brother Yi next year? Li Longji asked Empress Wang. Empress Wang came from a family of generals, so she was the most sensitive in this aspect. Empress Wang rubbed her stomach. What else can happen? It won't take a year. In the summer, the 100 soldiers will be organized. Uncle will buy more good horses and build more carriages. He alone will be able to provide logistical support for the 3,000 non-commissioned officer. Empress Wang understood that the more manpower Li Yi had, the more powerful Li Yi would be. Last year there was nothing. It was very difficult. Today was different. In a year, who knew what Li Yi would do? After thinking about it carefully, she understood that it was a militarized management. When 20 Li went to the capital office to pick up someone, there would be scouts everywhere. It was definitely an imitation of the situation of baggage's troops on the front lines during wartime. Once the main force of the 100 soldiers had adapted, they would be able to form their own army. Who would dare to underestimate this army? With money they would equip each person with a crossbow or even two. So after the new year, when we go to Zhuangzi again, we will be more at ease. Li Longji didn't want to talk about war. He felt that he couldn't let Li Yi go to war, even if Li Yi's logistical support was very powerful. Whose Zhuangzi could mobilize more than 100 carriages. What a joke. At night there will definitely be a lot of fireworks. Empress Wang didn't care about anything else. She just wanted to play. If Li Longji was in trouble at the imperial court, she might be willing to help. But there was no problem now. If there was anything she could ask Li Yi. The distance between the two sides wasn't far. If they went out from the Forbidden Garden, it would only be a little more than 14 li. Gao Lisher, go out and ask him for more. Li Longji had no choice but to go around. Gao Lisher went out from the back and asked Li Yi for fireworks to satisfy the Empress's mood. A 5th rank official is still too small. The imperial tutor is still okay. Empress Wang touched her belly. The imperial tutor was the child in her belly. There had to be a teacher. Other teachers wouldn't be at ease. What if they did something bad? Either the child was by her side or thrown to Li Yi. When the child was born, he would have to be careful when eating by her side. There was no need to worry about him with Li Yi. Li Longji frowned and said, when the child is born, the weather will be warm. It's better to go often. Even if someone poisoned him, Brother Yi can cure it. He actually admitted the possibility of someone poisoning him. He didn't think that no one would dare to plot against the child of the Empress because he was the Emperor. But Li Longji agreed in his heart. As long as the child was still breathing, he would be able to live if he was sent to Li Yi. Then Gao Lisher, who was already very busy, had to bring people out and ask Li Yi for more fireworks. Li Yi and Zhuangzi watched the performance on the stage and asked Steward Songda, who was next to him, have the livestock been dealt with? Recently, firecrackers have been set off at a time every day. The livestock have gotten used to it. Songda explained the situation. He was the happiest now. Dongzhu suddenly became a 5th rank official. A 5th rank official also had a position in Chang and city and could participate in the imperial court meeting. Li Yi nodded and said, ask them at night if they want to eat boiled dumplings. The kitchen will cook them first and then send them over. Li Yi talked about food again. The south had rice cakes for Chinese New Year and the north had dumplings for Chinese New Year. However, dumplings could be eaten for every meal. If one ate too many rice cakes, their stomach would not be able to take it. In the south, rice cakes were never eaten at night on the eve of the 30s. They were eaten to taste, and then there was the same kind of glutinous rice baked over fire. He remembered that it was eaten in Shandong in the northeast. It was sticky with fire. If one ate too much, their stomach would also feel uncomfortable. Oh, it was the same for the Shinzu's baked cakes. Dumplings were filled with white flour. If there were vegetables and meat, then it would be a complete set of dietary rules. The nutrition was balanced. A single food combination would be dumplings, shumai, wonton, meat bird's nest, or noodles with more sauce and braising. Rice cakes were the same as baked cakes. It was good to eat as a snack. If one ate a few pieces in a row, it would cause indigestion. Songda would not compare the different eating habits of different regions, but he knew that his family used to be from the south. Later on they all died and he ran to capital city to survive. Dongzhu, do you want to make fried rice cakes? I will, he said. Yes, eat it as a snack. You can also fry rice cakes. Children are not allowed to eat too much. It's not good for digestion. Li Yi agreed. He also liked fried rice cakes. Especially those rice cakes that were fried slowly in low-temperature oil. They were crispy and soft on the inside. As for fried rice cakes, there was no such thing in the Tang dynasty. They were fried with meat. The rich people used sesame oil to fry them. This year there was soybean oil, but there were more fried rice cakes. He did not know the essence of frying. Frying required things to float in the oil. Dongzhu, are you going to give out bonuses? Also, there are people who like other people. Men like women and women like men. What should we do? Songda asked 2 more questions. For example, the single who earn yang, right? Li asked with a smile. Songda blushed. Dongzhu, you, how do you know? Marriage is a grand ceremony. It includes hiring servants, new things, and a separate house. If you don't live in a building, you can build a courtyard next to my house. Li Yi said seriously to Songda. He did not have any intention of teasing or joking. Songda was not young anymore. You should have a home. Chapter 229. Li Yi had already noticed the situation. Hu Earnyang was the sister of a craftsman. Her parents had passed away, and her household register was supposed to be with her husband's family. Hu Earnyang had 3 husbands, but none of them were married. It was said that she was a jinx to her husbands. In the end, she was married to her eldest brother. She was above average looking and had a good figure. She seemed to have given up on forming a family. When she arrived at Zhuangzi, she worked all day and soon stood out. She led a group of female workers to work in an orderly manner. As the leader of a small group, she had a lot of contact with Songda. At first, they talked about work, then about romance, and finally about life. Songda expressed his intention to live together, but Hu Earnyang rejected him. She said that her 3 husbands had died of illness before she was married. Songda told her not to worry. Dongzhu was a miracle doctor, and illness was not a problem. Hu Earnyang was tempted and wanted to try again. Songda came over and asked about other people's gender. Did Zhuangzi allow people to love freely? He wondered if he would be chased out if he got married. When he heard that Dongzhu would give him 1,000 horses, new furniture, and a courtyard, Songda cheered and ran away. Gao Lishur came. Li Dongzhu fireworks. Gao Lishur was straightforward. Go and get a cart of fireworks for General Gao. Li did not refuse. Gao Lishur had sent the winged knights to pick him up for free. Li Dongzhu, do you want a good horse? Gao Lishur asked in a low voice. Li shook his head. Zhuangzi will buy it after the new year. He was afraid that Gao Lishur would steal the horse that Li Longji had prepared for the winged knights and give it to him. He would lose his life. What about the crossbow? Gao Lishur still wanted to give something. Crossbow? Oh, General Gao, please wait. After hearing Gao Lishur mention the crossbow, Li Yi returned to his courtyard. When he came out again, he had a booklet in his hand. He handed it over. General Gao, please deliver this to the appropriate person. Gao Lishur did not flip through the booklet and only looked at Li Yi. Crossbow. Li Yi introduced. Zhuangzi's production of the crossbow is too complicated. Why don't we hand it over to General Gao? When it's done, we can share some with Zhuangzi. Gao Lishur hurriedly and carefully put it away in his sleeve. Although he had not seen the real thing, he knew that anything that came from Li Yi was not simple. He took the blueprint and went back first. The car carrying the fireworks slowly followed behind him. The other city gates were closed, so Gao Lishur entered and exited from the back door of the Forbidden Garden. Gao Lishur went inside and jogged to find Li Longji. Your Majesty, Li Yi didn't dare to accept the horse I gave him. When I asked him if he wanted a crossbow, he gave me a book saying it was called the reverse crossbow. Gao Lishur handed the booklet over. Li Longji took it and flipped it open. Inside there was a picture on each page along with the dimensions, materials, production, and operation instructions. Li Longji pondered as he read. In today's Tang dynasty, there were crossbows that could be loaded by foot. There were also various kinds of crossbows from the previous dynasties. This kind of reverse crossbow seemed to be lighter and more powerful than other crossbows of the same kind. In addition, there was an auxiliary loading tool and a stabilizing tool. It could be used when defending or when marching quickly. Good stuff. After the new year, I'll ask the craftsmen to make it. They can make different kinds of crossbows with different forces. Li Longji decided to make a few real objects and compare them. He did not know whether this was a divine bow or a divine bow with extra parts. The best way to load a crossbow was with a lever. For example, the big crossbows used in the Tang dynasty now were loaded with a winch. Using the pressure well mode, the arm at the back could be used to load the divine bow. There was an extra frame. Without a frame, one would naturally sit on the ground and step on it with foot. Then one would hang a small thing on the string and pull it back. It was slightly more troublesome to march with a frame, but there was one more advantage. It was stable and did not need to be used to fire the crossbow. It was like a gun rack. You don't have any farm work to do in winter, so you started to work on weapons? Li Longji said with a smile. He realized that Li Yi could not stay idle. If he stayed in Zhuangzi and did not do anything, he would be bored to death. La 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 la. At this time, many people in the Li family Zhuangzi were singing The Laughter of the Vast Sea. They could not remember the other lyrics, but la 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 was definitely not a problem. Li Yi wanted to drink some wine, but he was pulled by Xan Yen, the main team, to arrange the song. Just now he was in a hurry and improvised. Now that they were forming a small team to perform, everyone had to properly arrange the instruments. Fortunately, Li Yi had a little bit of knowledge. He recalled which instruments were added to The Laughter of the Vast Sea. It's Li Lang's song. If it's taken out by itself, it can't fill in the lyrics. A woman was considering changing the lyrics. What kind of songs were used to sing poems? A 7-word temperament poem could be taken out and sung with any song. In the end, the girl realized that no matter what lyrics she changed, she could not sing with the original charm, just like Xiao Hongqian. The only thing she could do was to arrange the dance and make the dance closer to the meaning of the lyrics. Time slowly passed. When the clock struck midnight, a beautiful firework bloomed in the imperial city with a boom. As if they had received an order, the people in the other shops who had bought fireworks and firecrackers lit them one after another. The crackling sound of firecrackers rang out, and the entire Chang'an became lively. Many people did not know that there was such a fun thing. They prepared bamboo at home to burn, and some even prepared some salt. The salt they ate was big, and when it was thrown into the fire, it made a loud noise. When the fireworks rose into the sky, the people stopped playing with their bamboo and looked up. "Light the fire," Songda shouted. At the places where the fireworks were set off, the people in charge of lighting the fire placed the red-hot coals on the fuse, turned around and ran. Immediately the firecrackers rang out and the fireworks rose into the sky. Some of the farmers, migrant workers, people from the Zhang family village, and the farmers in the imperial plantation covered their ears, opened their mouths and watched with wide eyes. The ears of the children in swaddling clothes were covered by the adults. Some of them were crying, but when they saw the flowers in the sky, their voices stopped abruptly and they were stunned. Li Yi held the red envelopes wrapped in red paper and personally distributed them. The newcomers also received some, but they did not receive much money. The red envelopes were written with words on red paper. Some wrote 100 coins and some wrote 10 coins. According to their contributions and the order of arrival, different amounts of money were given. When the day was over, the farmers could take the red envelopes and exchange them for copper coins. The 42 students who taught Zhuangzi's children each received a big red envelope, which was 10 coins and 10,000 coins. As for the other 220 students, Li Yi gave one to each of them. The village chief of the Zhang family village led people to distribute the red envelopes again. They gave the students 500 coins each and they only taught for 3 months. The Zhang family village gave a lot of money. There were many students, 220 of them, and the village gave a total of 110,000 coins. If it was in the past, they would not be able to afford it. Half an hour later, Zhuangzi's firecrackers were set off, and everyone cooked dumplings to eat. The people from the south took a bite of the rice cake, reminisced about the past, and smelled the smell of burning sulfur in the air. They were full of yearning for the new year. Especially the people who asked for a way to survive, they felt Dongzhu's wealth. The firecrackers were set off with a loud bang, and every movement was worth a lot of money. Li Yi ate 5 dumplings, one for each kind of filling. He slowly drank the wine and occasionally stopped to look at the night sky. No one knew what he was thinking. However, a few people who were watching the fireworks next to him noticed that Li Yi's smile had a trace of vicissitudes. Chapter 230. Ladies of Pyongkang Square take a break. It's time for us to go up. A student took a red packet and wanted to perform on such a beautiful night. He went up to a stage, sat in front of a guqin and bent his fingers to play. He sang, "Sunset slanted fragrant hall, beautiful palace of time. Cold words to the winter snow, warmth to the spring breeze. The steps are rich with plum, flowers curled with candlelight. Celebrating the new year, welcoming and sending off all night." This was a poem written by Li Shimin. It was written for tonight to stay up for the new year. Good, good. The audience shouted, although they didn't really understand. The other students thought of poems as fast as they could to see if they could use someone else's poem or if they could compose one themselves. The 6 stages suddenly had more students. The people of Nankou went to the side to drink light wine and eat some food. Some students didn't have time to write poems, so they went up to play the flute or the pipa. They were all multi-talented. The 42 students who came last year were especially outstanding. They stayed for a long time and brought their families, so there was less worry. At the same time, they communicated with each other. Some questions were asked to Li Yi and Li Yi answered. Li Yi could always hit the nail on the head, including some content about the 4 books and 5 classics. He looked at the imperial examination materials of the Ming dynasty. The imperial examination of the Ming dynasty was no longer a normal examination. Take a few words out of one sentence and a paragraph out of another. Together, this was the imperial examination of the Ming dynasty. The students of the Ming dynasty studied the 8-legged essay until they were obsessed. The most important thing was that nutrition kept up. With meat and vegetables, the body was healthy, and the memory and analysis ability were strong. The 220 students who came later had their bodies adjusted. When they studied, they didn't feel tired often and didn't have to worry about illness. The villagers watched and listened. They suddenly realized that their Zhuangzi was very powerful. There were so many scholars. Those who had just arrived today, oh, it was yesterday. Those who had just arrived yesterday were dazzled by the sight. They had been in a state of shock. It was already good to have some meat dumplings for the New Year's Eve dinner. If there was fish, the whole year would be different. In the end, their Zhuangzi ate barbecue and hot pot. Eating dumplings and rice cakes was symbolic. Vegetables in winter didn't cost money. He ate as much as he liked. After dipping the cut mutton rolls in the soup, the smell of oil was extraordinary. There was also a group of beautiful women from Pyongkang Square who came to perform. Dongzhu personally went up to sing and play. Fireworks that had never been seen before bloomed one after another in the sky. It was too beautiful. He had just arrived and he already received a red packet. Now, a large number of students were going on stage. How much foundation did Zhuangzi have? After a few sips of wine, he was already drunk. The children looked at the other children and reached for dried fruits, preserved fruits, black pears that had been melted in cold water, as well as fresh watermelons and cantaloupe pieces. The woman who was looking at the child was at a loss. She wanted to hit the child and tell him not to take things casually, but then she realized that the children of the other villagers were very casual. They knew that the food their families had tonight was not something they could have bought with the money they earned in the past year. So some people pinched their legs, their arms, their children. She pinched the child until he cried out in pain. She was also in pain. She was sure that she wasn't dreaming. Husband, in the future you have to do as Dongzhu says. A woman said nervously to her husband. I know. Do I need you to tell me that? If I get kicked out, I'll lose everything. The child still has to study. The man was also afraid that he would do something wrong and make Dongzhu angry. On the other side, the supervisor of the imperial plantation, Wang Xing, was giving out red packets to the villagers and their subordinates. The subordinates were from the palace, but the villagers were not. The land of the imperial plantation was rented to the tenants. After the new year, I'll find the students from Li Dongzhu and Zhuangzi to teach your children. Wang Xing said as he gave out a red packet. Supervisor Wang, you won't leave next year, right? Go to a better position. Some villagers were worried. This year they raised poultry, planted mushrooms and wood ears, and sold steamed pot chicken. They had earned a lot of money. They were afraid that if Wang Xing was promoted and someone else came, they would not be able to get along well with Li Dongzhu. Their days of waiting would be over again. Leave? Wang Xing's voice became louder. I won't be going. I'll be guarding Zhuangzi. Li Dongzhu has already informed me. Great. The villagers cheered. Wang Xing revealed a proud expression. So it turns out that managing the imperial plantation is a tough job. Now that I'm in charge of the imperial plantation, no one can compete with me. At this moment, the person he was most grateful to was King Song, Li Qingqi. If King Song didn't come that day and visit Zhuangzi, all these wouldn't have happened. Songde urged them to go to sleep. Don't stay overnight. Zhuangzi still has to be operated tomorrow. Go back and sleep. You can't stay here any longer in case you get too excited. Yes, Dongzhu said that you might die suddenly. If that happens, even Dongzhu wouldn't be able to save you. Songde explained the situation to the newly arrived soldiers and told them to go home. The soldiers were very obedient and brought their families back home. Lying on the bed and looking at the dim light shining in from the window, he thought about many things and fell asleep. Li also went to sleep. He had to ensure that his body was in good condition at all times. When the sun shone on the first day of the Lunar New Year, the remaining quarter of the villagers went back to sleep in a daze. Zhuangzi was revived once again. Li Yi, who had slept for 8 hours, felt refreshed. He looked at the official robes hanging on the wall and shook his head. I'm not going to attend the court assembly. It's cold and boring. Brother Yi, I'm here to see you. Li Yi put the infusion bottle on the child and asked the palace maid to look after him. When he arrived at the canteen, Li Qingqi arrived. Big brother, are you resting? Li Yi looked at his big brother to see if he had any dark circles. If he did, he would arrange for him to sleep after the meal. I slept for more than 6 hours. Brothery, I have a question. What should I do if there are worms in the rice? Li Qingqi asked while holding the leftover chicken bone soup from last night's hot pot. There are worms in winter? Li Yi expressed his disbelief. Where did the rice go? Was it on the radiator? The worms came out after autumn. No one took care of that warehouse. The day before yesterday, someone reported that the worms will come back to life again after spring. Li Qingqi said while gritting his teeth. Obviously he had taught the guards a lesson. Put them under the sun. Li Yi gave a solution. Can they be dried under the sun in winter? Li Qingqi expressed his disbelief. Use star anise and put them in packs. Peppercorns and pepper can also be used. Put them in now and let them dry when the weather is hot. Li Yi gave a useful solution. What about the hollowed rice grains and the worms and eggs that died inside? Li Qingqi still had a question. Then they can only be made into rice noodles. Min Yao Shu has it. Li Yi said another food. It was impossible to make them into feed for poultry and livestock. Min Yao Shu again? Li Qingqi was depressed. Why are there so many problems? Li Yi lowered his head and ate the dumplings. He did not answer this question. If I told you about Min Yao Shu, you could at least find the book. If I told you about Tiangong Kai Wu, where would you find it? Is this the leftover soup from last night's hot pot? Li Qingqi stopped thinking about Min Yao Shu and suddenly thought of the soup. Steward Song added tofu and dried vegetables to the leftover soup and sent it to the Grief Tian Square in the morning. I only knew about it when I woke up. Otherwise I wouldn't have sent it. Li Yi mentioned the soup from last night's hot pot. There were no vegetables or meat. Everyone ate it while boiling for fear of wasting it. There was oil on the meat and the soup was made from bones and chicken. The farmer did not want to eat it but felt that it was a pity to throw it away. Therefore he added something to give to others. Li Yi was very angry but it was too late. You're kind-hearted. Li Qingqi felt that it was good and asked, is it bad for your health? Li Yi shook his head. Impossible. It's boiled again. I just feel that it's disrespectful. Chapter 231. Don't worry, I have everything. I added tofu and dried vegetables to the leftover soup from yesterday. If you don't like it, you don't have to eat it. Songda was fetching soup for people at Grief Field Square in the west of the city. It was a stew with tofu and dried vegetables. There was a layer of oil on top of the big barrel. It smelled good and looked appetizing. Pei Yaoqing, the head of Chang'an, was standing beside him. Zhuangzi came to collect the carriage that was taken away yesterday. Songda also gave the leftovers to the people at Grief Field Square. Some of the people at Grief Field Square went out to work during the day. They stayed at Grief Field Square because they had nowhere to stay. Pei Yaoqing came at the same time to deliver food. In the end he brought yellow rice. The people at Grief Field Square lined up to get the soup. No one disliked the leftover soup. At least no one would get sick from the food given by the Li family Zhuangzi. As for disliking it, the Li family Zhuangzi had fungus, mongoose mushrooms, cucumbers and watermelons. Of course they would not want the leftover soup. Would ordinary people not eat leftovers? Moreover, tofu and dried vegetables were also good food when boiled. Drinking a mouthful of soup and eating yellow rice was a good sign on the first day of the new year. Pei Yaoqing looked and could not help but grab a spoon. He scooped 2 pieces of tofu and some vegetables and put them to his mouth. He blew on it and tasted it. They added a lot of ingredients when cooking the soup, Pei Yaoqing commented. The Ming residence is so capable. They added a lot of pepper, Songda said. He scooped some soup and drank it. It was too cold outside. This time the people at Grief Field Square were in a better mood. Look, the Ming residents and Steward Song were drinking. What are Zhuangzi's plans for the new year? Pei Yaoqing wanted to get some useful information from Songda. Dongzhu did not say, but there are 100 more soldiers. They are all good men who have fought. Songda recalled that Dongzhu did not mention any plans. It seems that I will be promoted this year, but I plan to defy the imperial edict. Pei Yaoqing whispered to Songda. He didn't mince his words. He told Songda because he wanted Songda to go back and tell Li Yi. Resisting the imperial edict in Chang'an was too stressful. If he could get Li Yi's support, it would be easier. He was reluctant to leave. Seeing that Chang'an was getting better and better, if he left, the new county magistrate would not be able to follow the rules. He would not even go to Li Yi to ask about politics. Then wouldn't all his efforts be in vain? How difficult it was. When we return to the manor, I will speak with Dongzhu. Songda was also someone who had taken the imperial examination. Now that he was not very old, he naturally knew what it meant. Thank you very much. Pei Yaoqing cupped his fists and bowed. Ming residents, please don't stand on ceremony. Song De returned the greeting. For this year's Chong, and I will definitely call it earth-shattering. Pei Yaoqing's heroic spirit soared to the sky. He was not afraid of trouble, nor was he worried about any difficulties. At worst he could go to Zhuangzi to look for Li Yi. After distributing the soup, Song De brought the team home. Manager Song, are there any more fireworks for sale? On the 15th day of the first lunar month, the Lantern Festival will also be released. Someone greeted and asked. The fireworks at night were simply too beautiful. The rumbling was loud and beautiful. They firmly believed that the louder the firecrackers were, the better their luck in the new year. There are some in Zhuangzi. You can go and buy them. You need to sign a document. Song De's status was different now. He was no longer the unknown little manager. Of course. The other party responded. When Song De brought the team to Chunming Gate, the Nanka team happened to be returning. Not only were they there, but they were also singing Laughter of the Vast Sea along the way. It was obviously a woman who looked weak, but in the end she sang as heroically as a man. Li Yi did not hear it. Otherwise he would definitely say that compared to the female version of the song, the difference was like heaven and earth. Moreover, it was in the basement. The passers-by were already dumbfounded. Some people who wanted to leave the city turned their heads and went back after listening to the song. Then the Pyongkong Square was in an uproar. Yesterday, Xinyan and the others went to perform and actually brought back good things. If they had known, they would have gone too. Brother Yi, what song is this? After dinner, Li Qingqi insisted on dragging Li Yi for a stroll outside in the middle of winter. Hearing the villagers shouting at the top of their lungs, they realized that even with such a loud voice, the song sounded good. Laughter of the Vast Sea. Li Yi knew what his brother meant. Why did ordinary people shout at the top of their lungs and sometimes out of tune, but still sound good? This song can be sung both in literature and martial arts. Li Yi explained. This song had reached its peak from the simple melody to the resonance of the lyrics. How much was the song sold for? Li Qingqi thought of the price. Poems and songs were all money. What money? At night they insisted that I go up. I had no choice. How can a Dongzhu like me be afraid of that? I just went up and casually copied a song and sang. Li Yi was honest. It was impossible for him to compose the lyrics and music in this lifetime. Brother Yi, I want you to sing one now. I will force you to sing. Come on. Li Qingqi was depressed. I just left your place for one night and you took out something good. Little Swallow came here wearing flowery clothes on spring day. I asked Swallow why you came here, so Swallow said the spring day here is the most beautiful. Li Yi sang. Brother Dongzhu, sing it again. I want to learn. The children who were playing nearby heard it and came forward to request. Li Qingqi. He took a deep breath and suddenly realized that this song was indeed not bad. The children sang it well. Therefore he recalled and sang it to the children, Little Swallow. After singing it once, Li Yi praised, Brother Yi is actually so good at memorizing music and lyrics. It's just a few lines. How can I not remember? Li Qingqi felt that he was insulted. His music was very good. Li Yi asked someone to bring the loudspeaker over. He sang it once to the children and passed it to them to learn. Brother Yi, it's the new year. Do you have any new plans? Li Qingqi no longer cared about the song of the little swallow and went straight to business. I will go to Shandong in February. Li Yi said. Which Shandong? Shandong East Province? A map appeared in Li Qingqi's mind. No, it's east of Taihang Mountains. Li Yi gave the answer. Shandong was the east of Taihang Mountains. Shandong was now called Hunan Province. It included Qingzhou, Qizhou, Yenzhou, Lai, Mishao, Yizhou, Chaozhou, Yunzhou and other prefectures. And east of Taihang Mountains included Hebei, Shaanxi, Hunan, Shandong, Tianjin, Beijing and some other places. Why are you going there? Li Qingqi was not very happy. You can just stay in Zhuangzi. Why are you going there? Raising chickens, ducks and pigs. Li Yi gave the answer. You can't raise chickens by the Ba River? You will need a lot of manpower to transport the poultry and lay eggs along the way. The ducks are easy to deal with, but the chickens are not very obedient. It's about 1,000 miles away. Li Yi was calculating the money. 1,000 miles? Do you have to bring the poultry? Do you want to be an official? Li Qingqi frowned and was about to stop him from going out. I will be an official in the 22 counties of the capital. I can't go so far. I will come back in summer and sell the poultry and pigs to the local area. Li Yi explained his plan again. He did not say the reason. He just said that he did not want the poultry and pigs that he brought with him. There must be a reason, right? Li Qingqi was depressed. I will go and show them what to do and make a lot of money. Li Yi still did not say the details. Can't you not go in person? Li Qingqi thought of the key point. No, it's very troublesome. If there is a struggle, others will not be able to win. I don't want to write a lot of plans. It's better to go in person. Li Yi insisted. It was related to whether he could increase his lifespan. Chapter 232. Li Qingqi left with a stomach full of questions. He wanted to go to Baifu Palace to see his father. The main purpose of his visit was not because of the worms in the rice, but because he wanted to know what new ideas Li Yi had after the new year. After knowing his ideas, he had to travel a long distance in February. Li Yi was also busy. There were more than 600 newcomers. He gave them a physical examination one by one. He did not let them eat breakfast in order to draw blood. 4 palace maids were responsible for putting up notes and numbering each person's blood. Li Yi was in charge of drawing blood. Zhuangzi's medical staff helped to draw blood. There was no need to draw blood slowly with a big glass syringe. When the blood was viscous, the medical staff could draw blood eventually. It was a vacuum draw. If they drew blood with a glass syringe, the blood would be viscous for a long time and not enough could be drawn. Once the syringe moved, the person whose blood was drawn would feel pain. The little guy who could not speak was given a caramel candy and held in his mouth when the blood was drawn. The baby was very conflicted. Should he cry or not? If he did not cry, it would be very painful. If he cried, the candy would fall. After the court meeting in the palace, the officials rushed home one after another. Then they went to see who was visiting and waited for others to come. Then the members of the heavenly world who lived in the capital received gifts from the heavenly world. The gifts of 100 caramel and 1000 caramel were different. There was a difference in price. No wonder they asked for identity and address. To bribe Humph. As the Prime Minister, Yao Chong naturally did not need to visit others. He waited at home. There was a line outside to give gifts. It was normal to receive gifts during the new year. Someone left a gift, registered it, and left directly. Even the steward of Yao Chong's residence could not see them. The gifts from the heavenly world were not registered at all. They left after leaving. There was no need to see them. However, Yao Chong still came to take a look at the gifts from the heavenly world and criticized them with a smile. The vegetables from the heavenly world did not matter. The key was a small mirror. There were 2 small mirrors at home. One was given by Empress Wang. It was not easy to carry. The steward of the residence did not ask to send it back. He was not stupid. He carefully packed the vegetables and sent them to the greenhouse to wait for them to be used to make delicious dishes. The new year will be held in February. Did the Li family Zhuangzi come to donate? Did he write a poem? Yao Chong received a few people and remembered about the imperial examinations. No. However, there are other talents who have sent us invitations and masterpieces, as well as some gifts, the manager replied. Take it? Yao Chong's face darkened. I dare not, the steward answered carefully. Yes. No. This year there are at least 42 people from the Li family Zhuangzi who will definitely pass. As for the other 220, it will depend on talent. Yao Chong muttered to himself as he closed his eyes to think. He was very clear that the 42 students who first came to Li Yi and Zhuangzi had to be ranked regardless of who was in charge of the exam. Because what those people learned was Li Yi's knowledge. Biology, algebraic geometry, physical chemistry, and the 4 books and 5 classics. Many good things were created by Li Yi using other disciplines such as gunpowder. His Majesty knew that, so how could he not want talents? Dongzhu, Prime Minister Zhang has arrived. The second steward of the residence hurried to the door to report. Prime Minister Zhang was naturally Zhang Shuo. The previous battle was so fierce. Seeing that Yao Chong had the upper hand and was about to be hit, Li Yi appeared. So the balance was restored and everyone could continue to sit and play in the same class. Yao Chong opened his eyes, got up and went out to welcome him. In these years he had not seen Zhang Shuo come to visit. The main door opened with a creak and Yao Chong came out with a smile. Daoji, did you receive a gift from earthly paradise? Brother Yuanji, you know. They sent a small mirror and many other things. Zhang Shuo chose to chat about daily life and used the same name. Daoji, quickly come in and tell me in detail. Yao Chong invited. Brother Yuanji, please. Zhang Shuo cooperated. The 2 of them went in and the main door closed again. This door was not open for everyone to see. Brother Yuanji, I have a question. If Li Yi came in person, would you open the main door? Zhang Shuo asked with a smile. I don't want to see him at all. If I see him, he will naturally guess your Majesty's identity. How many heads do I have to cut off? Yao Chong answered quickly. Yes, he did not want to see him. It was too dangerous. What if he knows your majesty's identity in the future and comes to see you again? Zhang Shua asked again. What about you, Daoji? Yao Chong asked back. Brother Yuanji, did the Li family Zhuangzi send an essay? Zhang Shua changed the topic. What about you, Daoji? Yao Chong still asked back. No, the others have all been persuaded to leave. Zhang Shua answered, and at the same time understood that there was no one here. He felt uncomfortable. It meant that Li Yi did not like the two prime ministers at all and did not send them to you. Of course, Earthly Paradise's gift was another matter, and it did not involve the imperial examination through the back door. As the two sat down, tea was served. This tea was given by Her Majesty, Li Yi's green tea. Li Yi said that fermented black tea was suitable for people who ate too much oil, while green tea was suitable for people who ate a balanced diet. People with gastrointestinal problems were not suitable to drink any tea. Of course, important people had a relatively balanced diet, so they did not drink black tea. As for deep fermented black tea, half-fermented oolong tea and tea guanyin, no one differentiated them. Therefore they cooked tea eggs with fermented tea, and it was not as delicious as green tea. From this spring onwards, Kai Cha has to find a way to ask Li Yi to help make green tea. He did not reveal the recipe for making tea. Zhang Shua took a sip of tea and hinted. He meant to ask Yao Chong to think of a way to get the recipe for green tea. Just pick the new tea and send it? Why take the risk? Yao Chong did not want to do it. I'm not going to make trouble. Li Yi looked easy to talk to, but that depended on the situation. No matter what tea was made, it was not beneficial to the people. Could fermented tea not be drunk? If he could find out how to make tea, wouldn't he be able to find out how to make soy sauce? Do you want to reveal the question? Zhang Shua asked very carefully. He had his eyes on 42 students and wanted to pull them under him after the imperial examination. Now that you've exposed the problem, Li Yi is likely to fall out with you. He wants to send the person up in a fair and square manner. Could it be that you can't see his backbone? Oh, he is called willpower. He can give up a lot of benefits, but there is a line that cannot be crossed. He can kneel down to help you because you are a patient, but he is not willing to lower his head because of your power. He can bribe you with money, but you want to suppress him? Try it. When others bully him, he disdains to help. What happened to those people? Yao Chong had been trying to figure out Li Yi's behavior and thoughts, and came to this conclusion. Sigh. If we are talking about policy, I think Li Yi can teach the students a lot of knowledge, but poetry is difficult. Zhang Shua nodded and agreed with Yao Chong's words, but he was more worried. Now that they relied on passing the imperial examination, writing poems was also very important. If he did not reveal the question, how could Li Yi help the students write poems? Yes, Zhang Shua thought that as long as he revealed the question, Li Yi could guarantee that he could write many related poems, and each one would be passed down through the ages. The zither has 50 strings without cause. The moon in the sea has tears. This feeling can become a memory, but at that time it was already lost. The sound of many people reciting at the same time suddenly came from outside. Good poem. Which great talent came up with this? Zhang Shua immediately stood up. Yao Chong was also moved and said, what a neat 7 lines. The past is in front of me, but at that time it was already lost. Ask who wrote it. Summon them here. This will be my reward. Yao Chong said to the steward. Not long after, the steward came back with a complicated expression and said, Li family Zhuangzi. Last night, the girls of Nankou coaxed Li Yi to go up on stage. Li Yi copied 2 poems, 1 set of lyrics and music. This poem is the last poem. Yao Chong and Zhang Shua were speechless. Chapter 233. That's too much. You can't do that, Zhang Shua said. After a while he recovered and roared. Yao Chong reached out and patted Zhang Shua's shoulder. At this moment the past grudges seemed to have faded. He said, Li Yi is a young man, yet he always writes such vicissitudes of life poems. If it were someone else they would definitely be attacked. Zhang Shua nodded vigorously and said, of course, every time he says he copied, we can't find the person who was copied. When we ask, he says he killed and buried them, calling it a report to the authorities. He's too much. Tomorrow I practice the say 50 strings, thinking of the year, enchanting the butterfly, holding the cuckoo, the pearl has tears, the jade produces smoke, the recollection is lost. How can he combine these words together? Yao Chong felt the impact of this poem while complaining about Li Yi. He also felt that it was unreasonable. Based on what? Brother Yuanji, take a look. Zhang Shua began to analyze. He usually writes medical books, and 3 of them have already been published. From spring to autumn, he took out one after another artifact for farming. In winter, everyone picks ice. He has good things, the shoes, the tools to drill ice. Then he makes fireworks. I believe everyone knows how difficult it is to make fireworks, right? We all use his new carriage. Going out to pick someone up is like going to war. The things Chang and is doing now are all done by Li Yi. He still has to treat people and write the 3-character classic. He can casually throw out a bunch of poems. The most important thing is, as Zhang Shua spoke, he suddenly paused, trying to find a word. Yao Chong continued, the most important thing is that he looks very leisurely. He even has the time to teach the villagers how to make delicious food. Yes, leisurely. Doesn't he need to learn? Is it really copying? Who is he copying? Zhang Shua suddenly had a common topic with Yao Chong. Sigh. Yao Chong felt a toothache. He also realized that no matter how powerful other people were, they could not be treated as human beings. Li was no longer human. You could ask him any question at any time and he would give you the solution. He even had the leisure to stroll around. Zither, chess, calligraphy, painting, poetry, song, there was nothing he was not proficient in. I can't think about other things. If I think too much, I'll have nightmares. Why don't we ask him to take the imperial examination next year? No, this year. Let's give him the first place in the first grade so that we won't have to worry about him. Zhang Shua compromised and let you take the lead. Even if you sign up and don't come to take the exam, I can still get you first place. He didn't want to take the exam. He said he was busy. I have 2 pills in my mouth. Li Yi gave His Majesty a few bottles of medicine in the shape of a small gourd. He said he found it difficult to breathe, so I put a few pills under my tongue. Yao Chong said as he opened the drawer next to him. The layout of the table was according to Li Yi's design. After swallowing a few pills, he didn't know if it was the effect of the medicine or if it was a psychological factor, but he felt much better. Brother Yuanji, if you don't have anything else to do, why don't you go to Zhuangzi and take a look? Zhang Shua suggested. On the first day of the new year, no matter how busy other people were, it had nothing to do with the Prime Minister. Once the morning court session was over, everything was relaxed. Of course, there was a banquet at night, so he had to rush back to attend it. Go. Get someone to ask Huaishen. Yao Chong thought of another Prime Minister, Lu Huaishen. Soon, the 3 of them arrived at Li Yi's Zhuangzi in a 4-wheeled carriage accompanied by a group of servants. The 3 of them were familiar with each other. On the first day of the new year, they all wished each other a happy new year. Where's Li Dongzhu? Zhang Shua was the youngest of the 3, so he was in charge of communication. Class over there. An 8 or 9-year-old child from the village pointed to a bungalow. The 3 of them walked over and stood together outside the window. They had a tacit understanding. The imperial examinations in February. I'll tell you the questions later. Now let's talk about poetry. Actually, I can write poems for you, but it's meaningless. Can I take care of you for the rest of your lives? Li Yi's voice sounded. Yao Chong and the other 2 looked at each other and nodded. Yes, Li Yi's poems were impressive, but there were 42 students. They couldn't possibly be composed by Li Yi alone. What's the most difficult thing about writing poems? Modern-style poems aren't easy, but that's not a problem. It's not a big deal to compose a poem. Li Yi's voice continued. The 3 prime ministers wanted to rush in and strangle Li Yi. Composing a poem isn't a problem? It's easy to compose a poem? How arrogant are you? Fine, you're good. You've killed many people and buried many, but you can't tell the students. They don't have your ability. Composing a poem is usually a poem of rhythm. Because a poem of rhythm needs a counterpoint. Otherwise, a 5-character quatrain will be flat, 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 flat. Flat, 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 flat. It won't show your ability. Of course, a 7-character quatrain is a bit risky. If you don't do it well, there will be 3 straight lines and 3 straight lines. But it's still manageable. Fortunately, our Tang dynasty doesn't have strict requirements for 3 straight lines and 3 straight lines. At the same time, there's no such thing as a flat line. Li Yi talked about the structure of a poem. A quatrain was easier to compose than a poem of rhythm. Without 4 lines, there wouldn't be 2 counterpoints in the middle. The prime ministers listened carefully. Yes, it was too difficult to compose a good quatrain. Without a counterpoint, it wasn't satisfying to read. As for this kid's quatrains like, 2 orioles sing in the green willows and 1,000 birds fly away, it was too difficult. As for a flat line? What was a flat line? Yao Chong glanced at Zhang Shua. What he meant was, this Li Yi has another set of stricter standards? Zhang Shua said, we don't follow what he says. Why should we follow what he says? Yao Chong nodded. Yes, we'll follow what he says. Do other people still want to write poems in the future? Li Yi's voice sounded again. The 3 prime ministers nodded. There are formal and variant poems. In the imperial examinations, don't play with variant poems. Otherwise, the examiners will be uncomfortable. The three prime ministers agreed. They were disgusted by people showing off unorthodox methods in front of them. It looked like Li Yi was very experienced. He actually knew so much. "Brother Li, do you want to find out who will be the examiner in advance?" a student asked. The three prime ministers smiled. See, there were still people who wanted to pay their respects. No need. The Ministry of Personnel has only one person in charge of the meritorious examiner. Rank 5 and above. There's only one minister counselor. Rank 6 and above. The other managers are not responsible for setting the questions. Li Yi's voice was light as a feather. The three prime ministers' expressions turned ugly. On one hand, you say you don't want to take the imperial examinations. On the other hand, you've studied everyone? Do you want to send some gifts? Another student asked. No. Do I look like someone who would bribe people? I do things in an open and above-board manner. After the new year, I'll openly invite those officials from the Ministry of Personnel to participate in the poetry gathering. Li Yi spoke with a strong sense of righteousness that inspired reverence. The three prime ministers almost vomited blood. Fuck, he was too shameless. Open and above board? Open and above board was used by you like this. Did you ask if they would agree? Can they come just because they're invited? The student asked the crucial question. It was easy to invite but not easy to agree. If what I'm about to say gets out, I believe there will be people who will give me face, Li Yi replied. Yao Chong revealed a trace of a cold smile. He looked on and nodded inwardly. That's right. Do you want to cause trouble? Let's see what methods you have. Next, I'll continue to talk about how to write poems. Li Yi's voice was still calm and gentle. The three prime ministers already had an idea. Let's see how you do it. Chapter 234. When it comes to rhymes are a problem. So, from today onwards I will teach you rhymes, Li Yi said. The 42 students in the room did not make a sound. It was very quiet. Today I will teach you 3. One is dong as in east, west, north and south. One is dong as in spring, summer, autumn and winter. One is jiang as in river, lake and sea. Listen to me. Heaven against earth, rain against wind. The continent against the sky. River against Han, green against red. Rain god against thunder god. At the top of the crane tower, the jade flute cripples the fairy moon. On the soaring phoenix platform, the purple flute blows away the beauty wind. Morning against noon, summer against winter. Midday against Gao Chong, clear against light, thin against thick. Evening drum against morning bell. Beauties in the inner court fill the ground with endless sorrow. Passers-by at the border fill the sky with endless regret. The three prime ministers were speechless. Zhang Shua looked at Yao Chong and Lu Huaishan with bitter eyes. The two of them pursed their lips and nodded, meaning that they understood. Everyone was the same. The three of them were thinking, when I first learned to write rhymes, why didn't anyone teach me this? I scribbled. You said all the rhymes? Can you do this? Li Yi, do you dare to come out and tell me who you copied? Let's go dig a grave. Zhang Shua lip-synced and gestured, thank goodness I came today. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known there was such a good thing. Lu Huaishan gestured, yes, this is too outrageous. Li Yi was still hiding his ability. So the 3-character classic wasn't the final result. Yao Chong flicked his sleeves, gestured, listen. When I get back, I must get a copy to teach the children. I wrote it down on the blackboard. In reality, rhymes aren't necessarily good. Sometimes you can just ignore the rhymes and write. However, if someone can write a poem that doesn't conform to the rhymes, he must be proficient in rhymes. So, don't write a poem that doesn't conform to the rhymes and then say you wrote it in an ancient style. Li Yi's voice continued to ring out, accompanied by the sound of chalk writing on the blackboard. Look, if I write a poem about the Yellow Crane Tower. The people of the past had already left on the Yellow Crane, leaving the Yellow Crane Tower empty. The Yellow Crane left and never returned, the white clouds lingered in the sky for 1,000 years. Clear rivers, hanyang trees, fragrant grass, parrot continent. Where is the Sunset Village Pass? The Smoke Wave River is a source of worry. Regardless of whether it was 1, 3 and 5 or 2, 4 and 6 or 3 in a row or 3 in a row, there was something wrong with this poem. But when you read it as a whole, it doesn't feel abrupt. Can you say that this author doesn't know the rules? He actually has control over it, right? That's right. The yellow of the yellow crane is a color. The white of the white cloud is also a color. Another student discovered the secret. Yes, it's colorful and picturesque. Then, when this poem is read, no one will deliberately pay attention to the rhythm, Li Yi said again. The two of you. Zhang Shua said very carefully in a soft voice, were the poems for teaching also casually copied? Yao Chong and Lu Huaishan glared at Zhang Shua. Why do you keep mentioning copying? Listen, this is the most amazing poem explanation. Poems have their own style. Poets also have their own style, but it doesn't mean that every poet's style is fixed. Li Yi continued to speak. Some of the rhymes he copied had to be changed. For example, in Dong, 3 yuan and only 1,000 qin, the first rank of the dynasty is Lu Wanzhong. There was no such thing in the Tang dynasty. There was also, Tang Ku's money can turn into butterflies, Yan Jin's treasured sword can turn into a dragon. The Tang Ku's money can turn into butterflies, referred to the story of the Tang Muzong when the peony flowers bloomed to attract butterflies. The butterflies were formed by money. The entire rhyme of the old man involved the later parts. If it needed to be changed, it had to be changed. It was also quite tiring. The students inside were all silent. They were all listening attentively. It was only today that they truly felt Li Yi's talent, especially his method of dealing with the imperial examinations. Just based on today's lesson, there would be countless people willing to come over and work for free for a year, the kind that brought their own dry food. Yao Chong and the other two were also intoxicated as they listened outside. They regretted that they didn't take down a few lines of Dong and Dong. How could they ask for it later? That's all for today. Go back and think about what I said today. Tomorrow we will continue to talk about other rhymes. Li Yi's lesson was over. Recently he didn't talk about physics or chemistry. However, he left a few questions for the students to solve every day. When Li Yi came out, Yao Chong and the other two hid behind a wall. When Li Yi was far away, they caught a student and forcibly snatched the writing from the student's hand. Before the student could react, the three of them ran away. They got into the car and went back. How could they do this? The student wanted to cry. When Li Yi saw this, he was so angry that he laughed. He knew what the three of them were fighting over. Wasn't it just a rhyme? He shook his head and turned to the angry student and said, "It's fine. Otherwise I would still teach you. However, you have to be careful tomorrow. Before the imperial examinations, the other rhymes cannot be spread." After thinking for a while, Li Yi added, "How about this? I will write it out tonight. Take it home. Don't take it out. Memorize it and familiarize yourself with it." The students nodded. Yes, they couldn't let other students learn before the imperial examinations. Go and tell the other 220 students to bring their families here after spring. They are not allowed to take the imperial examinations this year. They can take it next year. First, they should learn some other things. Especially they should settle down and live with the people for a while. Otherwise, who will take the imperial examinations this year? Even if they are lucky enough to pass, I will make sure that they cannot become an official. After Li Yi finished speaking, he left. He wanted to develop an echelon of officials from Zhuangzi. They must have a heart that benefits the people. It seemed that the 220 students would be delayed for a year. However, they could learn a lot. The 42 students went to find the people who came later to tell them about the situation. The 220 students had already discussed this with each other and had a plan. When they heard that they could bring their families over, they all revealed a happy expression. When they saw the families living in Zhuangzi, they couldn't help but feel homesick. It was mainly because the families of the 42 students were living well. The students with wives couldn't go to Pyongkong Square. Their wives were at home and they felt that something was missing when they slept at night. Yesterday there were people from Pyongkong Square who came over, but it had nothing to do with them. They went to Pyongkong Square themselves and didn't have the qualifications to enter Nankou. If they wanted to rely on the big shots of Nankou to pay for them to play, they would have to be as talented as Li Dongzhu. In the carriage, Yao Chong and the other two gathered their heads to look. Yes, all three of them are here. Good. We have to think of a way to get the rest. Zhang Shuo rubbed his hands together. He didn't feel that it was immoral to steal other people's things. After learning the three-character classic, we can learn this pair of rhymes. Lu Huaishan had already made the arrangements. That's not right. After the three-character classic there should be other rhymes. Yao Chong felt that the rhymes were too high. Then he said, "Fortunately we came today. Otherwise we would have missed it." Zhang Shuo and the other two nodded in agreement. Yes, how could they not take a look at the good stuff first? Li Yi took out a poem for the imperial examination. I wonder what kind of questions will be asked. Lu Huaishan began to think about the questions. After this year, it won't be easy for students to enter Zhuangzi. Zhang Shuo shook his head and said. Yao Chong and Lu Huaishan were silent. Chapter 235. They thought of the situation when Li Yi first came here. He had to hold a few funerals for his relatives. Then he had to find workers and tenants by himself. At that time he was willing to sponsor the students who could not survive the winter. However, he asked them to work together and at least build a house. A young man without any relatives had to worry about the servants bullying him. He also had to take care of Zhuangzi. When the students heard that they had to work, not many were willing. Only 42 people went. This year life in Zhuangzi was better. 220 people went happily. The other students still did not want to clean up the livestock and poultry feces. When the imperial examinations were held this year, even if only 30% of the 42 people passed. When they thought of Zhuangzi this winter, Zhuangzi did not need the new students to help clean up. He wants to invite officials from the Ministry of Personnel to Zhuangzi. Should we stop him? Zhang Shua asked Yao Chong. Yao Chong looked at Zhang Shua for a while before he said, "After the new year, Li Yi will be 17, right? Then ignore him." Zhang Shua said softly. He understood Yao Chong's meaning. Li Yi was only 17 this year. If he wanted to take the imperial examinations, he would definitely be first. Now he was already an invited doctor, a 5th-rank official. When His Majesty asked him about politics, he would take the examinations and jump up in a few years. When he found out that someone was causing trouble, he would be magnanimous and win people over with virtue. Lu Huaishan said, during those difficult days, Li Yi was always calm. He did not complain and did not give up. He told the two of them and also told himself that Li Yi's heart was strong. People like him were more likely to hold grudges. The most terrifying thing was that you could not suppress him. He would not give up. He was always so tenacious. Moreover, you could not suppress him. His Majesty thought highly of him. The child in the Emperor's stomach should be born because of the medicine he prescribed. The three of them stopped talking. The 3 words of the rhymes were related to the rhymes. It was boring to recite the rhymes directly. Reading the rhymes was like reading a poem. At the same time, each line was matched with the previous one. The carriage entered the city, then entered the imperial city and went to Daming Palace. The banquet was to be held in the Qilin Hall of Daming Palace. This morning's super court meeting was held in the Hanyuan Palace Hall. When they arrived, Li Longji waited inside and rested while waiting. After the court meeting, I told you all to go back and rest. Where did you all go? Li Longji's expression was unsightly. As soon as the 3 of them arrived, the Qinyo guard saw them and quickly ran back to report. Empress Wang was not happy. The first day of the new year was so busy. She asked them to go home and rest for a while. Why did they group up and go to Li Yi's place? Can't you see that I didn't go? It's time for my child's checkup. What did I say? Yao Chong and the other 2 lowered their heads, but Zhang Shua was quick-witted. He opened his mouth, heaven against earth, rain against wind. The continent versus the sky. Lu Huaishan understood and recited, mountain flowers against sea trees, the red sun against the blue dome of heaven. Yao Chong said, the thunder is faint, the mist is hazy, the sun is facing the sky. The wind is high and the moon is white in autumn, the rain is gone and the sunset is red. Zhang Shua continued. Chenyo is on the left and right of the 2 galaxies, the 2 luminaries of war and commerce fight the west and east. Lu Huaishan followed. In October at the frontier, the wind blows and the frost shocks the garrison. On the river of 3 winters, the cold fishermen in the snow. Yao Chong finished reciting the first verse of the word, east. Li Longji was stunned. Empress Wang shook her head. What else? What's after that? You took it from Li Yi? Li Longji didn't think that the 3 prime ministers would have the time to ponder over such an elementary rhyme. Here. Yao Chong handed over the students' class notes. Li Longji looked at it and frowned. The handwriting is proper. It's definitely not written by Brother Yi. It was written by a student in class. In a hurry, it's naturally not neat enough. Zhang Shua explained. It wasn't like the student was passing it around. He had snatched it himself. The rhythm of the poem should not be changed. It should be based on the 5/7 rhythm. The clear river runs through the hanyang tree, the fragrant grass grows in the parrot continent. Then there's the rhyme. In front of the thatched cottage village, the bright moon falls into the forest and the chickens sing rhymes. On the flat bridge road, the blue frost locks the tracks of the horses. Good stuff. It's enough to teach the students. Did Brother Yi give it to you? Li Longji read a few lines and resisted the urge to continue reading. Yao Chong coughed. Sigh. Zhang Shua sighed and replied, I borrowed it from a student. The student didn't react when I borrowed it. Good, the word borrowed is used well. Empress Wang was fuming. It's the new year and you 3 prime ministers didn't come over to eat. Instead, you went to steal things. Zhuangzi taught the students this? Li Longji had a guess. Yao Chong said, he taught the students how to deal with the imperial examinations. There should be many more rhymes at the back. After they learn it, we'll talk about policy. Dr. Li has the talent to educate people. Empress Wang was happy, that's right. He taught the children well. After the imperial examinations, I'll help you get all the rhyme content. Li Longji said as he kept the students' notes. Your Majesty, let me take a look again. I didn't remember the last part. Zhang Shua was anxious and didn't have time to memorize many words. If he had known earlier, he would have made a copy on the way back. Alright, don't spread it. Li Longji took it out and handed it to Gao Lishur. Read it and have someone memorize it. Keep a few copies. Gao Lishur had long wanted to read it. He took it and started reading. Reading it was like reading a poem. It was even more satisfying than reading the three-character classic. Those who could listen to the notes at any time in the hall were not ordinary people. If they didn't get first grade in the imperial examinations, they could forget about it. Now that he was writing it, he was still amazed. Was this really written by a human? How talented was this person? Good, this line, complex against simple, stacked against heavy. Lazy against the lazy. Good. Empress Wang listened and evaluated in a low voice. She turned her head and said to Li Longji, when the child is born, you must ask uncle to write more books on elementary studies. Li Longji nodded in agreement. He then corrected her, copy. Empress Wang pursed her lips and smiled. She made a few gestures with her hands, meaning to kill and bury. The others in the hall pretended not to see. In any case, it was fine as long as the two of them were happy. When they finished reading and writing, each of them had a copy. Yao Chong and the others went out to lead the officials and foreign envoys to prepare to eat. This year's Hanyuan Hall was as cold as the previous years. However, the Qilin Hall was warm and cultivated the path of fire. They didn't have time to do it in the other halls. They planned to do it when the weather warmed up this year. The flowers in the Qilin Hall bloomed. They were plum blossoms, unrelated to the other flowers. Normally, the Qilin Hall's path of fire wasn't lit. It was too wasteful. Even so, the officials and foreign envoys felt that it was pretty good. It was warm and they were eating hot pot and barbecue today. Food from heaven on earth was pretty good. There were also many cucumbers and vegetables dipped in pickles. There were 3 signs on the small table in front of everyone. One was red, one was blue, and the last one was black. The relevant personnel told them what to do. Raising the red sign was for meat, raising the blue one for vegetables, and the black one for adding charcoal or changing grates. Gao Lishur began to read according to the imperial edict. He talked a lot and finally it was ready to eat. Li Longji raised his cup. Everyone raised their cups and drank a mouthful. You can't go home and eat. No one will wait on you. This method is still good. It saves money. Empress Wang didn't drink. She smiled and said softly as she watched everyone raise their signs. The palace maids entered the butterfly traversing flowers to deliver all kinds of things. Li Longji nodded. He also found the benefits. In the past there were many dishes. They were all prepared and placed in front of everyone. There would always be a large portion left. Now there were only small cold dishes. If you didn't finish the other dishes in the pot or the grate, no new dishes would be delivered. The song and dance performances were also among them. They sang, "Last night the west wind withered the green trees. Alone I climbed the tall building and looked to the end of the world." And other lyrics written by Li Yi. There was also Xiao Hongqian and the laughter of the vast sea that he learned today. There were also the 3 plum blossoms and farewell songs. It was almost Li Yi's song and lyrics. Chapter 236. Jiangshan laugh, the horse boy's voice sounded. The horizontal flute appeared a beat later. Lanso Min Duo the drums sounded. Yen Yu Yao, the horizontal flute, Min Duo Longso the drums sounded again. The pipa followed by the plucked strings of the flute. Wave wave washed red how much jiao, the horizontal flute followed. Longso La So Mi Duo Duo, the female group sang, how much jiao. As the song was sung, everyone in the Qilin Hall stopped eating. They looked at the dance and listened to the song in astonishment. Li Longji stood up with his hands behind his back. He looked at the distant sky with a heroic look. Empress Wang stood beside him and pursed her lips into a sweet smile. She had only seen the lyrics and the poem, but not the song. The Qinyou guard didn't know how to write the score. At this moment she finally knew the scene of the Li family Zhuangzi last night. She decided that the next time they met, she would tell Li Yi to remember to ask her to take out a good song. Otherwise it wouldn't work. The wind and clouds of the world come from my generation. Once I enter the Jianghu, time passes quickly. During the song and dance performance, another voice sounded. The effect was obvious. The people in the Qilin Hall couldn't calm down. They didn't know who composed this song, and they didn't know that this song was copied. Almost everyone in the country of the world could sing it. And it had lasted for many years. At this moment they couldn't understand why it sounded so good. It was sung 3 times in a row. In the end they cheered along. Finally, it ended, leaving many people wanting to continue. Your Majesty, who composed it? I want to talk to them in detail. Taichung Temple Chief Jiang Jiao stood up and raised his voice. Fortunately he was closer to Li Longji. Chief Jiang, please sit. Li Longji said. Jiang Jiao was stunned for a moment and sat down. He felt that he, a chief of Taichung Temple, was condescending to take a fancy to someone who composed songs for the pear garden in the palace. But His Majesty didn't say anything. Yao Chong looked over and waved his hand. Jiang Jiao came around from behind. Did Prime Minister Yao call me? Don't ask around. Even if you know, you're not allowed to ask this person to compose for you, Yao Chong said to Jiang Jiao. Minister Yao, why? Jiang Jiao did not understand. Can't I, an official of Taichung Temple, write a song by myself? Li Yi wrote it, Zhang Shua said directly from the side. Thank you, Prime Minister Yao and Prime Minister Zhang. Jiang Jiao understood and quickly thanked them. He turned around and wiped his sweat. He had almost gotten into trouble. But are you, Li Yi, bored? Why are you writing a song again? Spring is coming soon. Why don't you think about what new farming tools are available? What about after the 3-character classic? Last time Jiang Jiao was depressed. A group of people, including the 2 eunuchs, all supported Li Yi. Today I'm depressed again. Seems. I'm used to it. It doesn't feel that bad anymore. What the foreigners felt was the foundation of the Tang dynasty. They even had such a good song. The imperial family in their country was really too old-fashioned. Reward. Li Longji returned to his seat and rewarded the performer. As for the composer, there was no way to reward him. He was directly a secondary grade 5 official. They did not lack money or anything. He was most satisfied at this moment. He liked music and dance, but he was disgusted that people who knew music and dance wanted to participate in politics. No matter how good the song was or how good the poem was, it was nothing more than entertainment. It seemed that Brother Yi was the same. He did not want to use these things to ask for anything. This was what it meant to have the same interest. Brother Yi and he put the people's livelihood first. They did not care about the lyrics and music. Retired Emperor Li Dan and noble consort Lu were also there. The 2 of them came out to show their faces and did not participate in any political affairs. That young man is very much to San Lang's liking, noble consort Lu said. She was much better recently. Her left knee did not hurt anymore. She soaked in the hot spring and used a dog's skin to cover it. She did not have the occasional needle-like feeling. It's just a small path. The big path is to make farming tools. Li Dan had the same view as his son. He received news that the big shots of Southern Melody insisted that Li Yi go on stage. That was how he came up with this song and 2 poems. It was very casual. He did not compose for the sake of composing. That's why it's a skill. Noble consort Lu continued to praise. She felt that Li Yi was pleasing to the eye. That's why San Lang gave another 100 soldiers. Li Dan was also concerned about the 100 soldiers. If given to others, the soldiers would become ordinary farmers. To the young man, the soldiers were combat power. A few days ago, Zhuangzi and Dali went out in formation. The banquet eventually came to an end. Everyone was almost done eating. It was already late and the banquet was over. Everyone received a vegetable gift, including a big watermelon. This was not provided by Li Yi. There was a greenhouse at the hot spring. Some people were not in a particularly good mood. In the past, when they ate on the first day of the new year, the utensils were all made of silver and gold. The worst part was still bronze. This year bamboo chopsticks were used. Then they were all made of porcelain. The porcelain did not look very good. They wanted to sneak a few home. It was not worth much. Why was Her Majesty so stingy today? Yes, she was stingy. Li Longji felt that he was generous. In the past he only gave her cucumbers. There were so many vegetables this year. They could eat for 3 to 5 days if they took them home. What was there not to be satisfied with eating watermelon on the first day of the new year? She did not even eat it last year. San Lang, it's a 7-day holiday. Empress Wang was only half full. She was very strict about her diet now. She could not hold back her pregnancy anymore. Everyone could see it. The imperial physicians came over. After taking her pulse, they gave her a prescription. The main thing was to eat. Eat as much as you can. The concept of the people of the Tang dynasty was that the heavier the child was, the better. Empress Wang did not listen at all. Her uncle had said that as long as the child was healthy, she should not eat too much. It would not be easy to give birth. Empress Wang naturally listened to Li Yi. You imperial physicians even told me that I can't treat an intestinal abscess. Do you think I'll believe you? If I believe you, Shi-Er will be gone. Now she wanted to go out again. The imperial ancestral temple was over. There would be nothing to do until the second day of the new year. Brother Yi's place might not be convenient? Li Longji considered whether Li Yi was busy or not. We had our own courtyard in the past. If uncle is busy, he will be busy. Empress Wang hugged Li Longji's arm and shook it coquettishly. In the entire harem, only she could do such a thing. She had a carefree personality, but she dared to rush forward when she encountered trouble. In her place, the palace maids and eunuchs lived the best lives. It was good in the past and it was even better now. When she died in history, the entire harem seemed to have lost its sunshine. The root cause was not that she was not favored, but that she did not have a child. Li Longji suffered too much pressure for her and had to give up in the end. Go. The current Li Longji still attached great importance to the unborn child. The empress having a child meant that he acted in accordance with the heavens. Otherwise, he would have stolen his father's position and killed his own relatives. Therefore, on the second day of the new year, when others were visiting others, the two of them rode a comfortable carriage to Li Yi's Zhuangzi. Uncle, quickly take a look at the child. Eat after you're done. Empress Wang reached out and rubbed Li Yi's head as she said. Li Longji followed her to look at the ultrasound. The child today was much bigger than the last time he saw it. Moreover, it was very respectful to face the belly. There's no problem. It's just a bit more lively. The ultrasound was still there. The baby actually moved in the belly. This meant that the motor nerves were well developed. The disadvantage was that the mother was passive and suffered. What are your plans for the new year? Li Longji asked casually. Chapter 237. Li Yi tidied up the equipment and said, build a cluster of industries in the fields of tourism, industrial production and agricultural production with the Li family's farmstead as the center and the Zhang family's village and the migrant workers' settlement. Li Longji thought hard for a moment before he was able to catch up. It was the same as before. Find people to come over to play, then have a workshop and farm. When the weather warms up, the lives of the people in the northern prefectures will be better. Li Longji thought of the new useful tools. It's still the problem of transforming production technology into productivity. There's so much land and not a lot of people. How can there not be enough to eat? Li Yi seemed to be talking to Li Longji but also seemed to be talking to himself. Li Longji helped Empress Wang tidy up a little and asked when they went out to eat, what kind of technology do you have? Breeding technology to cultivate better high-yielding seeds. Li Yi said one. The work of the Sanongxi temple. Li Longji indicated that he knew. There's no good farming technology now, only cattle and horses. Breed more and prevent diseases. Li Yi didn't dare to think about mechanization, but more livestock was still possible. The work of the Sanongxi temple. Li Longji still knew. Find more natural stones to use as fertilizer. Phosphor stone is good, but we need to know which kind of land is good. Li Yi said one more point. The work of the Sanongxi temple. Empress Wang helped Li Longji say it. In the south we should plant rice well. It ripens twice a year or 3 times in 2 years, and we should plant other rice in between. Li Yi mentioned the matter of rice. He didn't like to eat the rice in the south, but there was a lot of rice. No matter how it tasted, it could really fill the stomach. Li Longji followed and said, try to let people plant more land and reduce the transfer. Third brother is right. It's a problem of the structure of social division of labor. Those who farm will farm, those who work will work, and those who fight will fight. Each person is responsible for one aspect. Li Yi mentioned the current drawback. The farmers had to do everything and there was not enough time to take care of the fields. Oftentimes, if the harvest was poor, they would not be able to rent out the land and be hired to work. When they were in the red, they would borrow money to pay it back. If they could not pay it back, they would sell their land and run away. With that thought in mind, Li Yi continued, many families are short of a season's worth of grain. If they hand in less grain, they will be able to catch their breath. If we were forced to take a step forward, the result would be the 3,000 refugees at the edge of the village. Li Longji did not reply this time. He had already made up his mind to levy taxes on merchants. The imperial court would take turns to reduce the rent of the various prefectures and leave half a year's harvest for the common people. When they arrived at the single room in the cafeteria, they each went to serve the dishes. Empress Wang had a palace made to help her. Before the new year, Big Brother took away a batch of drunken crabs. Now that it's the first month, the other drunken crabs are also being sold. This year we'll raise them for another year. I'll choose some neighboring villages to cooperate with. If nothing major happens and we earn a lot of money, those who have paddy fields will naturally learn how to raise them. When there are more crops in the fields, the money from selling them can naturally be used to buy more things and promote the development of business. Li mentioned business again. Li Longji nodded slightly in agreement. He had collected a lot of management fees from the night market. Only when he collected them did he realize that Chang and had so much money every day. Compared to the management fees, earthly paradise was nothing at all. The people who were collected were still willing to pay. As long as they sold things at night and paid a part of the money, the rest would be enough to earn. It was said that some shops were afraid that there would be a curfew after the new year, so they took the initiative to offer more management fees. Obviously, collecting money did not hurt the common people. Otherwise, why would the common people still make such a request? Li Longji strengthened his confidence from Li Yi. After dinner he took a short rest and went back with Empress Wang. The child was fine. Then Li Qingqi came and took away jars of drunken crabs. He wanted to sell them at a good price during the new year. People came and went on the streets of Chang'an. Many shops were not closed at all. Every place that sold roasted oysters had a bamboo basket next to it. The shells of the oysters were thrown in and someone came to take them away. A few days ago, a stall owner collected the oysters and took them to the pharmacy to sell, but the pharmacy did not accept them at all. They did not want a big pile of money. They could give it for free but they just threw it there. The person who sold the roasted oysters found that he could not keep them. The shells smelled so bad that he did not keep them anymore. After inquiring, he learned that the Imperial Physician Bureau had ordered that all places that practiced medicine and sold medicine in Chang and were not allowed to pay for them. Otherwise they would revoke the license and not give new medical books. As for the traveling doctors, they could take them if they wanted. How many could they take even if they tried? Who ate oyster shells every day? In the next few days the common people visited their relatives and friends. People who lived in Chang'an and the surrounding areas all went back to their parents' home happily. When they had money they could bring things back. When the married girls went back home, they talked about their family's situation. There were comparisons. Xingning Lane Yao Mansion. He won't spread it out? Yao Chong, who was eating drunken crabs, asked the person who went to inquire about Li Yi. He was in a bad mood even if he got the crabs for free. It was not easy to get in. The students did not mention anything about Shangyun at all. The person replied, "Take a crab down. Remember to eat it clean. Use 8 pieces of crab." Yao Chong did not want to embarrass the servant. When the messenger left happily, he looked at the 8 pieces of crab in front of him and sighed, "Crabs will be expensive from now on." Yao Chong was clear in his heart. With 8 small tools to eat crabs, the feeling of eating crabs in the future would be different. Moreover, the price of crabs would increase. They were not cheap to begin with. He knows how to raise crabs and can preserve them for so many days. The taste is even better. Yao Chong mumbled and used the needle to dig at the crab's claws. Other rich people in Chang and also learned to eat crabs with tools. They felt that it would be very embarrassing if they did not understand the 8 pieces. They did not know that the person who took out this set of tools just rubbed the claws in his mouth when eating crabs. The shell was pried open and the yellow ointment was used to dig directly with chopsticks. Only the 2 pincers of the crab were left as snacks. They bit open the shell and dug with the small tip of the pincers. Some people began to think about the paddy field outside the city. Should they learn to raise crabs? Pei Yaoqing, who was on holiday, was also eating crabs at home. Everyone at home was eating. He looked at the open shell without moving. There were 7 days of holiday for the Chinese New Year and 1 day of work. At this time, the affairs in the government office were managed by people who were not qualified to take a holiday. He was not at ease. What made him more worried was that the ice could not be taken out. The river had thawed. It was dangerous to go up. The ice melted below and could not be taken out. After the Chinese New Year, the people who cut the ice could not all be transporting coal and shaking briquettes, right? It was not the time to farm. What kind of work could they find? Pei Yaoqing had found that finding jobs for the people was the biggest political achievement. The people who had jobs to do had a different standard of living compared to previous years. Let's go to Zhuangzi tomorrow. Pei Yaoqing could not think of anything. He muttered and began to study how to use the 8 pieces of crab to disassemble the crabs. After a mouthful of crab meat entered his mouth, he felt refreshed. Chapter 238. Lu Huaishan of Chongxian Square was also eating crabs. Lu Huaishan was poor because he had distributed his salary and other subsidies to his relatives. His house in Chongxian Square was still rented. He did not own the house nor the land. He only had the right to use it. Of course, even if he did not give his salary to others, he still could not afford to buy a house in Chang'an. Yao Chang's house in Xingning Square was bought by Li Longji. It had nothing to do with Yao Chong. Before he bought a house, Yao Chong had rented an inn for a while. The richest person was probably Zhang Shua. Zhang Shua had a big house in Yongla Square that belonged to him. Lu Huaishan was eating crabs and so was his wife. He did not live in Qing, and then only came over before the new year. His second son Lu Yi also came over. They were eating crabs together. Beside them was a person from heavenly earth, Xiaoyan, and two maids. On another table, paper and a brush were arranged. Xiaoyan took a piece of ink and ground it on an ink stone. Xiaoyan whispered softly as she ground it, "The zither has 50 strings. Fine, fine. I ate your crabs and now I have to write for you. If you had told me earlier, I would not have eaten it." Lu Huaishan finally could not take it anymore and agreed to write for them. Prime Minister Lu is joking. If Prime Minister Lu is not willing to write, I will leave. Xiaoyan gave Lu Huaishan a way out. Lu Huaishan sighed, "It's just that this couplet was not written by me." He looked at a piece of paper on the table. The words on the paper were written in a special font. It said, "Greedy for 2 bottles of wine, dreaming of snow. Drunk for 1 night, hearing about the awakening of insects." It was written specifically for the drunken crabs. It said that the crabs drank 2 cups of wine during the light snow festival. As a result, they got drunk in the jar and heard the awakening of insects. Originally, it was an edible thing. Writing this couplet made the crabs seem especially interesting. Lu Huaishan knew that it was written by Li Yi, but he insisted that it was written by him, the Prime Minister. It was easy to spread. Lu Huaishan did not want to take advantage of this. It was obviously not written by him. But who told him to eat other people's crabs? He had no choice but to take a brush and make a copy, then write down his name and seal it. Go. Lu Huaishan tossed the pen aside, looking like he was about to lose his integrity. "I need to write 2 copies. Xiaoyan picked up the pen and placed a stack of paper there. Lu Huaishan had no choice but to continue writing. "Thank you, Prime Minister Lu," Xiaoyan said happily, her fingers scratching the paper on the second copy. With a few scratches, he uncovered half of the paper. Below it were densely packed small words. "Then our contract is done." Xiaoyan began to put away the paper. "Hold on, what contract?" Lu Huaishan was unhappy. What did writing have to do with a contract? "Lu Xiang, you don't remember? Just now we agreed that Lu Xiang would write a drunken crab couplet, and get 10 strokes of the brush. These 10 strokes of the brush will be used to buy and sell cotton candy in front of the house of heaven and earth. Henceforth, any profits from the sale of cotton candy shall be given to Prime Minister Lu for 5%, to be used for the repair of the house, for furnishings, or for simple meals, but no money shall be deducted." Xiaoyun said with a shocked expression as if saying, "Why is your memory so bad?" The 2 maids at the side nodded vigorously, indicating that they had indeed agreed on it. "Did you forget in the blink of an eye?" Lu Huaishan was at a loss. He looked at his wife and son, somewhat doubtful. He understood the content. He would write a couplet in exchange for 10 strokes of money. Then these 10 strokes of money would be used to buy cotton candy with the house of heaven and earth. In the future he would get 1/20th of the profits from the sale of cotton candy. However, this money would be used to repair the house and furnishings. Sometimes it would be used to buy some food but no cash. "You dare to bully me? I don't even know what cotton candy is, so how could I forget?" Lu Huaishan was angry. The seal has already been stamped. Does Prime Minister Lu really want to go back on his word? Let's go. Xiaoyun threw down these words and ran away with the paper. The 2 maids followed her as if to protect her. This old man, this old man." Lu Huaishan gasped for breath. His eyes were red. He muttered, "This old man has a good reputation. Li, you're good. You're capable. You're very capable." After muttering to himself, he suddenly laughed. "Ha ha! Eat, this old man has already taken the membership card of the House of Heaven and Earth. I don't need cotton candy." Xiaoyun went back and asked someone to copy the words and enlarge them by 2 times. She also asked someone to frame them and hang them up. On the first floor of the House of Heaven and Earth, there were 4 people assembling the cotton candy equipment. When they stepped on it, the round box with holes around it would spin quickly. At the bottom was a box that could be used to store coke or charcoal. If it was too hot, it could be moved to the side and adjusted its height. In this way, the bamboo skewers and some sugar could be used to make cotton candy. When they made money, they would take out some money to help Lu Huaishan repair his house or something so that his life would not be too difficult. Lu Huaishan was born in the Lu family of Fanyang. He was a descendant of the Eastern Han dynasty. The 7 families of the Tang dynasty were not allowed to marry each other. This was to prevent the powerful Lu family of Fanyang from occupying 3 of the families. There were many people of the Lu family of Fanyang in Chang'an. They did not have a good life. Lu Huaishan was the prime minister, so he had to help them. He had no choice. Otherwise, when the rent was paid, he would have a good life, but the others would not. The whole Lu family of Fanyang would attack him. Everyone was of the same breath and branch. How could a prime minister ignore the other children of the Lu family? Your father was only a 7th-rank military officer in a state. Do you remember when you were a child you studied in the family school? Do you remember that the family gave you food and clothing? Even if you did not care about the other branches of the Lu family of Fanyang, did you not care about your own branch? What could Lu Huaishan do? His family's life would be difficult. Li Yi knew about Lu Huaishan's situation. He was not in good health. According to the normal development of history, he would die next year. This was not good. Even if he was old, he could be transferred to another position. He would have a helper in the imperial court. Therefore he could bribe. The prime minister was not afraid of being poor. It did not matter if he gave money to the family. He had a way to improve the quality of life of his family. You have to be stable in the imperial court. If anyone wants to bully me, think about the cotton candy. You have to be fair and honest. Cotton candy is so white, isn't it? The next day the cotton candy was officially sold. The 4 machines were operated by 4 people. First, a few were made and placed at the side for people to see. 2 waitresses came out and took small bites of the cotton candy, telling people that this thing was edible. It was very sweet. If you don't believe it, look at your expression. Is it sweet? Sweet, beautiful, sweet, beautiful. Some people were attracted. Looking at the waitress sticking out her small tongue and licking it, they swallowed their saliva. What is this? A young man stared at the waitress and asked. Replying to the young man, this is cotton candy. It only costs 2 copper coins and it is a big lump. The waitress gestured with the cotton candy in her hand and said sweetly, I'll buy 1. Kaijun took out 2 copper coins. The waitress shook a cotton candy. He took it and stood at the door learning to lick it. After a few licks, he found that this thing was not suitable for licking. It should be eaten with a bite or a pinch. Not long after, there were 4 lines at the entrance of the heavenly world selling cotton candy. Unfortunately, the waitress went in and did not accompany him to eat. Chapter 239. On the last day of the Spring Festival holiday, Yao Chong did not plan to go out. But when the heavenly world sent a small jar of 6 crabs, Yao Chong decided to go out. The jar was still the jar and the crabs inside did not change into anything else. But a piece of paper was pasted on the outside of the jar, and it was different. On the paper were words that Yao Chong felt familiar. Greedy for 2 bottles of wine and dreaming of snow, drunk in a jar and hearing of Jingzhe. Then he looked at the inscription, Lu Huaishan. Yao Chong was not calm. No wonder it was familiar. Someone imitated old Lu's handwriting. This was, no, he had to ask old Lu. Otherwise, the heavenly world would also give him a member card. The same warning. It was impossible to clean it up. That was His Majesty's business. Yao Chong pondered again. His Majesty asked someone to write a couplet. There seemed to be nothing wrong with it. Let's go and see. Why not ask me to write it? Is my handwriting bad? Xingning Square was in the northeast corner of Chang'an. Chongxian Square was in the southwest corner of Chang'an. The distance was not close. Naturally, he had to pass by the East Market. When Yao Chong's 4-wheeled carriage arrived at the East Market, he saw a long line outside. There were 4 lines. Let's see. Yao Chong ordered. The carriage stopped. He got off and walked over. From the side of the line, he went to the side of a cotton candy making equipment. Someone had just thrown 2 copper coins into the box in front of him. He took a big white lump on a bamboo stick. After handing over a cotton candy, the person continued to work. There was a small bamboo spoon. He scooped a little sugar from the box next to him and poured it into a small metal box in a big basket. He stepped on it and the box spun. The bamboo stick circled around it. Soon something like catkins appeared on the stick. Not long after, a big lump was placed in front of him. After watching several of them made, Yao Chong, who was addicted to watching, still could not figure out how the small amount of sugar became a big lump. Luan came out at this time. She smiled and said to Yao Chong, Mr. Yao, please wait. The 2 newly made ones are for you. The 2 marshmallows that had just been made were directly transferred to Luan's hands. When she handed them to Yao Chong, she said in a crisp voice, Prime Minister Yao is a senior member of the heavenly world. There is no need to line up. The other people in the queue didn't say anything. He wasn't a member, so they didn't dare to say anything. Yao Chong held a cotton candy in each hand. He glanced at the others and knew how to eat it. Then he carried the cotton candy back to the car. The car started. Outside the car, Lu Wan was waving goodbye. This thing is called cotton candy. Cotton is a type of white cotton. Li Yi planted a lot of it on Zhuangzi, so the name is appropriate. But is that candy worth a penny? He's actually selling it for 2 yuan. Yao Chong once again labeled Li Yi as a profiteer. He smelled the cotton candy and found that there was no smell. You're making something that benefits the people. This candy. How did this candy become so big? A little bit of sugar is gone in one bite. You can eat a few more bites when you get bigger. Yao Chong analyzed and came to a conclusion. Then he was slightly taken aback. Isn't this for the baby? I'll hold one in each hand. Muttering, he found a place to put the cotton candy and prepared to give it to Lu Huaishan. When he arrived, Yao Chong saw another familiar car. It was Zhang Shua's car. At the same time, he saw Zhang Shua standing there with his hands behind his back, watching a group of people demolish a house. 111 down down. Rumble. A wall was pulled down by a group of people wearing the same clothes. This group of people's clothes were made of canvas, and their feet were sewn with pieces of silk. Everyone's clothes had words written on their chest and back. The word on their chest read good, and the word on their back read fast. It was easy to understand. They worked well and fast. Yao Chong thought about it and suddenly realized that they were demolishing Lu Huaishan's rented house. Demolishing the Prime Minister's house was not right. That house belonged to someone else. Were they crazy? Yao Chong quickly got out of the car. He had to ask clearly. It didn't seem right to demolish someone's house during the new year. Doji, this is? Yao Chong asked Zhang Shua. Yuanji is here too? Huaishan's family is building a new house. These people are from the Fast Craftsman Alliance. Zhang Shua, who came first, seemed to know a lot about the situation and told Yao Chong. How did it become Huaishan's house? Yao Chong was not interested in the alliance. Property rights were more important. They bought it. The original 4.5-room house is simple and crude. They want to build it into a 2-story house. There are so many rooms. Look at this line. It extends outwards and doesn't affect the overall layout of Chongxian Market. Don't look down on this. It can add 1.5 rooms. The 2-story house is the original size of 12 rooms. I heard that the second floor can extend outwards and not block the road. Zhang Shua had already asked clearly. Yao Chong was stunned for a moment before he said, where did Huaishan get the money to buy and build a house? Yuanji didn't receive the new drunken crab from Heavenly Earth? There are couplets written by Huaishan on it. Heavenly Earth gave him 10 strokes. Zhang Shua was also clear about this matter. He told Yao Chong where Lu Huaishan got the money. 10 strokes to buy 4.5-room house in Chongxian Market? I'll give you 100 strokes. I'll take as many as you have. Even if I have to borrow money, I'll buy the whole Chongxian Market. Yao Chong said angrily. He did not believe that 10 strokes was not enough to rent a house for a year. Now they were buying and building. Could it be that the Kaiyuan Tongbao in every stroke was not made of copper but gold? Zhang Shua knew about this. He explained, Huaishan wrote the couplet and got 10 strokes. Heavenly Earth tricked Huaishan to write it again. The sticker was a contract. The contract said that Huaishan bought the cotton candy at the door of Heavenly Earth with 10 strokes and got 5% of the profit. Heavenly Earth bought the house for Huaishan in advance. They also bought the wages and materials in advance and came to demolish the house. This is clearly giving money. Yao Chong understood everything. Then there was a trace of sour feeling in his heart, but he could not say it. How is this giving money? Writing gives you a stroke and buying shares gives you dividends. What's wrong with that? Zhang Shua said helplessly. He was also not in a good mood. But Heavenly Earth is. Yao Chong reminded. Heavenly Earth was Her Majesty's territory. Did Her Majesty know that they gave out 5% of the profit? Zhang Shua nodded to show that he understood but said, originally Heavenly Earth did not have cotton candy. Then what is cotton candy? Can it make money? Hearing Zhang Shua, Yao Chong turned back to the car. After a while he came back with a big ball of cotton candy. This is it. Put a little sugar and make it so big. That little sugar does not cost a penny. Cotton candy is sold for 2 pennies. Yao Chong handed one to Zhang Shua. He pinched a little and threw it into his mouth. Zhang Shua pinched a little and tasted it. Sweet? Of course it's sweet. Yao Chong took another bite and found that the taste and texture were good. Li Yi finally did not take out something with 10 times the profit. Zhang Shua sighed. But making money is not slow at all. When I came, there was a long line at the door of heavenly earth. Even if it was a penny, it would be a penny profit. It was like robbing money. Yao Chong recalled the speed of making cotton candy and the size of the line and shook his head. Then he said, "So, will Her Majesty care about building a house for Huaishan? The idea has nothing to do with Her Majesty. Ask Li Yi if he still needs someone to write." Zhang Shua said as he bit the cotton candy. Chapter 240. 1212. Boom. The house completely collapsed. A group of people rushed up with various tools. Some of them even wore gloves to carry the things. The pile of things in the house was quickly reduced. The ox carts left with the things while the others continued to clean up. Where did Huaishan go? Yao Chong hid in the dust and looked around. He rented a suite at Qingdaofang Inn and moved the things there. He will come back to live when the new house is repaired. Zhang Shua gave the answer. It's close to the court. Yao Chong was envious. Across the road from Qingdaofang was the imperial city. Opposite Qingdaofang was Taichang Temple. Behind Taichang Temple was the Secretary Province. Of course, the three of them did not work in the Secretary Province. They were in charge of the Secretariat, which was now called the Crepe Myrtle Province. Yao Chong was the Crepe Myrtle Magistrate. Come to Huaishan's house often for meals in the future. Although he was not given money in the heavenly world, he was probably provided with other meals. Zhang Shua felt jealous. How could Li Yi only think of one person? Didn't he know that there were 3 prime ministers in the imperial court? In a large inn in Qingdaofang, Xiaoyun went into the rented suite to have a look. She came out with an unhappy face. This suite is not enough. Are there any other rooms? This is for Prime Minister Liu. Xiaoyun complained to the innkeeper. Master Xiao, there is no more. There is a separate courtyard. That. The innkeeper knew Xiaoyun and explained with a bitter face. Okay, courtyard. Move the things to the courtyard. Xiaoyun commanded. A group of people went downstairs and told the people waiting downstairs to move the things to another place. The person involved, Lu Huaishan, stood aside and did not say anything. His wife was calm and the child was curious. The child was puzzled. Last night, this beautiful lady came to deliver crabs, wrote something and left. This morning she brought people to help move the house. The house there was also his family. Was amazing. His family had a house in Chang'an. If his elder brother knew, he would be very happy. Fanyang Lu's family and the North's 3rd branch also heard the news and came to watch the show. They greeted Lu Huaishan respectfully. Usually, Lu Huaishan would help those who were having a hard time. Moreover, Lu Huaishan was now the leader of the North Patriarch's 3rd branch. Keep these pieces of furniture. Don't put them inside yet. Come on, let's move them to the courtyard and look for new furniture. Xiaoyun instructed them to move the furniture. It turned out that Lu Huaishan did not have much furniture in his house. Logically, they should throw it away. Xiaoyun was the one who was responsible for manipulating the mood and controlling the entire banquet. Her words made people feel comfortable. She didn't care about the furniture she was going to throw away. She turned around and apologized to Lu Huaishan. Lu Xiangnu, I've already arranged a place here. The new furniture isn't suitable for me, but the courtyard is too big, so I had no choice. Lu Huaishan could only nod. There was nothing else he could say. Even if he didn't show it on his face, his impression of Li Yi in his heart had doubled. He was too sensible. What he didn't know was that Li Yi had done even worse than this in the past. Li Yi, who had slowly developed in society after being beaten up, did not have the arrogance of someone who could go against the heavens, the earth and the air. After all, there was an exchange of interests between countries. Which large company would not have a good relationship with the country they were in when they wanted to develop overseas? Behind the scenes, now Lu Huaishan felt the impact. He had signed the agreement yesterday and stamped it today. He was enjoying the feeling of comfort when a carriage and a group of people dressed in all kinds of clothes came over. The procession stopped and someone came over. Minister Lu, my Dongzhu invites you. Lu Huaishan saw the appearance of the person who came and followed him without a word. The procession started again. Your Majesty, Empress. Lu Huaishan saluted in the carriage. Minister Lu, are you moving? Li Longji asked while taking advantage of the good weather to bring the Empress out for a walk. Your Majesty, it's Li Yi. Last night Lu Huaishan told the truth. Ha ha, Li Longji laughed. Empress Wang covered her mouth and chuckled. Good, this is a good bribe. I've learned something new. Brother Yi, you don't have to worry about the bureaucracy in the future. Li Longji once again felt that Li Yi was good at his job. He even had the mood to bribe people. Then Lu Huaishan asked carefully. Do I need it? Minister Lu, are you feeling well? If you feel unwell, you can go to Brother Yi's place to have a look. Li Longji suddenly said something unexpected. Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. Lu Huaishan was touched. He now knew about Li Yi's medical skills. Lu Huaishan also knew that even if Li Yi didn't give him any gifts, without His Majesty's protection, if someone tried to cause trouble for Li Yi in the imperial court, the officials who knew his identity would still protect him. If someone fell ill, the imperial physician would make arrangements for their funeral. Zhuangzi was the last chance to save their life. It's the same for your family. Li Longji emphasized. If your family fell ill, just don't expose your identity. I'm very grateful. Lu Huaishan thanked him again. Li Longji suddenly thought of someone. Minister Lu, do you only know about Gu Ziji's situation? Li Longji thought of Wei Zhigu and asked Lu Huaishan. Lu Huaishan's eyes were blank. He shook his head. I don't know. Li Longji found a small rope in the carriage and pulled it. The bell outside rang. Your Majesty. Gao Lisher's voice sounded. Has something happened to Wei Zhigu recently? Li Longji asked through the carriage door. He's sick. I've ordered the imperial physician to take a look. He said it's a cold illness and has been prescribed medicine. Gao Lisher replied. Let's go to Buzhengfang. Li Longji ordered. The procession continued forward. Buzhengfang was at the bottom left corner of the imperial city. They could reach it if they walked along the southern ring road. In fact, Wei Zhigu's residence was the closest to the imperial city. His residence was north of Buzhengfang's east gate. According to the Tang dynasty's residence addendum, Attendant Wei Zhigu's residence was north of Buzhengfang's east gate. The reason why it wasn't the northeast corner was because the northeast corner was known as the corner of the northeast. It was the home of the right golden guard. He really is sick. We've already treated him so well, yet he's still depressed? Li Longji said with a frown. Lu Huaishan didn't understand what it meant, but he felt that there was something very mysterious about it. He thought about how His Majesty had asked him about his health, then asked Wei Zhigu, and then Wei Zhigu had gotten sick. Didn't that mean that he would also, or his family? Heavens, no. He hadn't lived long enough and his family was doing well. He was about to have a new residence. As he thought about it, Lu Huaishan's face turned pale. When they arrived at Buzhengfang's residence, they heard the sound of coughing coming from inside. Lu Huaishan felt his fingers go numb, as if they had been pressed down for a long time. The procession stopped. Li Longji was about to get out of the carriage when he paused and looked at Empress Wang. Empress Wang took out a large mask and put it on, then nodded at Li Longji. Li Longji shook his head, so Empress Wang took out a pair of glasses that looked like diving goggles and put it on her head. She blinked her eyes through the glass. Li Longji nodded and got out of the carriage first. When he got out of the carriage, he turned around and reached out to take Empress Wang's hand. He half-supported Empress Wang to get out of the carriage as well. Empress Wang stuck out her belly and was very happy. Lu Huaishan looked and thought about how he also had a four-wheeled carriage that His Majesty had given him. He should find a chance to take his wife out to play and learn from them. Chapter 241. Wei Zhigu's home was much better than Lu Huaishan's. It had a front and back courtyard. Gao Lisher knocked on the door and asked, "Who is it?" Gao Lisher. Gao Lisher answered. "Open the door." Wei Zhigu's voice sounded. The door opened with a creak. They always didn't pump oil into the door. They all felt that if there wasn't any movement, the guests wouldn't be distinguished. Even if the carriage could go in, they wouldn't. Li Longji pulled Empress Wang's hand and entered. In the front courtyard, Wei Zhigu had already stood up. When he saw Li Longji, his nose twitched. He resisted the urge to cry and said, "I didn't know Your Majesty and the Empress would come in person." Don't be so courteous." Li Longji hurriedly said and went to sit beside a stone table in the front courtyard. There were a total of 4 stone stools, one for each person. Gao Lisher stood. Empress Wang carefully looked at Wei Zhigu through the glass. Wei Zhigu also looked at Empress Wang, wondering what kind of fashionable dress this was. He didn't recognize it just now. "I heard that Minister Wei is unwell? What did the imperial physician say?" Li Longji felt the temperature around him. He immediately found that there was floor heating and there were furry cushions on the stone stools. There was a copper pipe in the middle of the table. Clearly there was a methane pool below. "It's a cold illness. I've been drinking it for the past 2 days, but I've also taken medicine sent by Celestial World," Wei Zhigu said as he dug into his pocket. At home, his clothes had a side pocket. He took out 2 types of medicine and introduced, one is to reduce fever, and the other is to make coughing uncomfortable. They said that it's not good and it's worse. They took me to Zhuangzi on the east side of Ba River and said that they wouldn't let me die. Wei Zhigu didn't hide it. He didn't look nervous. It wasn't that he wasn't afraid of death, but that Li Yi was protecting him. Why are you still outside when you're sick? Li Longji understood. He had to stabilize Wei Zhigu's position. Brother Yi seemed to value Wei Zhigu. The weather is good today, so I came out to bask in the sun. The imperial physician said that he must not be exposed to the wind, but the message from heaven and earth said that he should not be exposed to too much heat or cold, and that he should be exposed to the sun when there is no wind. Wei Zhigu answered again. At the same time he gave the answer, I trust Li Yi, but I don't trust the imperial physician. Prime Minister Wei, that. I heard a cough outside just now. Empress Wang called the wrong name. Wei Zhigu was no longer the prime minister. I'm much better. I had a bad cough the day before yesterday. My throat is swollen and it hurts to swallow when I eat. Today's breakfast wasn't as bad as before. Wei Zhigu pretended not to hear the problem in Empress Wang's words. Zhigu, the Tang dynasty can't do without you, just like how it can't do without Huaishen. Heavenly World bought a place for Huaishen to rent and is now demolishing it to build a new house. Li Longji said with concern as he patted Wei Zhigu's hand on the table. Li Longji was not a gentle person. He believed in Li Yi. If Li Yi wanted to protect them, it proved that the two of them were useful. Last year, several ministers died, but Brother Yi did not say anything, nor did he do anything. This year, after the new year, he bought a house and sent medicine in advance. It was clear that he had a plan. Wei Zhigu lowered his head, lifted his sleeve and rubbed the corner of his eyes. He looked up again and smiled. The wind is strong, why don't the Empress prepare the medicine? I'm afraid you'll pass it to me if you get sick. I have a baby in my belly, so I'm wearing protection. Empress Wang said with a smile. It should be a boy. Wei Zhigu was not embarrassed. Everyone was familiar with each other, so it did not matter. Lu Huaishin stared at the medicine on the table. Zhigu, is this medicine better than the imperial physicians? Why do you ask, Huaishin? You don't know whether it's good or not. Wei Zhigu put the medicine back into his pocket. I don't want it, what are you afraid of? Lu Huaishin despised. Do you think I'm going to steal your medicine? I'm not afraid. Do you dare to eat it? Cough, cough, cough. Wei Zhigu bickered and coughed a few times. He picked up the paper beside him and spat out phlegm. He gasped for breath and said, Your Majesty, Li Yi's medicine is too effective. I can't cough it out at the beginning of the illness. Even after taking the imperial physician's medicine, my chest still feels stuffy. Li Yi's medicine. Sigh. I heard that you have to exchange your lifespan for it? Li Longji replied. Zhigu, you should be even more motivated. Brother Yi advocates irrigation and road construction, and the Ministry of Works is the most important. This subject will not disappoint your Majesty. Wei Zhigu stood up and bowed. Sit down and talk. Huaishin, you too. Don't let Brother Yi's efforts go to waste. Li Longji struck while the iron was hot. Since Brother Yi has already given you benefits, I'll go along with it. Lu Huaishin stood up and bowed. This subject does not fear the wind and rain, and will die for your Majesty. At this moment he was heroic. Yao Chong was nothing. Look, did Yao Chong have the benefits that Li Yi gave him? If Li Yi doesn't like you, His Majesty won't always listen to you. Did you think that I didn't dare to handle important matters in the past because I didn't know how to? I was afraid that you would deal with me. Do you think that you're the only one capable? What do I, Lu Huaishin, lacking compared to you? Do you have enough fruits and vegetables? Li Longji asked Wei Zhigu as he comforted Lu Huaishin to sit down. He didn't ask Lu Huaishin. Lu Huaishin had already run to the south of the imperial city to stay in the courtyard. How could he lack anything? King Song came to visit me when he found out that I was in the heavenly realm. He brought many dishes for me. Wei Zhigu replied. The person he was most grateful to was Li Yi. He could see that Li Yi knew about his illness in advance and wanted to protect him. It was only after that King Song and His Majesty came over. That's good. Zhigu, rest well. There's no need to rush to the Ministry of Works. Li Longji said as he stood up. With Brother Yi's help, what was there to worry about? I'll send your Majesty, Empress and Huaishin off. Wei Zhigu said as he walked the three of them to the door. Only after the three of them boarded the carriage did he close the door and return. Sitting back in his original seat, he sighed and muttered to himself, I am indebted to Yuanji. His son used this as an excuse to find me to bend the law. I didn't agree because I was afraid that Yuanji would take revenge. I told your Majesty, but you told Yuanji and demoted me. Today I am indebted to Li Yi. If he has any requests in the future, your Majesty, don't blame me for agreeing to his request. Let's go to Chongxian Market to take a look. Li Longji didn't know that Wei Zhigu's thoughts had changed. He wanted to see how the residence that Lu Huaishan bought would be repaired. The group headed south. After 3 blocks they would arrive at Chongxian Market. By the time they arrived it was already noon. The house had been demolished and there wasn't a single piece of mud to be seen. At the same time, pits had been dug. There was a layer of frozen soil at the edges and hot charcoal was being baked on top. Zhang Shua and Yao Chong didn't leave. They were very happy to see the others working. Their speed was really extraordinary and they used the tools very smoothly. It was already noon and it was time to eat. The workers ate the construction site's rice. It was all cabbage stewed with pork belly. There wasn't much meat, dried tofu stir-fried with bean sprouts, and last year's dried rapeseed boiled in the shade with some green onions thrown in. Just this thing was too good. Yao Chong and Zhang Shua touched their conscience. If they didn't have the membership card of Celestial World, they might not have been able to eat this stewed rice. Of course, the ones they were most grateful to were King Song and His Majesty. King Song's zhuangzi was planted in greenhouses. There were many greenhouses in the hot springs in the palace. They were usually given some, and there was always a hint of green in the winter. Normally, the coolies would eat salted vegetables, drink cold water, and eat millet or sorghum rice. As expected, the workers ate with all their might. The smiles on their faces never diminished. Chapter 242. Prime Minister Yao, Prime Minister Zhang, Happy New Year. Yao Chong and Zhang Shua looked at the craftsmen eating and were discussing whether they should go to Heavenly Earth for a meal when Pei Yaoqing came. Happy New Year, Huanji. Zhang Shua was younger than Yao Chong and greeted him first. He learned this from Li. Happy New Year. Yao Chong nodded. Huanji, are you free today? Prime Minister Yao, to be honest, I plan to go to Zhuangzi to ask the people what work they can do. I didn't expect to receive new crabs early in the morning. The jar? Pei Yaoqing told him the reason why he came. He also saw Lu Huaishan's endorsement. He first went to Heavenly Earth and took a pile of cotton candy, then went to Lu Huaishan's house. He didn't see Lu Huaishan, but he saw the other 2 prime ministers. It was written by Huaishan. Yao Chong didn't want to say more. Zhang Shua nodded and didn't explain. How should he say it? There was nothing wrong with saying that Li Yi asked Lu Huaishan to write and gave him benefits. The problem was that he and Yao Chong weren't invited to write. Wouldn't that be worse than Lu Huaishan? Prime Minister Lu's house was demolished? He still has to find a place to live in the winter. Pei Yaoqing observed the expressions of the 2 and said casually. The response he got was that no one answered him. Have the 2 of you eaten? Pei Yaoqing changed the topic. Are you going to treat him? Yao Chong said coldly. I heard that you saved a lot of money in the yamen this year. Zhang Shua said and winked at him at the same time, hinting that he could let Prime Minister Yao use the money. Pei Yaoqing blinked. If you don't mind, I'll order a few takeaways from Heavenly Earth. He didn't want to. Why should he leave such words? Give it to Yao Chong? Dream on. I got the money with my own ability. I even took the surname Zhong's money. You can do it? At most, I'll write another 10,000 people list and guarantee that every word will be different from the previous one. Do you believe me? I was tested by a boy. Daoji, I don't care about the money in the county. Yao Chong was not going to do it. The money was in His Majesty's eyes. Who could touch it? Jingle, 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 jingle. A group of people appeared. The 3 of them saw this and ended the topic. The car in the middle stopped in front of them. Someone opened the curtains and waved and the 3 of them got on. Happy New Year, Your Majesty. Happy New Year, Empress Wang. Yao Chong spoke first, deliberately using Empress Wang's surname. It meant that she was the Empress. That mirror was indeed quite beautiful. Zhang Shua and Pei Yaoqing followed suit. This house can be torn down very quickly. Li Longji looked out of the car window. The house had been demolished. Everything had been moved away, and the foundation was being laid. King Song's engineering team has the guidance of experienced craftsmen and new tools to use. Thus, the process of transporting the waste was smooth. Zhang Shua gave a reason, and that was the truth. Professional. Empress Wang personally brewed a pot of tea and brought it over. She was like a young girl now. The frustration that had been weighing on her heart had disappeared. When her position was in danger, she still had the leisure to play shuttlecock with the palace maids and eunuchs. How great was her heart! Of course, when Li Longji was hesitant to deal with Madame Wei, she dared to take the initiative to persuade her husband to do it. This was her personality. She dared to love, hate, and risk her life. Therefore, Li Yi, who was familiar with history, asked the children to play support, beat drums, and wave flags when they went out. Li Yi felt that it would be troublesome for him to change anyone to be in charge of the imperial harem. Since there was a problem, he had to find a way to solve it. She is a professional. Pei Yaoqing agreed. He continued, I met some commoners who lack work, so I thought of making a trip to Zhuangzi. He was asking for instructions from Li Longji. I'm going to find Li Yi. Oh, I can't do anything about it. Turn yourself into a commoner. Think more, and worry more. You can't always rely on others when you encounter a problem. Li Longji didn't object, but reminded, you can't think of nothing. My brother Yi is indeed someone who will answer your questions, but why? Let's discuss it. There are benefits. Chang, and has decided to buy a large amount of cement from Li family Zhuangzi. Pei Yaoqing gave his conditions. As he spoke, he looked at Yao Chong and Zhang Shua. Zhang Shua gave him a look. I just mentioned it. Don't say it. Yao Chong, I didn't agree to ask you for money. He said that if you want to involve Madame Wei, this old man will fight it out with you. Lu Huaishan looked left and right. Is there something between you two? Huanji, it's not easy for the county to save some money for the commoners. Even if it's Li family Zhuangzi, you can't pay a high price. The commoners' wealth is in your hands. Don't let them be disappointed. How could Li Longji not see this? He said to Pei Yaoqing, but in fact he was warning the three of them not to interfere. Yao Chong glared at Zhang Shua. You're so nosy. When did I want to command Chang and county's treasury? Zhang Shua blinked. I'm doing this for your own good. If you don't want it, then forget it. Have you eaten? This empress is hungry. Empress Wang tried to smooth things over. Huanji said he wants to treat. He ordered takeout from earthly paradise. Zhang Shua decided to eat Pei Yaoqing's food. Otherwise he wouldn't be satisfied. We saw that they ate well. Give each of them a portion. Li Longji chose to eat the same thing as the craftsman. He saw that the food was not bad. He also knew that the big pot of cabbage and streaky pork was more fragrant than the small pot. Gao Lishir went outside to check on the situation. When he came back he said, King Song asked us to make the dishes clean. The kitchen is some distance away from the construction site. There won't be dust. Thus, he brought over 3 big bowls of cabbage and streaky pork, stir-fried bean sprouts with dried tofu and vegetable egg soup. Then he divided them into small bowls for everyone to serve themselves. Empress Wang began to take things out of the carriage. Cut marinated beef. Keep it cold. It won't spoil since it was made early in the morning. Garlic sauce. No vinegar. Who likes to eat old vinegar? There's some here. Fermented bean curd. No stinky tofu. The smell of stinky tofu is too strong. Small jar of pickled cabbage. I took it from Uncle. Stew it with the cabbage and streaky pork. This empress has a small pot here. Rice pancakes. Stew with millet and sorghum rice. It's not good for the stomach if you don't chew it well. Pancakes. Empress Wang said as she took things out. There was a lot of food in the carriage. There was also a big watermelon on the side. If she didn't eat it, she would share it with the palace maids and eunuchs when they returned at night. The food she prepared every day in the carriage could feed 20 people for half a month in case of an emergency. She changed it every day. She didn't care about money. Even if she changed it, she would give it to the palace maids and eunuchs. The carriage was big, so there was room for food. The marinated beef couldn't last for a long time. There was little ice. She didn't feel safe unless she stayed in Li Yi's Zhuangzi all day long. Even Li Longji had the same feeling. Even if he sent 3,000 winged knights to kill Li Yi, the result would be the complete annihilation of the winged knights. He didn't know why he had this kind of thought. It was inexplicable. If Brother Yi was ruthless, no matter how many people went, they would all die. He didn't have this feeling when facing Madame Wei and Princess Taiping, but he had it in Zhuangzi. Now Empress Wang took it out for everyone to eat. They would change it when they returned. Everyone added some ingredients and cooked it again. Especially after adding in the pickled cabbage, the taste was rich. They finally felt the gap between them and the craftsman. When you eat, don't forget to help Huanji think about how to find work for the people. Li Longji drank a mouthful of soup and asked for everyone's help. Chapter 243. In the Li family Zhuangzi, Li Yi was not idle today. Today he congratulated the baby. He was completely cured. Antibiotics were very useful for people in this era. The little guy was also tenacious. He seemed to be attached to this world and was unwilling to leave easily. Although he was sick, he had been working hard. He worked hard to drink milk, sleep hard, and even stopped crying when he was injected with needles. As long as there was a little thing, he would be very happy. As a doctor, Li Yi knew that optimistic patients might not survive in the end, but those who survived were usually very optimistic. Western comforting therapy had long become a specialty in the Tang dynasty. It was many years earlier than the Tang dynasty. Western massage was also a common subject in the Tang dynasty. These two therapies appeared too late in the West. When the West took them out, the West recognized them. However, when they turned around, they found that China had been playing with them for more than 1,000 years. Today, he changed into new clothes and was held in Li Yi's arms. He raised his small arms, pointed at things and said seriously, "Hide, light, wash, busy, ha ha ha." The little guy felt that he was very awesome. "That's awesome." Li Yi kissed the baby. The little guy laughed even more happily. He moved his chubby legs and turned to kiss Li Yi. At this moment, "It's worth it to do anything for you." Li Yi put his face on the baby's face and said. When they went out, Wang Xing and the other 5 also came over after hearing the news. During the Chinese New Year, many people became cadavers. The Chinese New Year was special. There were many factors affecting the mood, the weather, and so on. Everyone Wang Xing and the other 5 wished that they could immediately snatch the dead body from any family and give it to Li Yi. They always felt that if 10 people died, 1 or 2 could survive if they snatched them. Unfortunately, they did not dare to do that. They just left the bodies there until they were buried and dug out. Li Yi said that he could do nothing. Li Yi knew that this kind of dead body was placed there to prevent people from faking their deaths. When the coffin was placed there, the coffin lid was not closed tightly. Afterwards, a group of people began to liven up. There were even people crying, including the crowing of roosters, all for the sake of waking up those who might have been faking their deaths. Including the copper coin in the mouth, the other side of the copper coin connected to the hand, and the thin thread tied to the feet. If the copper coins fell off, it could mean that the person's hands were moving. If the thread on the feet was broken, it meant that the feet were moving. It might seem like stupidity to leave the corpse for a few days, but in fact it wasn't. People in ancient times knew about fake deaths. Even at the last moment, she did not give up and continued to cry. It was too difficult to find someone who could be saved in this situation. The child was buried early because it was unlucky. Otherwise, it would not be his turn to save it. Now that they were alive, Wang Xing and the others shed tears. They no longer felt any guilt. All of their hard work was worth it. They were very reserved and took turns to hug the child. The little guy gave them face and kept smiling. He didn't cry even when he was kissed by people who didn't look very familiar. The more he acted this way, the more everyone liked him. "Dongzhu Jia Jinshan wants to see you." Songda ran over and said to Li Yi. Then he put his face in front of the little guy. The baby hid back. When he saw who it was, he leaned forward and kissed Songda's face. Songda suddenly floated and turned his head to look at Hu Ernyang. Hu Ernyang rolled her eyes at him and reached out to take the little guy like the other women. Li Yi tidied up his white coat and went to greet Jia Jinshan. He was the leader of a minority. For the sake of national harmony, he must give him absolute courtesy. When he saw Jia Jinshan, he also saw many other similar people. They were the kind of people whose hardships were written all over their faces. When those people saw his clothes, some frowned and gestured at him with their fists. They were obviously dissatisfied. They knew that he was here to invite a doctor and didn't wear official robes. What was he wearing? Li didn't care at all and glared back. "I'm wearing a white coat. Isn't it respectful enough? I dare to wear this even for a meeting. Who dares to say that I'm not wearing formal clothes? My stethoscope is hanging around my neck. I represent a group. Li Dongzhu, they are people of the 10 surnames of the Western Turks." Jia Jinshan introduced. "Leader Jinshan, have you been living well recently?" Li put on a smile. He didn't care about the people of the 10 surnames of the Western Turks. The information was real. The other party had surrendered to the Tang dynasty and was killed. He was killed by the Turks. How dare a stray dog look down on my white coat? When I put on the official robes, I'm also a 5th-rank doctor. Is Dafu the same as Daifu? Li shamelessly combined the two professions. He liked this official position of doctor. He felt that it was far from him to be a doctor, an imperial physician, or a doctor of medicine. The people of the 10 surnames of the Western Turks were angry at first. They felt that this Zhuangzi was not respectful. In less than half an hour, they felt that Dongzhu was a good person. This was because the villagers had arrived. The original veterans, in addition to the 100 new soldiers, appeared. They wore armor, held sabers, and held crossbows. They were harmonious in an instant. There were no problems. The key was that there were more than 40 people behind them who were ready to charge at any time. Whether they could fight or not, they could understand each other by looking at their state and eyes. They felt that they were not in Zhuangzi, but in the Tang dynasty's military camp at the front. Songda, dressed in a Confucian robe, went up to them and said, "Everyone, it's noon. Let's have lunch first. We can talk while eating." He explained, My family's Dongzhu is a divine doctor. This uniform is specially worn when saving people. Even the king of hell doesn't dare to face it. The black and white impermanents came a few days ago and were kicked by Dongzhu. The people of the 10 surnames of the Western Turks believed it because the one who brought them here was the old leader of the Shadua clan. It was said that he couldn't live, but nothing happened to him until now. He was saved by this divine doctor. Then everyone went in for lunch. They ate in the cafeteria. After they went in, they were speechless. They had seen many things that shouldn't be seen in winter at the imperial banquet, and here they were again. Moreover, the limited amount of soy sauce at the state banquet was eaten casually here. Jia Jinshan was very proud. He looked at the others and went to get the food skillfully. Then he sat in front of Li Yi. He whispered to Li Yi, Li Dongzhu, they are here to beg you to buy things. You don't have to be polite to them. Thank you, leader. Actually, I also want to sell things. There are too many things. Leader Jinshan, is your place comfortable? I will build a new house for you in 2 days. Li Yi knew that these people were brought here by Jia Jinshan. Since he was introducing them to business, he had to treat Jia Jinshan better. Can the firecrackers be sold to others? Jia Jinshan asked something that Li Yi couldn't agree to. Leader Jinshan, change it. This firecracker can be used in the military. Why don't I give you something else? It's quite fun. Li Yi rejected one, but he wanted to compensate for it. He never lacked new things. Chapter 244. A large group of Western Turks was eating ferociously. Ever since Khan Mozi had killed Suagu and Suaji's younger brother and obtained absolute power, he had begun to wantonly bully the other smaller tribes. The 10 surnames of Western Turks ran to the Tang dynasty one by one. Li Longji had arranged for the first batch of people to stay in Hunan province. Later on, they were settled at the border. The whole Turks were in a mess. They ran to the Tang dynasty to ask for help. When they settled down, they turned around and ran to other places to fight the Tang dynasty. Tubo was there. Tubo also fought the Tang dynasty and sometimes joined forces with other Turks. At this time, only a part of them went to the Tang dynasty. There would be more coming. Those who could go to the Tang dynasty in person were naturally the representatives of various tribes. Some tribes with the same surname chose their own representatives. The tribes had a hard time, but it didn't mean that those with high status also had a hard time. They had money. When they saw the good things of the Tang dynasty, they wanted them. Soap, toilet water, glycerin, dried oysters, dried sea cabbage. And the newly seen fireworks. Leader Jinshan, do you want to move out of Honglu Temple? Li Yi mentioned the building of the house again. It's troublesome to move out. It's better to live there. Jia Jinshan shook his head and refused, but he knew it was dangerous to move out. In that case, you can order meals with Earthly Paradise. I'll give you a card. Li Yi changed a benefit. After the new year, will a large number of businessmen go to the border between Tubo and the Tang dynasty? Jia Jinshan was concerned about trade. There are also at the Turkic border. Li Yi agreed. He was responsible for providing the important goods for the caravan and shared it with Li Longji. The weather was warm now and there was no snow to block the mountains. Whether it was Tubo or Turks, they had changed from a simple animal husbandry to a combination of farming and animal husbandry. The most powerful Khan Machi always wanted to propose. As long as the princess of the Tang dynasty married outside, he would give a lot of things. Wu Zetian once gave a lot of seeds, farming tools and iron to the Turks. They used it for farming. Without good farmers, they killed and robbed the people of the Tang dynasty. Li Yi also knew that if he allowed Mojo to develop, Mojo would be assassinated next year. As long as he died, the new Turkic Khagan would ascend to the throne and kill each other. There doesn't seem to be any difference whether Moxie is dead or alive? Li Yi said as he thought about it. Machi. Jia Jinshan repeated and shook his head. This person is too vicious, he doesn't care about the lives of other clans. That's why there are so many tribes coming to the Tang dynasty when he's alive. If he's dead, they won't be in a hurry to come to the Tang dynasty. Li Yi felt that the current situation was very good. According to the records, there were still many people rushing over. Li Dongzhu, can you give the Shadua clan some weapons? Jia Jinshan couldn't care less about other people's lives. He had to think about his own clan. The Shadua clan was not included in the 10 clans of the Western Turkic Empire. The Shadua clan struggled to survive. If it wasn't for the Tubo clan forcing them to migrate, they would have been wiped out in the battle between the Tubo clan and the Tang dynasty. Li Yi looked at Jia Jinshan and didn't say anything. You want to ask me for weapons? I, Zhuangzi clan, can forge weapons for myself and sell them outside. Jia Jinshan smiled embarrassedly. He forgot that Li Yi didn't know that his third brother was Li Longji. Is there anything else that can help my clan? Jia Jinshan changed the topic. Good things for weaving wool and cotton shouldn't be exported. Oh, it shouldn't be sold outside. But the Shadua clan is on good terms with the Tang dynasty, so it's okay. Li Yi said that the wool felt of the new 3-spindle treadmill used by the capital government was not as good as wool. Wool that couldn't be woven into sweaters was suitable to be made into felt. Sweaters were better at keeping people warm than ordinary silk. Zhuangzi clan didn't lack leather clothes. They planted a lot of cotton this year and also had cotton-padded clothes. Other people couldn't stand it. The cold would consume heat, and heat had to be replenished with food. Is there any harm? Jia Jinshan was more worried that Li Yi would cheat his people. No, but the wool needs to be steamed and degreased with plant ashes. Otherwise it can't be woven. Li Yi promised. Is there anything harmful? Jia Jinshan rolled his eyes and asked. Do you want a mirror? Li Yi also asked. A mirror is harmful. Jia Jinshan wanted to know more. Remember to tell your son not to pursue luxury. Seeing what you have done to the Tang dynasty recently, I will help your people live a good life. Li Yi said some friendly words. Thank you, Li Dongzhu. Jia Jinshan vaguely guessed what was going on. Don't mention it. If the Shadua people betray us one day, our friendship will be gone. When we meet, don't blame me for killing too much, although I don't want to kill too much. Li Yi warned that he needed the Shadua people to help him run the business there. As long as there was no major turmoil in the Tang dynasty, the Shadua people would be fine. In normal history, this clan was a powerful force in the 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms. Who would have thought that the Shadua people who were struggling at death's door would have such a glorious day? Jia Jinshan was in a bad mood when he heard Li Yi's straightforward words. He showed it on his face. After dinner, Chief Jinshan and I are going to see something. Li Yi didn't say anything else. The people of the 10 Western Turkic clans were big eaters. They kept adding dishes and rice. Fortunately, they knew the rules and ate as much as they wanted. After everyone finished eating, Li Yi asked Songde to discuss the business with them. He took Jia Jinshan to the back. There were 25 more craftsmen in the back workshop. The craftsmen who had researched the gunpowder and released the fireworks were sent to Li Yi's Zhuangzi. They knew that they had made a mistake and lost a lot of things. At the same time, they scared the people in the palace and thought that they would be severely punished. However, when they found out that they were sent to Li Yi's Zhuangzi, they went home happily and asked their families to move. They had a good life ahead. They were there when the fireworks were released. When they saw the beautiful fireworks, they felt that they were not good enough. Li Yi brought Jia Jinshan to see a row of fireworks. To be precise, it was a row of fireworks. One by one, they were placed on a large shelf and connected to each other with medicinal threads. Chief Jinshan knows that I don't sell fireworks. He said that they can be used in the military. Here they are. Li Yi took out a lighter. He asked someone to adjust the direction of the fireworks. There was an open space in front, and then he pulled the long fuse to the back. He pointed in that direction. Take a look. After saying that, he picked up the fuse and lit it. The fuse burned quickly. Soon it burned to the back of the first fireworks. Whoosh! The fireworks flew out. Then the second, the third. There were 20 fireworks in total. By the time the 15th one landed, the first one had already landed. Boom! There was a loud boom and then there was another boom. The fireworks exploded in a certain area. Smoke and dust rose. When the last explosion ended, Jia Jinshan stood there and swallowed his saliva. Sigh. Li Yi sighed. It still flew close and the direction was not accurate enough. But it's okay. It will be better in a few days. He turned to Jia Jinshan and said, Are the fireworks beautiful? Chapter 245. Jia Jinshan took a deep breath as if he was shocked by the sound. He acted as if he did not hear Li Yi's question. His eyes were still fixed on the area in front of him, recalling how many places in the Tang dynasty set off fireworks on New Year's Eve. There were so many fireworks for fun. If they were used in the military, how many things would fly out just now? Look again. Bring another cart over, Li Yi said with a look that said, I know you didn't see it clearly. The second cart came over. This time there were 40 sky monkeys. At the same time, a large group of Western Turkic people came over. They had heard the sound just now. A gust of wind blew, and the faint smell of burning sulfur drifted into everyone's nostrils. The people who came later found out that they were setting off fireworks. How could it be better in the daytime than at night? Just when they were feeling bored, Li Yi lit the long fuse again. Then the sky monkeys flew out with a whoosh. The front exploded while the back continued to fly. The rumbling sounds continued, and the smoke and dust from the explosions drifted in the air. When everything returned to normal, the people who came later swallowed their saliva like Jia Jinshan just now. They were completely enlightened. How could it be fireworks? The fireworks exploded in the sky, but this one was aimed at the ground. It looked like a large area was covered. Not to mention how much it would blow people up, even horses would not be able to stand it. It was clearly something for fun. Who would want to use it to fly towards the ground? Li Dongzhu, do you have any more of these fireworks? I'll buy them, someone shouted and rubbed his ears. If you don't have any fireworks, do you want firecrackers? The firecrackers are cheap. If you buy 10,000 of them, I'll charge you 8,000, Li said with a smile. Everyone shook their heads. They had even played with firecrackers before. How could they compare to something that flew far away and exploded all of a sudden? That's all for today. Everyone go back. Chief Jinshan, please. Li invited Jia Jinshan. Li Dongzhu, don't worry. The Shatiao clan will be on good terms with the Tang dynasty for a long time, Jia Jinshan promised. He finally believed Li Yi's words. He did not want to kill, but it did not mean that he could not kill. I think so too. Li Yi displayed his methods, still as gentle as ever. When everyone returned to discuss the barter with Songda, their attitudes became even more respectful. Those were not fireworks but lethal weapons. How many of them were hidden in Zhuangzi? Some of the 1,000 bull guards guarding Zhuangzi ran away on their horses. Heavens! Li Dongzhu has started to enter the military industry. He is no longer farming. Hurry up and report to me. You want to change the toilet water? Do you want soap? It's windy over there, so applying glycerin is the most suitable. Do you know about big neck disease? Eat this dried oyster and dried sea cabbage. You can't eat those with big necks, but if you eat those without, you won't have big necks. You want seeds? I'll give you some cotton seeds. Take them back and plant them. Later on we'll buy cotton. The price will be higher. You want colored silk? I'll give you ordinary silk. You can go and exchange for it yourself. Ironware? No, the village is still short of iron. Lighter? You also know about lighters? What if you don't have alcohol and flint? Fine, I'll sell it to you. Tell me what you want in exchange. Songda held a pen and wrote down the barter with the Western Turks. The Western Turks mainly used sheepskin, felt, raisins, fennel, walnuts, dates, dried plums, mushrooms, mutton jerky, beef jerky and horse jerky to barter. Songda's price was very fair. He lowered the price slightly based on how much they sold outside. Since they bought a lot, he naturally wanted a discount. At the same time, he also gave them some fermented bean curd, stinky tofu, and distilled wine. The people of the 10 tribes had inquired about the price of some things before they came. Today they saw that they had gained a bargain. On the surface they still wanted to bargain, but in their hearts, they felt that the people of Zhuangzi were silly and cute. Then they sent people to inform them that they had brought a lot of things to Chang, and when they were waiting for the handover they did not leave. Instead they ran to take a bath. They had already taken a bath during the new year. Otherwise they would not be able to attend the court assembly. Songda chose 4 baths for them to use. They kept asking for soap, saying that they wanted to wash their hair properly. Li Longji and the ministers were still guarding Lu Huaishan's house to watch the show. Empress Wang was resting in the carriage. Li Longji and the others stood beside the carriage. The people of the Craftsman Alliance were digging trenches. They wanted to build a foundation for a 2-story building. However, the foundation was designed according to a 3-story building. In case there was a need in the future, they could add another layer. Next to them, someone was mixing cement using bamboo as the tendons. The 3 prime ministers and Pei Yaoqing were frowning. They were thinking about what jobs to find for the commoners. Pei Yaoqing did not want the old jobs. In winter, the commoners did not have much work. Those who needed to make clothes at home would naturally make clothes. There was also spinning and weaving. They would either wash clothes for the rich or dye cloth. They would also make clothes in the workshop. The land outside could not be planted and firewood could not be made. Now they were planting bean sprouts. It was a good job, but the bean sprouts did not need to be busy all day. There were more and more bean sprouts, and the price of bean sprouts began to drop. It is impossible to find other jobs. It is already good enough that there are ice sculptures in winter. Zhang Shua could not think of any. There are enough people shaking coal and transporting coal. We can't all dig coal. Yao Chong also complained. Lu Huaishan did not say anything. He was thinking about when he could move back. The courtyard of the rented inn was close to the unit, but it was not as safe as his own home. Pei Yaoqing rubbed his temples and exhaled. Your Majesty, I think it is useless to look for Li Dongzhu. If there is work to be done at this time, why would they not do it? There will be a court meeting tomorrow. When the meeting ends, please take care of the government affairs. Li Longji was also thinking hard. The result was the same. Therefore he planned to go to Li Yi's place tomorrow after the meeting. The Qianyu guards came over and dismounted from a distance. One of them handed the reins to the others and went forward. Your Majesty, Li Yi and Zhuangzi made the skycracker monkey a few times bigger and pointed it diagonally at the sky. After igniting it, it will fire continuously. It will only sound when it is about to hit the ground. Li Dongzhu and Jin Shan led the 10 Western Turkic families to Zhuangzi to trade for something. It seems that Li Dongzhu wanted to intimidate them. The skycracker monkey fell from the sky and made a loud noise. Everyone was shocked. The person who came over reported the situation and told Li Longji that Li Yi had made something that could kill people. Good. My Tang dynasty has another weapon. Li Longji was very happy. Your Majesty, this kind of firearm is too dangerous. Why don't we hand it over? Yao Chong, who was listening at the side, was afraid that Li Yi would hand it over to who? Li Yi is researching something and handing it over to someone else. He will research it again and hand it over. Why don't you take your salary and give it to me, then give it to me again? If the Imperial Army needs it, you can place an order in Zhuangzi. Zhuangzi will make it and equip the army. I will talk to him and ask him to maintain a 5% profit. Brother Yi is very supportive of benefiting the country. Li Longji did not intend to hand over the matter of making fireworks to someone else. It would be dangerous if it was in someone else's hands. Isn't 5% profit too much? Yao Chong knew that in the future, the amount of equipment used to equip the army would be huge. How much is the cost of your previous workshop? Li Longji did not give him any face. Li Yi's cost was 1 CUN and 5% was 50 coins. If he handed it over to someone else, the capital would be provided, and the cost would be 2 CUN. The imperial court would have to spend even more money. Sigh. Yao Chong could only sigh. Chapter 246. The mud is inseparable. The soil by the city is waiting for me to come. The mud is the people's hard work for surplus. Even after 1,000 massages, the benefits of the people have not wavered. On the 8th day of the first lunar month, in the morning court, a group of people had not recovered from the New Year break. Those who were not qualified to rest were finally relieved. The court meeting was boring and everyone was sleepy. After the meeting, Li Longji ran away with Empress Wang. Many women in the harem were helpless. They knew that the child in the Empress' belly was important. If they wanted to fight for the position, they had to kill it first. However, there was no chance. The Empress's food was directly taken from the heavenly earth. Only in the process of taking it back could they do it. The people who went to take it were loyal and she led the team. She had died once. The imperial doctor said she could not live. The Empress was not reconciled and sent Li Yi to Zhuangzi. In the end she survived. It was impossible to bribe she held the food herself. Once the team encountered a situation, such as someone touching her, she did not want the food and went back to take it again. Another way was to ask the imperial doctor to do it, but the Empress did not find the imperial doctor. As for the assassination, if the Empress could be killed, the Emperor could be killed as well. That was the difficulty. The last way was naturally to ask Li Yi to do it. Give Li Yi money? How much money could make him violate medical ethics? She had to see how much money he had first. With a high official position and generous salary? He did not take the imperial examination this year. It was said that he would only wear the official uniform for a day. Beauty trap? There were so many women in Nankou who wanted to use it. Therefore, they could only watch the emperor take the empress out to play and did not dare to say anything more. Zhuangzi went up. When Li Longji arrived, Li Yi had already eaten breakfast and taught the little fellow to talk. The baby said that she was tired, so she buried her face in Li Yi's chest and slept. Let me hug, let me hug. Empress Wang saw and reached out. Li Yi handed it over to her. The little fellow opened her eyes to take a look, then buried her head in Empress Wang's body and continued to sleep. Li Longji casually chatted with Li Yi when he saw the palace maids and eunuchs surrounding the empress to protect her. It's been a busy few days. Third brother, I've developed a new type of firearm, but its accuracy isn't very good. It needs to be improved. The main problem lies in the balance weight and the stability of the overall center of gravity. We need to add a few small wings to rotate after launch to improve stability. Li Yi said that the large skycracker monkey that he made needed to be rotated horizontally in order to smell it. It was the same principle as the rifling of a gun. Since the skycracker monkey was not placed in the launcher, and the rifling could not be carved, it could only be added with rotating wings. The feathers on the back of the arrow served the same purpose. How many people can you kill in one go? Li Longji didn't understand, so he asked about the final result. How many people can be killed depends on the area of damage and the number of people killed. When it explodes in the air with the addition of the fragments, the power is the greatest. It's the same as a crossbow. The amount of powder in the firearm is the key. Once it hits the ground, the damage depends on the angle of impact and the splashing of fragments. Li tried to be as straightforward as possible. After he finished speaking, he looked at his third brother and gave up on explaining in detail. Can it reach the imperial city? Li Longji asked casually. Li, he paused for a moment and said, Third brother, His Majesty is indeed the most suitable person to be the emperor right now. We can't change him, otherwise the world will be in chaos. Yes, if His Majesty can't be changed, then can we fly there? Li Longji reacted, but he still had to ask. No, it's too far. Unless I can develop a new firearm in the future. At that time the entire Chang and will be in the attack range. It will take at least 3 to 5 years and I will have to figure it out. Li shook his head and said, Third brother, don't always think about the imperial city. Once I make something that can fly there, I must report it first. Yes, report it. Li Longji was 100% supportive. Then he asked, if His Majesty wants the manufacturing method, will you give it to him? Of course I will. How can I not give it to him? Military weapons are more frightening than crossbows. Li Yi said matter-of-factly. Yes, ha. Li Longji also learned this saying. He frowned and said, Brother Yi, the people of Chang and have nothing to do. Yesterday I met Pei Yaoqing. He wants to ask you if you have any good jobs. Looking for a job at this time? A lot of people? Hiss. Li Yi felt a toothache. Yes, it's difficult. Some of the people are already doing well this year. They have newly bought dishes and bowls and, third brother, there's a way. Li Yi listened and suddenly had an idea. Li Longji looked at Li Yi with joy. Third brother, think about it. Many people don't have enough ceramics in their homes. Ceramics is not a big deal, but pottery is the main thing. There is a lot of clay around Chang, and that can be used to make pottery. The clay needs to be kneaded back and forth. It's very tiring. Jianghu has a kiln and so do other counties. The kiln can be opened at any time. It's just that there are fewer people to work. Ask the people of Chang and to knead the clay and tell them how to make it. When the clay is done, send it to me and I'll burn it. Li Yi explained how to burn the kiln and how many steps it needed. The most important thing was, every step was the key. However, kneading the clay was very tiring. Li Yi told Li Longji to ask the people to knead the clay. Knead 20 bowls of clay and bring it to them. After they're done, they'll give them a ceramic bowl. Or they can sell the clay directly. It's almost the price of a ceramic bowl. The kiln in Jianghu can burn some clay. Presumably, the kilns in other places are also willing to have the clay kneaded by others. Then the people of Chang and can have a lot of pottery. If they don't want it, they can exchange it for money. It's about 30 copper coins a day. Brother Yi, good. Li Longji raised his hand and patted Li Yi's shoulder. Empress Wang quickly handed the child to Tao Hong and reached out to rub Li Yi's head. She heard yesterday that the 3 prime ministers and 1 Chang and county magistrate said with certainty that there was no good way. But when it came to her uncle, he just needed to chat. What's the use of all these ministers? Besides burning pottery? Li Longji felt relieved and asked. Make a brick and dry it. If you want to build a new house, make more. This is one of the 10 broken bricks. It's profitable to exchange it for a brick in the kiln. Li Yi gave a similar one. It's used to build houses. Big Brother has organized a team of craftsmen and asked them to make molds for tiles. The people can also make bricks, but it's more strenuous. Li Yi added. We can also open a new official kiln. Li Longji thought of how to burn more things. Yes, now there's coal. If you want to heat up a piece of coal, you have to cook it first, just like cooking charcoal. Zhuangzi has been cooking it. Li Yi agreed. With coal, the good pieces of coal can be used to make charcoal. The bad pieces of coal can be made into coal or honeycomb briquettes. As long as the people are obedient, there's work to be done. Brother Yi, you're still so considerate of the people. If there's a 10,000 citizens watch, I should give it to you. Li Longji sighed. No, it's useless. I can only sell more new things when everyone lives better and has money. Li Yi rejected the 10,000 citizens watch. No one in Zhuangzi gave him a watch. But his words were useful. This was the happiest thing. Chapter 247. Owner, the person with the surname something from yesterday is here again. He wants to exchange things. Songda jogged over. He was happy to make money. He made a lot of soy sauce last time, and then fireworks, lighter alcohol, soap, glycerin, toilet water. Zhuangzi's granaries were built one after another. Cloth houses were also built one after another. The copper coins were piled up there and almost rusted. Just like that, the owner did not put in much effort and earned it in a very simple manner. When spring came, Zhuangzi's cows and horses would be able to plow all the land in one day at most. He might have to lend it to others, otherwise it would be a waste. Go and arrange it. Give them some tea and soy sauce according to what they did yesterday. Li did not want to deal with them. Songde turned and ran. He just came over to ask how to trade and what to give. Uncle, let's go to Zhang's village and have a look. Empress Wang pointed to the village. She was afraid that those people would see her and His Majesty. Li did not care. It was the same wherever they went. So they left, avoiding the people of the Western Turkic dynasty. Brother Yi, did you give them more benefits? Li Longji still asked casually. No. If I gave them benefits just because they submitted to the Tang dynasty, wouldn't it show that the people of the Tang dynasty are inferior to outsiders? They bought more, so I gave them a discount. I won't please others. If I treat others well, what will I do to my own people? Li shook his head and said. He did not have any special treatment in his heart. He then explained, but I don't bully them. It's narrow-minded to bully them. Since they all submitted to the Tang dynasty, I'll trade with them normally. Otherwise I can still cheat them. Instead of cheating people who submitted to the Tang dynasty, it's better to cheat people who are against the Tang dynasty. Li was clear about kindness and hatred. Aren't you afraid that they will rebel? Li Longji said something depressing. There were many Turkic and Tubo tribes. Today they lean to one side, tomorrow they lean to the other side. Whether they rebel or not depends on whether the Tang dynasty is strong or not. It can't provide them with protection or a better life. It's human nature for them to be caught in the middle and try to survive. Li spoke of an immutable truth. Establishing diplomatic relations with you today, breaking it tomorrow, and establishing diplomatic relations again the day after. Isn't that normal? How can we prevent them from rebelling? Li Longji asked. Give them a good life and let them realize that they have nothing to worry about by relying on the Tang dynasty. Naturally they won't rebel. The first was military support. The Tang dynasty needed a flexible army to meet the enemy and retaliate at any time. Another thing was trade. Trade itself was not bullying, but exchanging what one needed for what one lacked. I asked them to plant cotton, and when the time comes, the Tang dynasty will use what they need to exchange for it. He also taught them how to degrease wool and other seeds. Slowly they will find that the best place to sell their crops is the Tang dynasty. Li told him frankly. The economy between countries depended on each other. The foreigners were passive and had to rely on the Tang dynasty. As Li Longji listened and thought, his eyes narrowed. When he saw the Jianghu village, he said, if they rebel, cut off their economic relations. Yes. Li said one word. Dongzhu is here. It's Li Dongzhu. Dongzhu, what are we going to do in spring after the new year? Dongzhu, I heard that you're going to build a house for us by the river. Before they arrived at the Jianghu village, the migrant workers greeted Li Yi one after another. Li Yi had no choice but to stop. Li Longji secretly gritted his teeth. I'm asking about the national policy. Why are you making such a fuss over such a trivial matter? Everyone gathered around and looked at Li Yi eagerly. Li Yi gestured to the left and right and said, first of all, we must maintain the economic development as the center and solve the practical needs of the people such as rice bags and vegetable baskets. Stabilize the current settlement and strengthen the cooperation and mutual promotion of the three industries. Perfect the integration of the material and spiritual civilization of the people. Vigorously promote positive energy. Guide. Li Dongzhu, speak human language. No, I mean speak human language that we can understand. A migrant worker shouted. The others nodded. Yes, speak human language. Okay, let's change the way. Li readily agreed. Well, this year you have work to do now. Don't be anxious. It's easy to fill your stomach. It's also not difficult to have meat for every meal. When the weather warms up, Zhuangzi has some work for you to do. Then we will build houses by the river. You all live there and don't run around. I heard that someone behind my back said that I want to take your money. Nonsense. I have more money than I can spend. If anyone dares to say that again, I will break their legs and not treat them. I'm not trying to scare anyone. What I mean is that when you build houses, you should plant some flowers in the spring. Different flowers will bloom in all 4 seasons. Look at Zhang's village. Many tourists go there to play and make money. If others can make money, we can also make money, right? Li Yi did not use the policy guidance that he habitually said. He used the real thing. The people who gathered around liked to hear this. Yes, this is human language. What did you say before? Everyone, don't be afraid. Zhuangzi has a lot of work to do. You guys are not enough. We still have to count on the newcomers. Li Yi said again to be at ease. He would not chase people away. There were places and jobs. Thus, everyone happily dispersed. Li Yi thought he saw a few people being dragged away by more people shouting, "I was wrong, don't hit me," or something like that. "Don't hit people until they are sick and don't kill them," Li Yi emphasized. "Got it, Dongzhu." "We don't fight," someone replied. "I guarantee that those who were beaten are those who said bad things about me. They deserve it. Thank me. Otherwise they might really get sick." Li Yi muttered and continued to move forward. "Uncle, you are so good to them, but they are still spreading rumors about you behind your back." Empress Wang was not happy. "Sister-in-law, you misunderstood. Those people might not be saying that I am not good. They are afraid of losing the good life now. They want everyone to ask me. Those who stood up and asked me directly did things in an upright manner. Those who instigated me behind the scenes did things carefully. When using people, the former should be upright while the latter should be strange. If everyone in Zhuangzi was upright, I would be finished as Zhuangzi. For example, find tourists. The former can treat people well and make people happy. As for the latter, let them go out to attract tourists. They will do their best to invite people to play." Li Yi analyzed for his sister-in-law from another angle. Those people were not necessarily bad people. He said, "There is no distinction between good and bad people. They only have the ability to affect their own interests. Some people are full of righteousness and call them law enforcers. Some people are good at monopolizing and call them public relations. Making the best use of people is the way of a ruler." Zhuge Liang said that being close to a gentleman and staying away from a villain is the way to destroy a country. "Thank you, uncle." Empress Wang was enlightened at this moment. So this was how to use people. Li Longji nodded. "Brother Yi's words are to my heart. That is how I do it. It's just that no one has said it so clearly to me. There is no one in the world that cannot be used. It only depends on how to use them." Chapter 248. San Lang, can I be the Crown Prince's Grand Tutor? Empress Wang smiled. She was very satisfied with Li Yi. He could be said to be good for the people, good for the country, good for the rules of 100 industries, and good for the nature of a ruler. As for poetry, it didn't matter. In the future, her son should be taught by her uncle. Her uncle was not inflexible at all. He was not the kind of gentleman who was bullied. "Yes, Brother Yi is talented," Li Longji said sincerely. As soon as he finished speaking, the people in Zhang's village saw Li Yi and also greeted him. A large group of people ran over and greeted him with smiles. "Don't be so polite. Go to your work. We'll just look around." Li Yi shouted and waved his hand. In a flash, the villagers dispersed again, leaving only a few people beside him, ready to help at any time. Li Longji looked at them and felt touched. These people added up to almost 10,000, right? Including the people in the imperial plantation, it should be more than 10,000. Some counties only had a few thousand people. Could the county magistrate do such a thing? Did the county magistrate dare to bring only a few people to the people? If he went out, would all the people welcome him from the bottom of their hearts? Could he let the people under his rule live a good life like the people in Zhuangzi, the inhabited areas, and the villages? Brother Yi, who was next to him, was the leader of the people in the entire area. Li Longji knew that many big families had similar abilities, but there were still people who were not convinced, but there was nothing they could do. If it was Brother Yi's place, no one would be dissatisfied. If there was a need, all the people would be soldiers. Therefore this place was the safest place. At this time, Zhang's village was indeed very busy. There were many tourists. The people who participated in the ice skating competition found that they couldn't skate after receiving different prizes. But they knew that Zhang's village was good, so they brought their relatives, especially their poor relatives, to visit during the new year. They were all people with some wealth. When their poor relatives came, they felt restrained at home, so they brought them out. In winter they could eat vegetables and live in warm houses. And their relatives were not poor. That was even better. They wouldn't be bored in Chang'an. These people spent money just to be in a good mood, and the people of the Zhang family's village gave them comfort. At the same time, the villagers increased their vigilance, fearing that someone would come as a tourist and harm Li Dongzhu. After lunch, the tourists played chess and cards. Poker, mahjong, chess, go bang, army flag. There was a special chess room in the village with water pumping. Different playstyles had different water draw ratios. Just like mahjong, according to the size of the game, 1 to 2 copper coins would be given. 4 rich people lighting a cannon would cost dozens of copper coins. As for those who didn't have money, they used small chips to play. 10 chips only cost 1 copper coin. Then I'll charge you a table fee. 10 copper coins for 2 hours. Let's play. The tea will be charged by the bill. It's not like the tables with free tea and snacks. Someone wanted to play a bigger game, but no. The maximum limit for each round was 100 yuan. At the same time, off-site betting was not allowed. This was the rule in the village. First, you had to win or lose dozens of taels. Outside the village, no one cared. The village took the initiative to calculate the net profits and give half to Li Yi. Even if they didn't ask for much, they would still earn a lot of money. Many people who didn't want to spend a lot of money liked the rules of Zhang's village very much. They came to have fun. If they lost all their money, they would not come again. Uncle, there are more and more fun things. What do you like to play? Empress Wang went into a chess room to have a look. She came out and said to Li Yi, I don't like any of them. When I have time, I will read books, copy books, or think about what new things I should take out. Li Yi shook his head. He didn't like to play these things. Especially in this life, there were many important things that he needed to do. New things, do you mean cotton candy? It's delicious. A little sugar, a big ball. But the cotton candy can be kneaded into small pieces. But it's not interesting to eat. It's better to bite the big one. Empress Wang ate the cotton candy and felt it was interesting. Prime Minister Liu is really talented. Because his family is poor, his family members have to help him. I'm afraid that his body will have problems, so I used earthly paradise to give him some troubles. Li Yi said the matter. The cotton candy was for Lu Huaishan alone. He didn't want Lu Huaishan to have a hard life. He couldn't get the money at all. Although he came up with the idea, he didn't take advantage of it. Li Yi knew that after spring, Li Longji would definitely expand the Winged Knights. The lack of money was a constraint. Wasn't it normal to give money to the emperor? Giving a deputy prime minister benefits was unthinkable before. Who could bribe directly to one of the two deputy prime ministers? One was Zhang Shua, the other was Lu Huaishan. The prime minister was naturally Yao Chong, the crepe myrtle commandant. As long as the other party accepted, what else was there to say? It was nothing more than a two-story house in Chang'an, plus the furniture and food in the future. The highest level of communication Li Yi had before was the level of an assistant minister, and the other party didn't give him a good face. Even the minister couldn't get in touch with him. If you were rich, you could throw 10 million over and they wouldn't even bother with you. The money would be returned and the person you hired would give you a warning. It's troublesome. Li Longji didn't know that his little brother Yi was in such a good mood. If someone else dared to buy a house for Lu Huaishan, he would have dealt with them. I didn't give it, but you did. What do you want? I don't even need to do anything. Zhang Shua and Yao Chong will deal with you. It's all thanks to you, little brother Yi. Even so, Zhang Shua and Yao Chong were very angry. Little brother Yi, if you give it to Lu Huaishan, Yao Chong and Zhang Shua won't care? You said before that they are stingy. Li Longji reminded. It's too late. Prime Minister Yao has a house given by the imperial court, and Prime Minister Zhang has money. When the weather warms up, ask them if they want to build a house. If Lu Huaishan doesn't care, he won't live for more than 2 years. Just like Wei Zhigu, if I didn't ask someone to find out, I wouldn't have known that Wei Zhigu fell sick during the new year. That was a close call. He died from a moment of carelessness. Wei Zhigu is a good person. He's beneficial to the imperial court. Only he can support the government while he's alive. Li Yi evaluated Lu Huaishan and Wei Zhigu. He wanted his third brother to help take care of them. At least if something happened to them, they could be sent over quickly. He could save them. Uncle is always so kind. Empress Wang put her head on Li Yi's head. Li Yi stopped and tied his hair again. He wondered if he should shave his head bald. However, he felt that if he did that, more people would be willing to touch him. Oh. The little guy woke up at this time. Tao Hong quickly changed his diaper and wrapped it up to wash at home. The little baby woke up in a daze. He looked around anxiously. When he saw Li Yi, he smiled and opened his arms. Li Yi took him and kissed him. The little guy moved his body and saliva flowed out of his mouth. Clothes. Li Yi looked at Ching Song. Ching Song took out a cloak and covered the baby with it, leaving only the baby's head outside. Chapter 249. Li Yi tidied up his clothes and said to Empress Wang, babies care about 3 kinds of things the most. In fact, there are 4 kinds, but the last one has not been supported by a perfect theory and actual data. Which 4 kinds? Empress Wang touched her belly and asked. Light, temperature, physical contact, and spiritual resonance. Fear of the dark, heat, and cold. Physical contact is hugging. As for spiritual resonance, under certain circumstances, babies will automatically look for their father and mother, which is also called telepathy. Isn't that right? Li Yi asked the baby. The little guy responded and raised his right arm to point to a place. Ah yes. Li looked over and saw a squirrel looking over. I didn't store enough food in the fall. Now I'm hungry just like a human. Li looked at the squirrel and said. Brown Rock took out a handful of almonds, walnuts, raisins and hazelnuts from his sleeve pocket and threw them out. After throwing them out, he trembled and quickly grabbed another handful and handed them to Empress Wang. Feeding a squirrel depended on one's status. Bai He, Jianghu, Huangbai and Purple Jade were anxious. They also had dried fruits and candies in their sleeve pockets. There were other things in the bag on their back that matched the palace dress. What they didn't expect was that Li Dongzhu meant to let them feed the squirrel. How could ordinary people react? Brown Rock moved. Sure enough, he had to be smart when around Li Dongzhu. Cui Lu came over and mouthed to them, "Didn't you see the Empress? Don't you know that Dongzhu has children around him? Dongzhu wants to tell everyone that there is love. Take out more dried fruits and throw them out." "But it's just a squirrel. Can it finish it?" Purple Jade mouthed. Cui Lu raised her hand and slapped Purple Jade's face with a loud slap. "What's wrong?" Li Yi turned his head. "Something fell on my face. I hit it," Purple Jade said. "Dongzhu, it's just a squirrel. How much can it eat?" Cui Lu asked with a look of asking for advice. "Don't hit him next time. He's new here and isn't familiar with the situation. You're slapping Purple Jade in the face. If it falls on the faces of the two palace maids, I'll think you're fighting in the palace. There are a certain number of squirrels in a certain area. If one of them is hungry and brings food back, the other squirrels will see it. Even if there is food, they will follow." Li looked at Cui Lu and explained the situation. "Got it, Dongzhu. I'll let Cui Yu call you back." Cui Lu lowered her head. "There's no need. It's fine for a man to take a hit. Take something out and prepare to feed the squirrels." "I was preparing to feed the children, but now I don't need you to feed the children," Li said as he turned back. "Take it out. If you're slow, I'll hit you again. It's okay for a man to take a hit." Dongzhu said so, Cui Lu said to the cub. The cub was in a good mood. Indeed, it was not important to take a hit. What was important was that Dongzhu knew and said that it was a man. Huangbai took out something and moved closer to Cui Lu, stretching his face forward. Slap. Cui Lu slapped him again. "You asked me to." "Ah." Empress Wang laughed. For a moment, those who were beaten and those who were not all smiled, feeling very comfortable. Li Yi's words determined the matter. He said that he knew who was beaten and that the man was fine. It was obviously a secret fight, but it turned into a mutual joke. Li Longji shook his head. Little brother Yi's strategy was really unusual. The cub, who was the first to be slapped, was not angry at all. The slap did not hurt much. The squirrel did not know about the open and covert struggles of humans. It picked up the dried fruit on the ground and stuffed it into its mouth. When it could no longer stuff it, it turned around and ran away. Sure enough, it did not take long for a group of squirrels to come over. When they saw the things on the ground, they stuffed them into their mouths together while looking at the people around them. Handful after handful of dried fruit were thrown out. The squirrel stuffed it once, ran away and came back again. After a few times, the squirrel was no longer afraid. It came closer and waited. Li squatted down and stretched out his hand. In his hand was a dried fruit. The squirrel picked it up with its two front paws and threw it into its mouth. It looked up at Li Yi and moved its mouth to adjust the position of the dried fruit in its mouth. Only uncle can see such a thing. Empress Wang had been very emotional recently and was more emotional. "Sister-in-law, you flatter me. It's just human nature. Even if some people bite the hand that feeds them, most people know how to repay kindness. Squirrels are like this, let alone humans. How many people want nothing more than a meal? Once they are full, they won't rebel. Coupled with publicity, for example, Chang and city has a curfew, the people will not be chaotic. Unless someone with ulterior motives instigates it, it should be discovered early and dealt with early. Those who should be killed should be killed. It's not too much to execute 9 generations." Li Yi's words were heartwarming, but the end was incomparably cold. The squirrels went back and forth, looking at the people with eyes full of emotions. The little guy blinked his big eyes and looked at the squirrels. A squirrel ran over and spat a hazelnut in front of the little guy. "Ah!" The little guy laughed. Squeak, squeak. The squirrel squeaked as if communicating. It ran elsewhere to grab something and stuff it into its mouth. "Leave this hazelnut. Make a pendant for the baby," Li said. Bai He reacted quickly and put it in her sleeve. Things given by animals to humans were very precious in the eyes of humans. "San Lang, will you be staying here tonight?" Empress Wang didn't want to leave. In any case, Zhuangzi had her own courtyard. "I'll return before noon tomorrow." Li Longji gave an answer. "I came here to ask how to deal with the people's current work. Does anyone have any objections to me staying outside for a night? If anyone dares to disagree, tell me how to find work for hundreds of thousands of people at this time. I'm staying overnight in a Zhuangzi for you. It's not easy. Zhuangzi's accommodation and food are not good. If any one of you says that Zhuangzi's life is good, I'll arrange for you to stay in another Zhuangzi for a few days. If the Li family's Zhuangzi is not good, then other Zhuangzi will do. Li Longji thought a lot and actually smiled. How could there be a place more reassuring than Brother Yi's Zhuangzi? Uncle, what do you want to eat tonight? Empress Wang saw that her husband had agreed and began to think about dinner. Li Yi hesitated and said, mutton soup. We can't eat hot pot or pan-fried meat. We'll eat whole mutton soup today. Sister-in-law was hungry in the middle of the night, so we'll eat hot hand-grilled mutton. Then I want sweet garlic. Empress Wang actually didn't care about what to eat. She just wanted to have fun. More and more squirrels gathered. After waiting for a few more feedings, Li Yi called for them to stop. There's no need to give more. That's all there is. If you give more, they'll take it back home to store. Li Yi told the palace maids and eunuchs that wanted to feed. Squirrels were never satisfied. They always maintained a sense of crisis. If you gave a squirrel a ton of dried fruit, it would take it home and still want more. Just like monkeys, they would store, constantly store. Then the monkey wine appeared. Everyone said it was good, but it was actually a low-alcohol fruit wine made from a mess of fruits. The taste was not that good and there were germs. It was just a gimmick, but it was better than other wines. How many years had humans been brewing wine? How could monkeys compare to humans? Uncle, let's go to the workshop to take a look. It's not time for dinner yet. Empress Wang said. Okay. Li Yi agreed. It wasn't time for lunch yet. Were they not going to eat lunch in the cafeteria? Chapter 250. Dinner was far away, but lunch was right in front of them. There was still an hour left. Li Yi asked around and found out that they were having chicken stewed with mushrooms for lunch. The mushrooms were real mushrooms and the chicks were also real chicks and roosters. This was just like giving birth to a boy or girl. There were quite a number of roosters. Sometime before Li Yi, there were people carrying baskets of chicks and ducks to sell. They were very cute, but most of them were roosters and drakes. As for why not all of them were male, it was because some of the chicks were not obvious. When a flock of chickens did not need so many roosters, even if they hatched, they would have to raise them and then kill them. Now the mushroom stewed was a 6-month-old rooster. The meat was tender. Uncle, this mushroom is the best? It tastes better than the monkey head. Empress Wang finally had lunch and praised the mushroom. She had eaten too many monkey head mushrooms, so she did not think it was precious. Now, the chicken stewed was stewed with pine mushrooms bought from the north of Hebei province. In theory, it was indeed more expensive than the artificially grown monkey head mushrooms. Pine mushrooms could not be artificially grown. At most, they could only be artificially grown. Li Longji ate a few mouthfuls of the mushroom and said to Li Yi, we exchanged a large number of frogs and mushrooms from the Anong Protectorate. It cost a lot. It will be easier to know the specific situation over there with more communication. The Khitans have submitted to the Turks, and we have already given up the land of Xinlua. We can't just ignore it. Li Yi explained the reason. In theory, that land belonged to the Tang dynasty, but it was all private trade. Many of the Amur tiger, mink, bear, sika, and other things in the northeast were sold to other parts of the Tang dynasty. The current Khitans were still not strong. After many battles, they surrendered, were killed, escaped, and made a comeback to establish the Liao kingdom. These ethnic minorities were very tenacious. The nomads must be dealt with, otherwise too many people will die. Li Yi thought that the change of dynasty had wasted too much time. How to deal with it? We can't spare any troops. Empress Wang knew about the situation over there. The Anong Protectorate was said to be in Anong, but they moved away last year. After the contraction, there was no more war. Everyone was waiting and it was very peaceful. Li Yi drank a mouthful of soup and said, now they don't have enough grain. The small areas where they grow grain can't even increase the yield per mu. They're using extensive farming. Yes, they're stupid. Empress Wang found something to be happy about. That's why I let them learn how to farm. After I'm done with the major matters this year, I'll see if I can get in touch with them in the spring to exchange local products and seeds with them. Li Yi told him what he wanted to do. Now that they have rations, it's time for them to attack. Li Longji frowned. The Khitans and Turks would fight when there was food, and they would also fight when there was nothing to eat. Since they had rations, they naturally had to fight for land and population. In order to not starve to death, they came to fight for food. Third brother, in fact, after they start farming, their soldier training will decrease. Most of them will have to become farmers. Also, I taught them how to grow soybeans. The Tang dynasty needed soybean oil. Soybeans can't be their staple food. When the time comes, we'll use wheat to exchange for soybeans. Li Yi told Li Longji what crop to teach the chitons to grow. Soybeans. Soybeans could be grown by the river. After the soybeans were planted in the plowed land, the soybean seedlings could be planted in the ground to fertilize the land. What if they don't want to exchange? Li Longji asked the key question. You want to exchange and they'll exchange? You want them to plant and they'll plant? Mirrors, toilet water, and soap. I only want soybeans. I won't exchange anything else. Li Yi proposed the luxury items. He believed that the tribal leaders would like these things and scramble for them. Li Longji pondered for a moment and said, I'll tell Big Brother. You take out some mirrors first. We're relatives of the imperial family. We should contribute to the Tang dynasty. Li Longji was going to give it a try to see if those people had a big demand for mirrors. They stopped talking about the chitons in the northeast for the time being. It would depend on the situation later. The group continued to eat. Empress Wang was the first to resist the urge to eat a few more mouthfuls and put down her chopsticks. She was only half full, so she picked up the spoon to drink the soup. She wanted to drink more soup to fill her stomach. This was fine. Go and see if they've left. The Western Turks have a strong smell. I'm annoyed. Empress Wang found a reason to let the eunuch check. The cub ran out and came back a moment later. They're eating. They eat too much. After eating, they even take a bath, the cub reported. Uncle, you're familiar with Wang Xing. Why don't you go to the imperial plantation later? Empress Wang, who didn't want to be recognized, found another excuse. Okay. Li Yi didn't care. He had been to the imperial plantation twice and had never strolled inside. After eating, everyone went directly to the imperial plantation. There was originally a ditch between the imperial plantation and Li Yi's Zhuangzi. In summer there was more water and the ditch smelled. Now the ditch was filled in and 4 roads were built from Zhuangzi to the imperial plantation. A large number of black fungus and monkey's head mushrooms were sent to be stored. Wang Xing falsified the accounts according to Li Yi's advice. Most of the things were placed in Li Yi's Zhuangzi, and a small part was sent up. This part was sold to Earthly Paradise and then Li Longji gave it to people. It couldn't be bought outside at all. Only the wild ones picked by others would appear in the East Market. When the group of people went over, the villagers of the imperial plantation saw them. They didn't know Li Longji and Empress Wang, so they greeted Li Yi when they saw him. After greeting, they turned around and went back to work. There was a big shed and someone was boiling water. They wrapped the duck eggs together with the ashes and put them into a jar. Li Longji had never seen such a way to preserve duck eggs. He turned to look at Li Yi. Quick lime, a lot of boiling water with ashes, mixed with ashes and mud, chaff, salt, and a little wine when mixing with mud. At a certain temperature, the egg white in the egg will harden and change at the same time. To make this process faster and more stable, you need to add fried lead powder or something made by mixing the distilled gall alum and copper. But I don't want to use these 2 things, so I added some wine. The solidification effect is not very good, but it can still be made. The modified egg has a unique taste and can be preserved longer than the salted egg, especially in the jar. Li Yi said that the century eggs, which didn't react with metal ions, had poor taste and unstable molding time. Copper sulfate was much better than lead, but sulfate and copper were not cheap. Sulfate could be used to make a lot of things. Li Yi didn't add soda ash. It was not easy to get soda ash, so he didn't want to waste it. Anyway, the people of the Tang dynasty had never eaten authentic century eggs. The ones he made were the best. Otherwise, how can the eggs be preserved? Empress Wang blinked and asked. She really didn't know. Put it in rice husks, chaff, or grains. Sand and ashes are also fine. Li Yi knew very well about this. Zhuangzi had a lot of eggs, so he couldn't keep them without thinking of a way. The price of tea eggs had dropped. They were a little more expensive than regular eggs. Businessmen came over and bought them in large quantities before selling them. As for the other pickled and salted eggs and hatched poultry, Zhuangzi ate them himself. Li Yi took out the recipe for century eggs. This thing actually still contained lead. So be it. He had eaten a lot of century eggs made with Huangdan powder. Chapter 251. Li Longji and his wife stood to the side and watched as they soaked the eggs, boiled the water, and mixed the mud. Brother Yi, this is much more troublesome than the spiced tea egg. Li Longji thought of the price. This can't be used to make a lot of money. Otherwise, we won't be able to keep it a secret. Li Yi waved his hand and explained the situation. Are you from the imperial plantation? No. If you don't want to make money, then don't. Li Longji only felt that Zhuangzi should make more money by selling and selling. The few of them continued to walk inside. There was a palace inside that was prepared for the emperor at any time, but no one had ever lived there. There was one person missing from the group, He Yin. At this time, He Yin had just contacted Li Longji's people in Jianghu. After giving some instructions, the few of them left Jianghu and rode back to the city. Li Longji, who was walking while watching, showed a satisfied smile. Compared to other Jianghu, the imperial plantation is still not bad, Li Longji said. This year is indeed better than the previous years. Li agreed. Li Longji was surprised. In other years, the Zhuangzi's people were not like this? He was talking about the clothes and the expression. The people who worked in the imperial plantation wore patched clothes, and the people who did not work wore new clothes. He felt that the imperial plantation was better than others. Of course, it was not as good as the Li family's people in Zhuangzi. Call someone over. Empress Wang was straightforward. The palace maid went to find a woman. The woman's hair was tied up with a silver hairpin. There were tassels at the back of the hairpin that swayed as she walked. Is the noble asking a question? The woman first looked at Li Yi and then at Empress Wang. Your hairpin is not bad. You are also beautiful. It suits you. Empress Wang praised first. It's all thanks to Li Dongzhu. Otherwise, I wouldn't have the money to tidy myself up, let alone buy a hairpin. The woman raised her face. Did you have a hard time in the past? Empress Wang asked. Alas. The woman sighed and said, that's just a living thing. Thanks to your Majesty's mercy, no one in the family has starved to death. Li Longji's mouth moved. He felt that this woman was scolding him. What did he mean by, I didn't starve to death? Are you sure you're thanking me? The woman said, speaking of which, the imperial plantation has its advantages. When there's work to be done, it can only be done at the imperial plantation. Other people can't be transferred there. It was just that the rent was a little higher. There were 2 meals a day and he couldn't expect to be full for every meal. When the time comes, Zhuangzi will be able to find wild vegetables to dig out and have porridge to eat. Then the adults and children will be able to survive. I see that your clothes are neither new nor old. Have you been wearing them for quite some time? Empress Wang asked. This year, it was made last autumn. It's just one set and it's always worn. Now there are 2 sets of clothes at home, 2 sets for each of us. When the woman said this, her eyes reddened and tears flowed out. She was about to kneel down in front of Li Yi when she suddenly stopped. Li Dongzhu is very kind. Now we eat 3 meals a day. As long as we are willing, there is meat for every meal. Li Dongzhu and Supervisor Wang hid it from the higher-ups, but they left a lot of money behind. The higher-ups don't know. Now they get more money in half a month than they did in a year. This year, Supervisor Wang said that we should learn from Li Dongzhu and Zhuangzi. The woman directly told them about the falsification of the accounts. Uncle has this ability. Empress Wang praised as if falsifying the accounts was an act worthy of praise. Yang Si-sun naturally can't see it. Li Longji also praised. Li didn't agree. He explained, it's just a delay in the financial settlement. It's not a cover-up. We did something extra to make money, so of course there's extra income. It's all because of the villagers' hard work. He was lying with his eyes wide open. How much could the delay the money? Was it used on the villagers? Can you find out by checking the accounts? Empress Wang was curious. You need to check Zhuangzi's accounts. Why should the imperial plantation check me? I have so many transactions with Zhuangzi, and there's also cost accounting. If you really want to check, I'll take out the accounts of a few workshops. The workshops have material losses. If I say it's losses, then it's losses. I can put in all the details. Li Yi was comforting the woman, telling her that there wouldn't be any problems. Then you can't find out? Li Longji asked. You can. As long as you do it, there will be traces. You said that the accounts were burned and lost. This is a problem in itself. Li Yi gave an accurate answer. The people who audited the accounts were very good. In the past, if the company was audited, it would desperately report losses. The losses would be calculated into the cost and offset the profits. The auditors knew what was going on, but they couldn't continue investigating. It was too complicated and it was difficult to collect evidence. It was the same now. The audit experts of that world came over and looked at Zhuangzi's accounts, but they were also silent. But they knew that there was a problem and they also knew how he lost the money. Of course, Zhuangzi didn't falsify the accounts. The original and the copy were for him to see. There's such a method? Good. Li Longji was in a good mood. In the future, if anyone dared to falsify the accounts, he would call little brother Yi. At this time, Wang Xing received the news and hurried over. He nodded at Li Longji, indicating that they knew each other. He then said to Li Yi, Li Dongzhu is free today? Third brother and sister-in-law wanted to come and take a look. I borrowed the face of the imperial plantation. Li spoke naturally. The two of them had a tacit understanding and had a good relationship. I heard that there are some places where His Majesty doesn't go. Things in the palace are missing, but new things are added every year. Here? The Empress asked lightly. Wang Xing resisted the urge to tremble. He gritted his teeth and replied, last autumn, everything was added. The imperial plantation no longer needs to use losses and additions to make money. Can you find anything by checking the accounts? Li Longji was more interested in checking the accounts now. You can't find anything? Wang Xing said uncertainly. Then he said firmly, yes, you can't find anything. Throw it all away. Little brother Yi, what do you say? Li Longji asked Li Yi. I can find out that the imperial plantation is used by His Majesty's palace. Throwing away things that are damaged is a big crime. At most, I can get some money for the lamps. According to His Majesty's requirements, the amount of lamps allowed to be lit each day is limited. If I don't light them, I can keep them. Li Yi gave an answer. You can get some, but if you want to get other things such as bedding, can you throw it away? Yes, I can check. There isn't anything in the treasury, but it's all been added. The imperial plantation sends many things to His Majesty as well as some money. Who would check on us? Wang Xing told the truth. What should be added was added. Moreover, the other imperial planters could not compare to the emperor, who was in charge of the imperial plantation. Li Longji was satisfied. After learning this, he knew how to check on the imperial plantation. He suddenly lost interest. There were only so many things to do in the imperial plantation. The people in charge of the imperial plantation did not have much power. Otherwise, who wouldn't want to stay in the palace and have a chance to rise? Can we look at the imperial plantation from outside? Empress Wang had never been to the imperial plantation before and wanted to take a look. You don't have to go in. Wang Xing said against his will. He had no choice but to go in. What if she was here to look at the terrain? The group of people went to the imperial plantation. The imperial plantation had a front hall, a main hall, left and right halls. Beside the main hall were side halls and behind them was the back hall. The main hall faced south. The walls were very high. There was no place higher than this and there were no trees. The imperial plantation was not big, but it had everything. Lanterns were hung outside the doors, the walls were painted with lime, and the main doors were painted with new paint. It seemed like Wang Xing was right. What should be added had been added. This place is not good. It's gloomy. Uncle Zhuangzi's courtyard is more comfortable. Empress Wang looked around and gave her evaluation. Li Longji nodded in agreement. Yes, it was not good. There was no sense of security. Chapter 252. Throwing mud and rolling noodles into the Han residence, the noise drowned out the noise. The guest came to get some tea and apologized that he was busy. Hearing this, he looked at the sand in the river and felt the pressure. Plum blossoms bloomed in the streets and filled the city with their fragrance. The few of them looked at the temporary imperial residence and walked around. After knowing that the Western Turkic people had finally left, Empress Wang suggested that they go back. They were tired and needed to rest. Chang and made Pei Yaoqing unable to rest. He had just received news from the Qianyou guards. He gathered the people in the yamen for a short meeting. Everyone spread out and found people to help spread the news. Chang and was part of the Yellow Plateau and did not lack mud, especially mud for pottery. The people who received the news first ran out of the city to dig for mud. With more people, it was easier to dig up the frozen soil and get mud. There were also people by the river who washed the sand and sifted it. They only wanted ordinary pottery. Those who did not want to sell mud were similar. The ratio of sand to mud and to what extent was already told to them. When the city gates were closed at night, some people had already brought back a lot of mud. They boiled some water and kneaded and rolled it overnight. When Pei Yaoqing returned home at night, he still had drunk crab. When he ate, he felt ashamed. They had agreed yesterday that no one could help a large number of people find jobs in the current season. His Majesty had rushed to Li Yi's Zhuangzi after the morning court meeting. He had received news in the afternoon. It was very simple. Everyone would play with mud and then use the mud to exchange for pottery or money. With pottery there would be more utensils at home. There was no need to buy more. It was more convenient to ask for money. However, pottery was still better. The money they earned was not enough to buy pottery. I can eat good food, but I can't help the people think of a good solution. How embarrassing. Pei Yaoqing criticized himself and then started to eat fiercely. Pei Yaoqing had thought it through. How could he compare himself to Li Yi? Didn't the three prime ministers say that there was no solution yesterday? Let's see what the prime ministers say tomorrow. They were probably thick-skinned and had forgotten many things. The 9th day of the first month, the second day of work. His Majesty did not return in the morning. The 3 prime ministers were used to it. I heard that yesterday afternoon, many people went out of the city to dig mud. Yao Chong finished dealing with some important matters and spoke first. Make clay for pottery. Take it from Li. You can exchange it for money and you can also get good pottery. Pei Yaoqing has already sent someone to the nearest kiln to ask if they want it. The price is fixed. Zhang Shua expressed his disdain towards Yao Chong. You still pretend you don't know and ask? Didn't you ask anyone to find out more about it when you got home last night? Actually, I also thought about it yesterday, but unfortunately I don't have a kiln at home, Yao Chong said righteously. Lu Huaishan put down the teacup. He didn't want to drink anymore. The 2 of you, let's go take a look and see if the idea is good. After all, we have to let the people have a say. Yao Chong wanted to go out for a stroll. The new year had just passed, and other than the issue of the 10 Western Turkic clans, there were no other major issues. The Western Turks couldn't stay idle in the Chamberlain of Dependencies, so they went to Li Yi and Zhuangzi to trade for items. According to the people from the Chamberlain of Dependencies, after those people went to trade, they secretly said that Li Yi was a fool. Oh my God. How can they have such thoughts? You guys are doing business with prophets and think that Li Yi is a fool. This can only mean one thing: you guys have been cheated badly. You guys sell him a sheep and he takes out the sheep's oil to make candles. Those candles can be exchanged for at least 2 sheep. As for the rest of the mutton, sheepskin and meat, they will become Li Yi's things. Zhang Shua thought about the things that he should settle and nodded. Alright, let's go to Chongxian district. It's near the West City and there are many poor people there. Lu Huaishan expressed his support. He actually wanted to see the progress of the construction of his house today. Other people don't build houses in winter, but there are many people watching his house. The 3 of them went out and rode in the same carriage. Yao Chong and Lu Huaishan didn't come out, so they rode in Zhang Shua's carriage. Do you guys think that my horse doesn't need to eat? Zhang Shua grumbled. The other 2 didn't say anything. Anyway, they were already sitting. What does your horse eating have to do with us? The carriage came out of the Anfu Gate in the west of the imperial city. It first passed by Beijing Square, then continued south to Weizigu's Bujing Square. At the entrance of Weizigu's house, the carriage deliberately stopped, and the smell of mutton soup drifted out. He's eating mutton. He's rich. Yao Chong said with a smile. He's in a bad mood and is sick. Of course he needs to nourish himself. Lu Huaishan squeezed out a sentence to Yao Chong. It's all your fault, Yao Chong. Don't worry, Li Yi is here. Yao Chong said something to comfort himself. The carriage continued south until it arrived at Chongxian district. The plum blossoms planted in the district had not completely fallen. They were still proud and cold. They'll be gone in a few days. Zhang Shua said as he looked at the plum blossoms sticking out of the district. It doesn't matter if they're gone. Scattered into mud and crushed into dust, only the fragrance remains. Yao Chong said, then felt annoyed. Wasn't this the poem Li Yi wrote for Pyongkang Square? When they arrived at Lu Huaishan's house, there were indeed many people watching. The 3 of them got off the carriage and everyone bowed. They knew Lu Huaishan and lived here. Lu Huaishan took a bag of tea from Zhang Shua's carriage. Li Longji gave benefits to the prime ministers. He took it from Li. Zhang Shua said, I don't have much either. He said, there'll be new tea soon after spring. I'll take you to my neighbor's house to take a look. They can't afford good tea. Lu Huaishan said as he went to the side and knocked on the door. Splashing sounds came from inside. An old man and an old woman were playing with mud with a family of 7. The 7 of them lived in 2 rooms. The old couple and their second son lived in one room, while the eldest son, his daughter-in-law, and their 2 children lived in the other. The 7 of them were busy rubbing mud, throwing mud and mixing sand. They even used rolling pins to make the mud mix better. Old Wu, is this new method okay? Lu Huaishan asked as soon as he came in. It's been a great help. Old Lu, get them to sit. There's boiling water over there and some stale tea. The old man casually greeted Lu Huaishan. I brought some tea for you. It was given by His Majesty. Drink some and keep the rest. Lu Huaishan said as he went to get some water to make tea. Zhang Shua and Yao Chong sat beside the couch. They did not mind at all. Lu Huaishan made 3 bowls of tea. All 3 bowls were chipped. Old Wu, do you want to exchange them for money or pottery? Lu Huaishan asked while waiting for the tea to boil. There are many people in the family. Some of them can be exchanged for money and some for pottery. Pei Ming is indeed a good county magistrate. He can always find work for us. When the old man rubbed the mud, he found some bigger sand and threw it away. Old Wu, this is not Pei Yaoqing's idea. It's His Majesty's idea. Lu Huaishan corrected him. Yes, it's His Majesty. It's His Majesty who sent Pei Ming to Chang'an. The old man said. Is life at home good recently? Yao Chong asked as he looked at the family working. Of course it's good to earn money. Who would have thought that we would be able to earn a lot of money at this time? A few years ago, the old man picked out the big grains of sand and talked about the past. The three of them listened and interjected from time to time. When the tea was finished, the three of them bid farewell and went to someone else's house. The investigation ended when it was almost noon. A gust of wind blew. Zhang Shua sniffed and said, "The plum blossoms in the city are still very fragrant." Chapter 253. Where are we going to eat? Lu Huaishan felt that the sun was shining when he saw the people living a good life, although it was cloudy today. Heavenly Earth. Yao Chong and Zhang Shua said together. The car rushed all the way to Heavenly Earth. It was almost 12:50 in the afternoon. The revolving restaurant above Heavenly Earth was spinning and there were people on it. The buffet on the second floor and the single stir-fry on the third floor were full. The delivery man ran in and out. When the three arrived, there were seats available. Xiaoyun arranged it and whispered to the waitress, "Quick, open the other 2 seats. We can't touch the one for Her Majesty. If Her Majesty doesn't come, let's open it too." Yao Chong looked out of the window and said. Then 3. Xiaoyun believed Yao Chong's words. 4 seats were always reserved, 3 for prime ministers and 1 for Her Majesty. The windows all had a piece of glass. Just the seats cost money. What would you like to eat? Xiaoyun put 3 menus on the table. The 3 servants ate rice in the corner of the first floor. They cooked a dish casually with rice on the side. There were 2 small pickles and a bowl of soup. The servants didn't feel neglected at all. Any dish was delicious. There was even sesame oil in the pickles. Yao Chong and the other 2 ordered 1 dish each. They were afraid that they couldn't finish it if they ordered more. They ate for free. They were embarrassed to leave a table full of leftovers. Of course, Heavenly Earth was Her Majesty's business. If Her Majesty knew who was eating for free, soon the dishes were prepared. Twice cooked pork, scrambled eggs with garlic sprouts, and sliced chicken with scallion oil with bean sprouts. Heavenly Earth gave them an extra roasted oyster with leek, as well as a side dish of dried tofu soup with cabbage, pork bone, and chicken soup. It's hard to swallow when I see the people struggling to survive and look at the food in front of me. Zhang Shua said when he waited for the hot wine to be ready. Daoji, why don't you go back to the political affairs hall to eat? Leave the car. Lu Huaishan couldn't stand it anymore. You can buy a house in Chang'an. What are you talking to me about? I wanted to write a poem to get a feel for it. Zhang Shua touched the wine and felt that the temperature was right. He then poured a cup for the 3 of them. Don't drink too much. Just these 3 tails of wine, 1 tail for each person, 2 tails for each person, 5 cups for each person. Yao Chong said as he smelled the wine. If you were caught drinking at work, you would be impeached. Usually only some charcoal is used for smelting iron. Li Yi came up with the method of braising charcoal in order to get more kills to help. Zhang stopped joking and became serious. Cooked coal was different from stone coal. It had a greater firepower. If the method was brought out, the smelter would naturally use it. That's why no one dares to touch him. Let's eat, Lu Huaishan said as he picked up 2 pieces of garlic from the twice-cooked pork and threw them into his mouth. He couldn't figure out why Li Yi would casually release the technology. If he had the method of cooking charcoal, he would definitely give it to the clan. Then the clan would strictly guard it and only sell the charcoal. Countless money would flow in. In the future, the Tang dynasty will bring back a lot of good steel. Yao Chong picked up the small wine cup and drank it all. He smacked his lips and looked outside through the glass. On the streets below, there were still people transporting sand from outside the city. He believed that soon, there would be small organizations like the people who shook charcoal and transported coal, specializing in digging mud from good places. Zhang Shua also drank a cup of wine. It's easy to make kilns. The cost of making a kiln is reduced. There are also people who specialize in braising charcoal, just like braising charcoal. The 3 prime ministers talked as they ate. They looked at the problem from the perspective of the Tang dynasty. The ordinary people didn't have that many thoughts. They only knew that there was more work to do. When the work of making mud was done, they would continue with their original lives. Those who were supposed to farm would farm, and those who were supposed to work in other people's fields would go out. There were also woodcutters chopping firewood and fishermen fishing. Brother E were going back. After breakfast and lunch, Li Longji, who felt that he should return to his position, said goodbye to Li Yi. Li Yi sent them to Zhuangzi and waved his hand. The palace maids and eunuchs stood around. Tao Hong sighed. Outside the pavilion by the ancient road, the fragrant grass reaches the sky. Li Yi ignored her and turned back. They wasted a lot of time and didn't have classes. Fortunately, the students were revising on their own. The children were relaxed recently. Every day they did some homework. No one hit them and they weren't beaten by their parents when they went home. During the holidays, they had to wait until the imperial examinations were over before going to class. The main reason was that the 220 students were working hard to learn the new curriculum for teaching children, so they couldn't teach for the time being. They had an extra lesson on pinyin. In fact, it was the same with simple gestures and characters. Just like Japan's hiragana and katakana, there were similar characters in ancient China that specialized in numbers and so on. However, Li didn't want to learn from scratch. What was the point of learning something else and then replacing the pinyin? It was good enough now, including the Arabic numerals. However, he was used to it. He didn't need to use simplified Chinese characters. He was used to writing traditional Chinese characters. Brother Yi has suffered a great loss this time. Stewed charcoal, smelted in the Tang dynasty. When the quality iron is smelted, I will send some to Brother Yi. Li Longji also knew how important the charcoal was. He just asked and Brother Yi told him. No matter how good Brother Yi's skills were, he couldn't bully others like this. How could a 5th rank official exchange for these? The new wing knights, do you want uncle to help you practice? Empress Wang brought up another matter. Learn from the original students first. If you can't learn well, you can hand them over to Brother Yi. Brother Yi is also busy. Those 42 people have to take part in the imperial examinations this year. Li Longji helped to plan for the imperial examinations. He knew that many students were watching and waiting to see a joke. If the 42 students didn't pass the imperial examinations, those who didn't go to Zhuangzi because they were tired of the work would be very happy. Oh, and those 5 who bullied Li Yi. As long as I am alive, you will not be able to pass the imperial examinations. 10,000 of you added together can't even compare to half of Brother Yi. But they have learned a lot from Uncle. They have also learned Uncle's humility. They are not arrogant at all. Empress Wang supported. They can't be arrogant. Brother Yi's talent is not as good as theirs. How would they dare to look down on others? Li Longji had seen the 42 students. After more than a year of grooming, they were all good. Their bodies were good and they were humble and polite. They were not arrogant because of their talents. It was understandable. Not to mention them, even Pei Yaoqing was afraid of Li Yi. Your Majesty, we have just received a report. In the Honglu Temple, the 10 Western Turkic families are discussing to sell the items exchanged from Li Dongzhu and Zhuangzi to the Turks. They will make a trip here and profit from it. Someone outside the carriage reported the situation regarding the 10 Western Turkic families. Understood. Li Longji replied. He narrowed his eyes as he thought about something. Do you think they will steal our smuggling business? Empress Wang spoke from the perspective of self-interest. No, money is a small matter. Brother Yi's trade war is about to start. Indeed, as Brother Yi said, by bringing out good things, it will naturally affect the foreign policy. Li Longji seemed to be somewhat excited. Indeed, under the situation of military force, one could use the means of trade to resolve the country's affairs. Chapter 254. On the 12th day of the first lunar month, on the 24th day of the second lunar month, there was still ice quietly melting on the river. The frozen ground was still hard. Li Yi began to plow Zhuangzi. All the plows were made of iron. The strong cattle and horses were harnessed and they began to move forward on the ice stubble in the field. Plowing like this was too harmful to the livestock. After a long time, the livestock's limbs would be cold. However, Li family Zhuangzi did not care. After plowing for an hour, the cattle and horses came up to rest and were replaced. The cattle and horses that were replaced were not very satisfied. They had not plowed to their heart's content. I can do it. I have strength. I don't feel cold. In fact, they thought too much. There was still work to be done later. The first round was shallow plowing. The ice on the surface was removed. Then the methane fertilizer would be poured in. Half a row would be changed to the previous ridge and furrow. Half a row would be changed to the ridge and furrow. The whole field had to be plowed thoroughly. Then Li would take a sample to check the pH level. Once the soil was filled with water and fertilizer, he would take a sample to know what mineral fertilizer to add. Dongzhu, it's too early to plow. Songde came over to persuade him. Who plowed in the first lunar month? There will be a drought this year. From now on there will be less rain. We have to soak the soil first. Don't expect much spring rain. Of course Li Yi knew when to plow. There were still more than 2 months to plant rice in paddy fields. The seedlings also needed more than a month to grow. The grapevines that were buried in the soil for winter still needed some time to be dug out. At the same time, they needed to be fertilized and watered. The vegetables in the greenhouse could not be stopped, especially the carrots. They had to be seeded this year. Then, some of the seeds would be sent to the south for the agriculture temple to plant. Some of the seeds would be planted in the north in the greenhouse. Songde did not know Li Yi's comprehensive plan. He was surprised and asked, "There will be a drought this year? There is less rain than in previous years. We have many rivers here. The 8 rivers around Chang'an. We can use water but other places can't. Especially the large area east of Taihang Mountains." Li Yi had nothing to hide. He told the steward and the steward arranged it accordingly. Understood, Dongzhu. Songde did not ask any more questions. He had to take action to deal with the drought. In his heart, the owner's words were right. The mud from the city was also sent over and registered one by one. Then the mud was checked and stored well. It was moisturized and kept warm. When the kiln was opened, it would be made into various utensils and sent in. If someone wanted money, they would give it to them. If they didn't want money, they would give them pottery. The other places were stewing charcoal to make charcoal. Many people in Chang and knelt down when they saw Pei Yaoqing. Pei Yaoqing almost cried. He didn't dare to accept it. If the commoners knelt, he would use his fastest speed to avoid them and help them up from the side. One was afraid of His Majesty. If His Majesty knew who came up with the idea, he would not be able to accept such a great gift. The other reason was that he was afraid that his longevity would be shortened. This was such a great plan for the benefit of the people. Did he want to take credit from the heavens? In order to push it forward, Li Yi even threw out the stewing method. If he dared to take it for himself, he would be punished by the heavens. How's the guidance for the spring plowing coming along? Li Longji asked in Xingqing Palace during the court meeting. The irrigation works are under supervision. Minister of Works Wei Zhigu stepped forward and said. He had recovered from his illness and was full of energy. He was now in charge of the Ministry of Works and did not let Li Yi down. He understood that he had taken a trip around the gates of hell. At that time he was so sick that the imperial physician said that taking medicine was useless. The heavenly earth urgently sent over new medicine. I have ordered that the new compost method be implemented with the excuse of increasing the harvest in autumn. In addition, the new farming tools are ordered to be promoted by the Agriculture Bureau. Yao Chong said. Zhang Shua followed. The various prefectures have spread the news. It is estimated that the majority of the regions will believe and accept it next year or the year after. Lu Huaishan lowered his head and didn't say anything. There was nothing to say. Yao Chong had taken care of all the important matters. Zhang Shua was very active in the other matters. The matters that were in his hands were all trivial. He handled them seriously and handled them one by one. If Li Yi knew Lu Huaishan's current state, he would definitely praise him. The history books said that Lu Huaishan was the prime minister who accompanied him in eating. Whenever there was a big matter, he would give it to Yao Chong. In reality, it was the small matters that were the most important. The prime minister spoke for the big matters of the country, and the deputy prime minister took care of the small matters. Was it wrong? Lu Huaishan had done it well. I won't argue with you. You said that you wanted to increase the support for small and medium-sized enterprises. Based on local characteristics, the various prefectures and officials did their best. I just wanted to see what the prefectures needed and whether to give it or not. Whoever wanted to build a water project, I didn't say anything about the big financial grants, but I signed off on the small ones. That was why Li Yi wanted to protect him. It seemed that he didn't do anything big, but the small matters were actually the most important. Sending troops to foreign countries, especially the military deployment to resist Tubo and defend against the Turks, was a big matter. Lu Huaishan didn't care, but he would sign off on some small requests from the various prefectures to increase the number of weapons. He did a good job. If he wasn't sick, he could make up for all the omissions of Yao Chong. Was this the prime minister who accompanied him in eating? Was he looked down upon? Was it right for him to compete with Yao Chong? Therefore he just listened. In any case, many trivial matters had been signed. What about the smelting? Li Longji looked at Wei Zhigu. The charcoal is being simmered. The craftsman said that the person who came up with this plan must have hidden the universe and followed the rules. Wei Zhigu replied loudly. How are the people? Li Longji asked Pei Yaoqing, who had been summoned. They want to kneel when they see me. I'm afraid. Pei Yaoqing first spoke of his troubles. Haha. Li Longji laughed. The others smiled. At least you can say what you think. Otherwise, why would I go to the Li family Zhuangzi to ask for a plan? Li Longji was very proud. Look, you all can't do it. I'll go find Brother Yi personally. Then he said, think more and think about it from the perspective of the people. If I go to the Li family Zhuangzi too often, won't you feel guilty? I know. Yao Chong took the lead. He was indeed very hard-working. He always went outside to observe the people. But Li Yi coming up with a plan wasn't a matter of whether you wanted to or not. It was a matter of whether you asked or not. Who would have thought that he would ask people to throw mud before planting in the spring? It wasn't even close, okay? Asking hundreds of thousands of people what they did to earn money in the winter, was this a question a human would ask? Was this a question a human would ask? Then they came out, making ice lanterns and shaking briquettes. Then it was spring. It wasn't time for planting, yet they asked hundreds of thousands of people what they did. Then when the time came for the 2 seasons of harvest, wouldn't they have to ask again? Looking at the history books, Shang Yang's reform was so powerful, but he didn't solve it. Also, I'm almost familiar with the accounts of the various prefectures. In the future I'll report it accordingly. I want to see it personally. The Ministry of Revenue will produce the chart. Tell me to find the problem. My family will enter the Yeding Palace. Don't think I don't understand. I'll probably take the accounts to Zhuangzi by the Ba River. Someone will understand. Li Longji began to threaten. Ever since he found out about the simple principles of falsifying accounts and checking them, he felt inflated and was prepared to audit the entire world. When the officials heard the 2 words Ba River, they understood. They hurried back to investigate. If the accounts were accidentally burned, they would capture the officials and their families. They would either tell the truth or kill them all. How's the imperial examination going? Li Longji had many questions today. We'll definitely select talents for your majesty. We'll refer to some places in Ba River. Yao Chong was helpless. The 42 students had all been recorded and decided internally. No favoritism. Li Longji emphasized and then said, there were a few people who wanted to take advantage of others. Where did they run off to? Ba River's Li family Zhuangzi. Zhang Shua turned into a teleprompter. The 10 Western Turkic families recently. Li Longji naturally changed the topic. However, everyone understood that the 5 students who went to Li family Zhuangzi last year were useless. Chapter 255. On the 13th day of the first lunar month, the morning breeze was light and there was no morning glow. A few clouds floated slowly in the blue sky. Li Dongzhu will take our leave. Yu Huaid led a group of people and carriages to bid farewell to Li Yi and Zhuangzi. Before the new year, Yu Huaida's smuggling alliance had been gathering supplies. After the new year, before the 15th day of the first lunar month, the team was ready to set off. The last batch of goods would be collected from Li Yi and Zhuangzi. There was soap, glycerin, toilet water, skin cream and 10 small mirrors. Yu Huaid and the others knew that all the other goods added together couldn't compare to the 3 carriages from Zhuangzi. The 300 winged knights waited at the side, still riding 3 horses each. Have a safe journey. Li Yi cupped his fist. Let's go Rao City, Rao City. Yu Huaid shouted, and the team circled from the south of Chang and to the north. At the same time, 2 carriages came out from the south and west gates to meet in the west of the city. There was already a team waiting in the villages dozens of miles west. More than 1,000 carriages were dispatched this time. The craftsmen followed, and the carriages were loaded with goods and fodder. Private guards and hired guards cooperated with the winged knights. The team headed west in a grandiose manner. The official documents of the imperial court not to extort and embezzle merchants along the way were sent to the officials along the way in advance. In the imperial city, Li Longji looked at the team in the west of the city with binoculars in his eyes. I wonder how much money this trip will bring back for me? I wonder how many local officials will be able to use it against me. Li Longji had never forgotten Li Yi's idea of cheating people. After ordering the officials along the way to stop, the caravans would still bribe their way through. After that, they would have a good reason to deal with whoever they wanted. Gao Lisher stood at the side and remained silent. However, he was wary of the sunny young man Dongzhu. This young man is bad. He has ulcers on the top of his head and pus on the soles of his feet. Li Yi, who was silently criticized by Gao Lisher, shuddered and looked up at the sky. Oh, it's still the blue sky of the Tang dynasty. Even the smell of soot smells so fresh. Li Yi praised as he looked in the direction of the kiln. It was burning there. The kiln that used coking coal didn't have much smoke, but the kiln that stewed coking coal had smoke rising in spirals. He shook his head. I don't have a way to prevent pollution. Let's make do with it first. When I'm done this year, I'll come back and find a place with few people to build a separate coke oven. Ding ding dang dang, accompanied by the sound of bells, a four-wheeled carriage crossed the bridge. Li Yi, who was about to head back, stopped in his tracks and waited for the carriage to stop. He smiled and asked, "Brother Pei, are you busy? The Lantern Festival on the night of the Spring Lantern Festival the day after tomorrow has been arranged. I'm here to express my gratitude. The people of Chang, and can save some money." Pei Yaoqing jumped out of the car and looked to be in good condition. He was talking about joint defense. This year no children will be lost and no stampedes will occur. Then he said, "I've left a place for you on the Vermilion Bird Avenue. Zhuangzi, do you want to sell something?" Li Yi thought for a moment and asked, "Can you rent it out? You can collect 10 or 8 pieces in one night." Pei Yaoqing was speechless. "Brother Yi, don't joke. If there's really nothing to sell, I'll use it for other purposes." Pei Yaoqing was serious. "There's a small thing that can be taken out for the children to play with. Oh, adults can play with it too." Li Yi thought for a moment and decided to take out a small toy. The children couldn't stay idle. If they didn't help at home, they would run around. Now that the river was developing, if they accidentally fell into it, any kind of CPR would be useless. "What is it?" Pei Yaoqing was curious about the things Li Yi had in Zhuangzi. "Is it a new tool that benefits the people? How can there be so many tools that benefit the people? Brother Pei, tell me the place and I'll send something the day after tomorrow." Li Yi shook his head and invited Pei Yaoqing in. Li Yi made tea and the two sat facing each other. Pei Yaoqing couldn't wait to drink a mouthful of tea. He grabbed a snack on the small table and stuffed it into his mouth. "I woke up in a hurry this morning and didn't even have a mouthful of porridge. My stomach hurts." Pei Yaoqing felt much better. "Since you're on an empty stomach, it's better not to drink tea," Li Yi advised. "I won't be empty after eating. I'll eat 2 less pieces. I'll eat at your manor at noon." Pei Yaoqing didn't stand on ceremony. He pinched another snack and stuffed it into his mouth. He choked and drank tea. After eating 3 small pieces of snacks, Pei Yaoqing picked up a piece of paper and wiped his hands. "Brother Yi, what work do you think there's before the winter wheat harvest this year? We can't keep rubbing mud, right?" Pei Yaoqing began to plan for the long term. Li Yi drank tea and didn't say anything. It was too difficult for him. "If I came up with one, would you ask me what work there is before the autumn grain harvest?" There were hundreds of thousands of people in Chang, and who needed to find work. This time they had to work together with other kilns to solve the problem of pottery. After that, a large number of pottery would be sent away to be sold outside, which would affect the pottery industry in other places. "Brother Pei." After waiting for a few moments, Li Yi spoke. "There's a shortage of manpower. The people who cultivate are not idle. The work in the field still needs to be done. At the same time, the people who cultivate mulberries and raise silkworms are also busy." Li Yi remembered something important. The grain had not been delivered, but it didn't mean that there was no need to take care of the land. "I know, but there are still people who don't have much work. Those who do odd jobs. In previous years? Let's talk about last year. Last year, when there was a shortage of manpower, people didn't have enough money and didn't dare to spend it. There were also people who dug wild vegetables. Those who had no land to farm and no shops had no other way to survive except to work for others. I don't want much. Even if you help me solve 10,000 people, no 5,000 people." Pei Yaoqing said with a bitter face. Li Yi wanted to spit tea on his face to wake him up. Although it was temporary, how could he have the nerve to say 10,000 or 5,000 jobs? Pei Yaoqing felt guilty and looked down at the remaining tea in the teacup, as if he was waiting to be judged. Li Yi held the teacup and sipped, pondering while drinking. "If it doesn't work, I'll ask the Minister of Works to see if he can repair the river bank, pave the road, and build a bridge." Pei Yaoqing came up with an idea. "The people who do odd jobs in Chang, and are going to repair the bridge and road? It's not professional. It's a waste of money. It's better to ask my elder brother. At least there are many craftsmen." Li Yi vetoed. His job was different. Let the person in charge of delivering food to Heavenly World repair the river bank. A delivery man was very good. Li Yi quickly erased the idea that the delivery man was not good. Delivery riders were all kinds of talents. What if I asked them to cooperate with the craftsmen? Pei Yaoqing didn't know what Li Yi was thinking. He came up with an idea. "For a few months they will be at the construction site all the time." Li Yi vetoed again. When the construction was done, their previous jobs would be taken away. "This won't work, that won't work." Pei Yaoqing muttered like a child who wanted to eat candy but didn't buy it. "Brother Pei, drink tea and think slowly. Don't worry." Li Yi comforted. Well, speaking of tea, Brother E, your method of making tea is very useful. I'm used to drinking those teas. Drinking your tea is refreshing. Pei Yaoqing changed the topic and started to talk about the tea. Yes, this tea. What month is the shortage of manpower? Brother Pei, I have an idea. 5,000 people can find temporary jobs. Li Yi thought of it. Was easy.